of what's the detail of what's going on in the world, that is one other condition that at first seems sort of trivial, but isn't, which is that we believe we are persistent in time. That is,
yes.
So some sort of causality. Here's the thing: at every moment, according to our theory, we're made in different atoms of space. At every moment, sort of the microscopic detail of what the universe is made of is being rewritten. And in fact, the very fact that there's coherence between different parts of space is a consequence of the fact that there are always little processes going on, kind of knit together the structure of space. It's kind of like if you wanted to have a fluid with a bunch of molecules in it, if those molecules weren't interacting, you wouldn't have this fluid with a pore and all these kinds of things. It would just be sort of a free-floating collection of molecules. So similar to space, with the fact that space is kind of knitted together as a consequence of all this activity in space. And the fact that kind of what we consist of, sort of this series of we're continually being rewritten. And the question is, why is it the case that we think of ourselves as being the same us through time? That's kind of a key assumption. I think it's a key aspect of what we see as sort of our consciousness, so to speak, is that we have this kind of consistent thread of experience.
Well, isn't that just another limitation of our mind, that we want to reduce reality into some, that kind of temporal consistency is just a nice narrative to tell ourselves.
Well, the fact is, I think it's critical to the way we humans typically operate, that we have this single thread of experience. If you imagine sort of a mind where you have, maybe that's what's happening in various kinds of minds that aren't working the same way other minds work, is that you're splitting into multiple threads of experience. It's also something where, when you look at quantum mechanics, for example, in the insides of quantum mechanics, it's splitting into many threads of experience. But in order for us humans to interact with it, we kind of have to knit all those different threads together so that we say, oh yeah, a definite thing happened, and now the next definite thing happened.
Right, man.
So, and I think, sort of inside, it's sort of interesting to try and imagine what's it like to have kind of these fundamentally multiple threads of experience going on. I mean, right now, different human minds have different threads of experience. We have a bunch of minds that are interacting with each other, but we don't have within each mind, there's a single thread, and that is indeed a simplification. I think it's a thing. The general computational system does not have that simplification, and it's one of the things. People often seem to think that consciousness is the highest level of kind of things that can happen in the universe, so to speak. But I think that's not true. I think it's actually a specialization in which, among other things, you have this idea of a single thread of experience, which is not a general feature of anything that could kind of computationally happen in the universe.
So it's a feature of a computationally limited system that's only able to observe reducible pockets. So, I mean, this word observer, it means something in quantum mechanics. It means something in a lot of places. It means something to us humans, right? As conscious beings. So what's the importance of the observer? What is the observer? What's the importance of the observer in the computational universe?
So this question of what is an observer, what's the general idea of an observer, is actually one of my next projects, which got somewhat derailed by the current sort of AI mania. But
is there a connection there, or is it? Do you think the observer is primarily a physics phenomenon?
Is it related to the whole AI thing?
Yes.
Yes, it is related. So one question is, what is a general observer? We know, we have an idea what is a general computational system. We think about Turing machines, we think about other models of computation. There's a question, what is a general model of an observer? And there's kind of observers like us, which is kind of the observers we're interested in. We could imagine an alien observer that deals with computational irreducibility and it has a mind that's utterly different from ours and completely incoherent with what we're like. But the fact is that if we are talking about observers like us, that one of the key things is this idea of kind of taking all the detail of the world and being able to stuff it into a mind, being able to take all the detail and kind of, extract out of it a smaller set of kind of degrees of freedom, a smaller number of elements that will sort of fit in our minds. And I think this question, so I've been interested in trying to characterize what is the general observer. And the general observer is, I think, in part, there are many. Let me give an example. We have a gas, it's got a bunch of molecules bouncing around, and the thing you're measuring about the gas is its pressure. And the only thing you as an observer care about is pressure. And that means you have a piston on the side of this box, and the piston is being pushed by the gas. And there are many, many different ways that molecules can hit that piston. But all that matters is the kind of aggregate, all those molecular impacts, because that's what determines pressure. So there's a huge number of different configurations of the gas, which are all equivalent. So I think one key aspect of observers is this equivalency of many different configurations of the system, saying all I care about is this aggregate feature, all I care about is this overall thing. And that's sort of one aspect. And we see that in lots of different, again, same story over and over again. There's a lot of detail in the world, but what we are extracting from it is something, a sort of a thin summary of that detail.
Is that thin summary nevertheless true? Can it be a crappy approximation that on average is correct? I mean, if we look at the observer that's the human mind, it seems like there's a lot of very, as represented by natural language, for example, there's a lot of really crappy approximations.
Sure.
And that could be maybe a feature of it.
Well,
there's ambiguity.
Right. You don't know. It could be the case. You're just measuring the aggregate impact of the molecules, but there is some tiny, tiny probability that the molecules will arrange themselves in some really funky way, and that just measuring that average isn't going to be the main point. By the way, an awful lot of science is very confused about this, because you look at papers, and people are really keen. They draw this curve, and they have these bars on the curve and things. It's just this curve, and it's this one thing, and it's supposed to represent some system that has all kinds of details in it. And this is the way that lots of science has gotten wrong, because people say, I remember years ago I was studying snowflake growth. You have a snowflake and it's growing, it has its arms, it's doing complicated things, but there was a literature on this stuff, and it talked about, what's the rate of snowflake growth, and it got pretty good answers for the rate of the growth of the snowflake. And then looked at it more carefully, and then they had these nice curves and snowflake growth rates and so on. Looked at it more carefully, and I realized, according to their model, the snowflake would be spherical. And so they got the growth rate right, but the detail was just utterly wrong. And not only the detail, the whole thing was not capturing, was capturing this aspect of the system that was in a sense missing the main point of what was going on.
What is the geometric shape of a snowflake?
Snowflakes start in the phase of water that's relevant to the formation of snowflakes. It's a phase of ice which starts with a hexagonal arrangement of water molecules. And so it starts off growing as a hexagonal plate. And what happens is
it's a plate. Versus sphere.
Well, no, but it's much more than that. I mean, snowflakes are fluffy. Typical snowflakes have little dendritic arms.
Yeah.
And what actually happens is it's kind of cool, because you can make very simple to speak models for the solar thermometer and things that figure this out. You start off with this hexagonal thing, and then the places it starts to grow little arms.
Why the fuck didn't
and
you
every
just
time
do this
a
in the
little
first
piece of
place?
ice that adds itself to the snowflake, the fact that ice condensed from the water vapor heats the snowflake up locally, and so it makes it less likely for another piece of ice to accumulate right nearby. This leads to a kind of growth inefficiency. You grow an arm, and it is a separated arm, because right around the arm it got a little bit hot, and it didn't add more ice there. So what happens is it grows out of a hexagon, it grows out arms, the arms grow arms, and then the arms grow arms grow arms, and eventually, actually it's kind of cool, because it actually fills in another hexagon, a bigger hexagon. And when I first looked at this, I had a very simple model for this, I realized when it fills in that hexagon, it actually leaves some holes behind. So I thought, well, is that really right? So I look at these pictures of snowflakes, and sure enough, they have these little holes in them, little kind of stars of the way that these arms grow out.
So you can't backfill holes.
So they don't backfill. Yeah, they don't backfill.
And presumably there's a limitation of how big, like you can't arbitrarily grow.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing falls through I think it hits the ground at some point. I think you can grow in the lab. I think you can grow pretty big ones. I think you can grow many, many iterations of this kind of goes from hexagon, it grows out arms, it fills back into a hexagon, it grows arms again in 3D. No, it's flat usually.
Well, why is it flat? Why doesn't it span out? I can get rid of it. You said it's fluffy. Fluffy is a three-dimensional property,
Or no, it's fluffy. Snow is okay. So what makes we're really in the
I like
detail.
I want the snowflakes to become fluffy. A single snowflake is not fluffy.
No, a single snowflake is fluffy. And what happens is, if you have snow that's just pure hexagons, they can they fit together pretty well. It doesn't have a lot of air in it, and they can also slide against each other pretty easily. And so the snow can be pretty I think avalanches happen sometimes when the things tend to be these hexagonal plates and it kind of slides. But then when the thing has all these arms that are thrown out, they don't fit together very well, and that's why the snow has lots of air in it. And if you look at one of the snowflakes, if you catch one, you'll see it has these little arms. And people often say, no two snowflakes are alike. That's mostly because as a snowflake grows, they do grow pretty consistently with these different arms and so on. But you capture them at different times as they fell through the air in a different way. You'll catch this one at this stage, and as it goes through different stages, they look really different. And so that's why it kind of looks like the two snowflakes are alike because you caught them at different times.
So the rules under which they grow are the same.
Yes.
Just the timing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the point is science is not able to describe the full complexity of snowflake growth.
Well, science, if you do what people might often do, just say, okay, let's make it scientific, let's turn it into one number. And that one number is kind of the growth rate of the arms or some such other thing. That fails to capture sort of the detail of what's going on inside the system. And that's, in a sense, a big challenge for science, is how do you extract from the natural world, for example, those aspects of it that you are interested in talking about. Now, you might just say, I don't really care about the fluffiness of the snowflakes. All I care about is the growth rate of the arms, in which case, you can have a good model without knowing anything about the fluffiness. But the fact is, as a practical, if you say, what is the most obvious feature of a snowflake? Oh, that it has this complicated shape. Well, then you've got a different story about what you model. I mean, this is one of the features of sort of modeling in science. That what is a model? A model is some way of reducing the actuality of the world to something where you can readily sort of give a narrative of what's happening, where you can basically make some kind of abstraction of what's happening and answer questions that you care about answering. If you wanted to answer all possible questions about the system, you'd have to have the whole system, because you might care about this particular molecule, where did it go? And your model, which is some big abstraction of that, has nothing to say about that. So one of the things that's often confusing in science is people will have, I've got a model, somebody says. Somebody else will say, I don't believe in your model because it doesn't capture the feature of the system that I care about. There's always this controversy about, is it a correct model? Well, no model, except the actual system itself, is a correct model in the sense that it captures everything. The question is, does it capture what you care about capturing? Sometimes that's ultimately defined by what you're going to build technology out of, things like this. The one counterexample to this is, if you think you're modeling the whole universe all the way down, then there is a notion of a correct model. But even that is more complicated because it depends on kind of how observers sample things and so on. That's a separate story. But at least at the first level, to say this thing about, it's an approximation that captures one aspect of what's happening in other aspects, when you really think you have a complete model for the whole universe, you better be capturing ultimately everything, even though to actually run that model is impossible because of computational reducibility. The only thing that successfully runs that model is the actual running of the universe.
Is the unity itself. Okay, so what you care about is an interesting concept, but it's a human concept. The next thing you're doing with Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram language is you're trying to come up with symbolic representations as simple as possible. So a model that's as simple as possible that really captures stuff you care about.
Yeah. So I mean, for example, we'll have a thing about data about movies, let's say. We could be describing every individual pixel in every movie and stuff, but that's not the level that people care about. And and that level that people care about is somewhat related to what natural language. But what we're trying to do is to find a way to sort of represent precisely so you can compute things. See, one thing you say, you give a piece of natural language. The question is, you feed it to the computer. You say, does the computer understand this natural language? Well, the computer processes it in some way. There's this, maybe it can make a continuation of the natural language, and then maybe it can go on to the prompt and say what it's going to say. You say, does it really understand it? Hard to know. But in this kind of computational world, there is a very definite definition of does it understand, which is, could it be turned into this symbolic computational thing from which you can compute all kinds of consequences? And that's the sense in which one has sort of a target for the understanding of natural language. And that's kind of our goal, is to have as much as possible about the world that can be computed in a reasonable way, so to be able to be sort of captured by this kind of computational language. That's kind of the goal. And I think for us humans, the main thing that's important is, as we formalize what we're talking about, it gives us a way of kind of building a structure where we can sort of build this power of consequences. So if we're just saying, well, let's talk about it in natural language, it doesn't really give us some hard foundation that lets us build step by step to work something out. And it's kind of like what happens in math. If we were just sort of vaguely talking about math, but didn't have the kind of full structure of math and all that kind of thing, we wouldn't be able to build this kind of big tower of consequences. And so, in a sense, what we're trying to do with the whole computational language effort is to make a formalism for describing the world that makes it possible to kind of build this power of consequences.
Well, when you talk about the standards, natural language and working language, it is this gigantic thing called the internet where people post memes and diary type thoughts and very important founding articles and all that makes us the training data set. And then there's Wolfram language. How can you get from the natural language, like the internet, to the Wolfram language? Is there manual, is there an automated way of doing that?
Well, so Wolfram Alpha, what it does is kind of contrast is sending natural language into computational.
What you mean by that is there's a prompt, you ask a question, there's a capital.
Yeah, right. And it turns into, what's the distance between, Chicago and London or something? And that would turn into, geodistance of entity, city, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Each one of those things is very well defined. We know, given the entity, city, Chicago, et cetera, et cetera, Illinois, United States. But, we know the geolocation of that, we know its population, we know all kinds of things about it, which we have, curated that data to be able to know that with some degree of certainty, so to speak. And then we can compute things from this, and that's kind of the that's the idea.
But then something like GPT, large language models, do they allow you to make that conversion much more powerful?
Okay, so it's an interesting. We still don't know everything about it. This question of going from natural language to computational language. In Wolfram Alpha, we've now, Wolfram Alpha has been out and about for 13.5 years now. And, we've achieved 98%, 99% success on query suggested information. Now, obviously, there's a sort of feedback loop because the things that work are when people go on putting into it. So, that's but, we've got a very high success rate of the little fragments of natural language that put people sort of questions, math calculations, chemistry calculations, whatever it is. We do very well sending those things into computation language. Now, from the very beginning of Wolfram Alpha, I thought about, for example, writing code with natural language. In fact, I had just looking at this recently, I had a post that I wrote in 2010, 2011, called something like programming natural language is actually going to work. Yeah? And so, we've done a bunch of experiments using methods that work a little bit, some of them are a little bit machine learning like, but certainly not the same, the same kind of idea of fast change data and so on. That is the story of our family. I know that post, that piece of trivia, that post that Steve Jobs forwarded that post about all kinds of people at Apple. And he's been made up with this, but he never really liked programming languages. So he was very happy to see the idea that you could get rid of this kind of layout of kind of engineering-like structure. And he was right, I think what's happening now, because it really is the case that you can, this idea that you have to kind of learn how the computer works to use a programming language is something that is, I think, a thing that, just like you have to learn the details of opcodes to know how assembly language works and so on. It's kind of a thing that's a limited time horizon. But kind of so this idea of how elaborate can you make the prompt, how elaborate can you make a natural language and abstract from it computational language? It's a very interesting question. And, what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It's very interesting process. I'm still trying to understand this workflow. We've been working out a lot of tooling around this workflow in natural language, computation, right? And then specific conversation, dialogue, with multiple queries. You're right. There's so many things that are really interesting that work and so on. So first thing is to just walk up to the computer and expect to sort of specify a conversation. What one realizes is humans have to have some idea of kind of this way of thinking about things computationally. Without that, you're kind of out of luck, because you just have no idea what you're going to walk up to the computer. I remember when I got a sort of story about myself. The very first computer I saw, which was when I was 10 years old, and it was a big mainframe computer, so I didn't really understand what computers did. And it's like, it's like, kind of computers work out the weight of diamonds. Like, that isn't a sensible thing to ask. That's kind of, you have to give it, that's not what computers do. Simple enough, for example, you could say, what's the typical weight of a Spinosaurus and give some answer, but that's a very different kind of thing from what one thinks it would do. And so, the kind of the question of, first thing is people have to have an idea of what computation is about. I think it's a very, for education, that is the key thing. It's kind of this notion, not computer science, not the details of programming, but just this idea of how you think about the word computation. Computation, thinking about the word computation is kind of this formal way of thinking about the world. We've had other ones, like logic is a formal way, and there's a way of sort of abstracting and formalizing some aspects of the world. Mathematics is another one. Computation is this very broad way of formalizing the way you think about the world. And the thing that's cool about computation is if we can successfully formalize things in terms of computation, computers can help us figure out what the consequences are. It's not like you formalize it with math, well, that's nice, but now you have to, not using computers to do the math, you have to go work out a bunch of stuff yourself. So I think that with this idea, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language manipulation to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow. First, someone has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computational. So then humans can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want. Then you sort of computational stuff. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing those language codes. And it tells you that in the features that we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input together with the working language translation stuff. So it's kind of that's a thing where you can kind of extrapolation from all those examples makes it easier to do that task.
The prompter task will also kind of debugging the work on your page, or is your hope to not do that as well?
No. I mean, so there are many things. The first thing is you type natural language. It generates those language.
Give examples, whether give an example that the dinosaur example, give an example against the line, so you can take off some dumb example.
It's like take my heart rate data and figure out whether I make a moving average every 7 days or something, and work out what and make a plot of the results. Okay, so that's the thing which is about 2/3 of a line of language code. With plot and moving average of some data bin or something if they have the data and then we get the results. And the vague thing that I was just saying in that language could would almost certainly correctly turn into that very simple piece of language code.
You start mumbling about heart rate.
Yeah,
You arrive at the moving average kind of idea.
but you say average over 7 days, maybe we should figure out that can be, that can be a calculus moving average idea. I'm not sure. But then the typical workflow that I'm seeing is you generate a piece of language code. It's pretty small usually. And if it isn't small, it probably is fine. But if it's pretty small, and working language is one of the ideas of working language is the language humans can use. It's not a language which programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans write them and computers execute from them. Working language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where humans write it and humans are supposed to read it as well. And so kind of the workflow that's emerging is kind of this human mumbles some things, large language model produces a fragment of working language code, then you look at that and say, so typically you just run it first and see does it produce the right thing. You look at what it produces, you might say it's obviously crazy, you look at the code, you see why it's crazy, you fix it. If you really care about the result, you really want to make sure it's right, you got to look at that code and understand it, because that's the way you have a sort of checkpoint. Did it really do what I expected it to do? Now, you go beyond that, it's what you find is, for example, let's say the code does the wrong thing. Then you can often say to the large language model, can you adjust this to do this? And it's pretty good at doing that.
Interesting. So you're using the output of the code to give you hints about the function of the code. You're debugging based on the output of the code.
But the plugin that we have is for ChatGPT. This does that. It will send the thing in, it will get a result. It will discover, the LLM will discover itself the result is not plausible. And it will go back and say, I'm sorry, it's not right. It goes back and says, I'll rewrite that piece of code. And then it will try it again and get a result. The other thing that's pretty interesting is when you just run into one of the new concepts that we have with the whole idea of notebooks back 36 years ago now. So now there's the question of how you combine this idea of notebooks where you have text and code and output. How do you combine that with the notion of chat and so on? And there's some really interesting things there. Like, for example, a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as if the thing produces errors, if it runs code and it produces messages and so on, the LLM automatically not only looks at those messages, it can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And it does a remarkably good job of guessing what's wrong and telling you. So in other words, it's working with sort of interesting, kind of a typical sort of AI thing. It's able to have more sensory data than we humans are able to have. It's able to look at a bunch of stuff that we humans would kind of glaze over looking at. And it's able to then come up with, this is the explanation of what's happening. And what is the data? Is that trace? The code is previously the facts and images. Yeah, it's also what's happening is one of the things is, for example, when there's these messages, there's documentation about these messages, there's examples where the messages are done otherwise. The other thing that's really is when it makes a mistake, one of the things that's in our promise when the code doesn't work is read the documentation. We have another piece of the plugin that lets it read documentation, and that again is very, very useful. Because it will figure out, sometimes it'll make up the name of some option for some function that doesn't really exist. Read the documentation, it'll have some long structure for the function and so on. That's a powerful thing. The thing that I've realized is we built this language over the course of all these years to be nice and coherent systems and so on, so it's easy for humans to understand. Turns out there was a side effect that I didn't anticipate, which is it makes it easy for AI to understand.
It's almost like another natural language.
Yeah.
So natural language is a kind of foreign language.
Yeah.
You have a line English, French, Japanese, local language, and then Spanish, and that's just things like I noticed.
Well, yes. I mean, maybe, that's an interesting question, because it really depends on what I see as being an important piece of fundamental science that basically just jumped out at us with ChatGPT. Because I think the real question is, why does ChatGPT work? How is it possible to encapsulate, to successfully reproduce all these kinds of things in natural language, with a comparatively small, say, a couple hundred billion, weights of neural nets and so on. And I think that that relates to kind of a fundamental fact about language, which the main thing is that I think there's a structure of the language that we haven't kind of fully explored very well. It's kind of this semantic grammar talking about language. And we kind of know that when we set up human language, we know that it has certain regularities. We know that it has a certain grammatical structure, noun followed by verb, followed by noun, adjectives, etc. That's just kind of grammatical structure. But I think the thing that ChatGPT is showing us is that there's an additional kind of regularity of the language, which has to do with the meaning of the language beyond just the pure target-speech combinations that they think. And I think the one example of that we've had in the past is logic. And I think my sort of kind of picture of how was logic invented, how was logic discovered, really was the thing that was discovered is the original conception. It was discovered by Aristotle, who kind of listened to a bunch of people, orators, and giving speeches, and this one makes sense, that one doesn't make sense. This one, and you see these patterns of if the I don't know what if the Persians do this, then this does that, etc. And what Aristotle realized is that the structure of those sentences, the structure of that rhetoric, it doesn't matter whether it's the Persians and the Greeks, or whether it's the cats and the dogs. It's just D and Q. You can abstract from the details of these particular sentences. You can lift out this kind of formal structure, and that's what logic is. That's a heck of a dictionary thing. Yeah, it's not obvious. The fact that there is an abstraction from natural language that has where you can fill in any word you want is a very interesting discovery. Now, it took a long time to mature. I mean, Aristotle had this idea of syllogistic logic, when there were these particular patterns of how you could argue things, so to speak. And in the Middle Ages, part of education was to memorize the syllogisms. I forget how many there were, so 15 or something. And they all had names, they all had mnemonics, like Barbara and Sellers, the two of the mnemonics. So there's the syllogisms, and people were trying, this is a valid argument because it follows the Barbara syllogism, basically. And it took until 1830, with Greg Google, trying to get beyond that and trying to see that there was a level of abstraction that was beyond this particular template of a sentence. And that's, what's interesting there is, in a sense, ChatGPT is operating at the Aristotelian level. It's essentially doing the templates of sentences. By the time you get to tools and Boolean algebra and this idea of you can have arbitrary depth nested collections of ands and ors and knots and can resolve what they mean, that's the kind of thing, that's a computation theory. That's, you've gone beyond the pure sort of templates of natural language to something which is an arbitrary deep computation. But the thing that I think we realize from ChatGPT is, Aristotle stopped too quickly, and there was more that you could have lifted out of language as formal structures. And I think there's, in a sense, we've captured some of that in some of what is in language. There's a lot of kind of little calculus, little algebras of what you can say, what language talks about, whether it's, I don't know, if you say, I go from place A to place B, place B to place C. Then I know I've gone from place A to place C. If A is a friend of B and B is a friend of C, it doesn't necessarily follow that A is a friend of C. These are things that are, if you go from from place A to place B, place B to place C. It doesn't matter how you went. Like logic, it doesn't matter whether you flew there, walked there, swam there, whatever. You still, this transitivity of where you go is still valid. And there are many kinds of pieces, I think, of the way the world works that are captured in these aspects of the language species. And I think what ChatGPT effectively has found, just like it discovered logic, people are really surprised to see these logical inferences. It discovered logic the same way Aristotle discovered logic, by looking at a lot of sentences effectively and noticing the patterns in those sentences.
So it feels like it's discovering something much more complicated than logic. So this kind of semantic grammar. I think you wrote about this. Maybe you can call it the laws of language, I believe you call it, or which I like, the laws of thought.
Yes, that was the type of research we had. Because doing much of the fact that it gets all the thought. Yes, that was what we said. Yeah. All right. But he thought he nailed it.
Yeah,
there's more to it.
Yeah, it's a good question. How much more? Yeah, to it. And it seems like one of the reasons implying that the reason GPT works, ChatGPT works, is that there's a finite number of things to it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's discovering the laws. In some sense, GPT is discovering the laws of semantic grammar that underlies language.
Yes. And what's sort of interesting is, in the computational universe, there's a lot of other kinds of computation that you could do. They're just not ones that we humans have cared about and operate with. And that's probably because our brains are built in a certain way. And, the neural nets of our brains are not that different in some sense from the neural nets of the large language model. And that's kind of, and so when you think about, and maybe we'll talk about this more, but when you think about what will AIs ultimately do, the answer is, insofar as AIs are just doing computation, they can run off and do all these kinds of crazy computations. But the ones that we sort of have decided we care about are this kind of very limited set.
That's where the reinforcement learning feedback seems to come in. The more the AI say stuff that kind of interests us, the more we're impressed by it. So it can do a lot of interesting intelligent things, but we're only interested in the AI when they communicate in a human-like way.
Yeah.
About human-like topics.
Yeah. Well, it's like technology. I mean, in a sense, the physical world provides all kinds of things. There are all kinds of processes going on in physics. Only a limited set of those are ones that we capture and use for technology. There are only a limited set where we say, this is a thing that we can sort of apply to human purposes we can't care about. You might have said, okay, you pick up a piece of rock. You say, okay, it's a nice silicate. It turns a nice silicate. I don't care. Then you realize, we could actually turn this into a semiconductor wafer and make it microprocessor. And then we care a lot more. Yeah. And it's this thing about what do we, in the evolution of our civilization, what things do we identify as being things we care about? It's like, when there was announcement recently of the possibility of a high temperature superconductor that involved the element lutetium, which generally nobody has cared about. It's kind of but suddenly if there's this application that relates to kind of human purposes, you start to care about.
So, given your thinking that you may have discovered inklings of laws of thought, do you think such laws exist? What's your intuition here?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the fact is, logic is just the first step. There are many other kinds of calculi about things that we consider, about sort of things that happen in the world or things that are meaningful.
Why do you go logic at the last step?
So we can plainly see that there are things. I mean, if you say, here's a sentence that is syntactically correct, okay? You look at it and you're like, the happy electron, ate, I don't know what, something that you look at it and it's like, this is meaningless. It's a bunch of words, it's syntactically correct, the nouns and the verbs are in the right place, but it just doesn't and so there clearly is some rules that there are rules that determine beyond the pure passive speech syntax. And so the question is, what are those rules, and are there finite set of those rules? My guess is that there's a finite set of those rules, and they, once you have those rules, you have kind of construction set, just like the rules of syntactic grammar give you a construction kit for making syntactically correct sentences. So you can also have a construction kit making semantically correct sentences. Those sentences may not be realized in the world. I mean, I think the elephant seems to be semantically, we have an idea. If I say that to you, you kind of know what that means. But the fact is, it hasn't been realized in the world. The semantically correct, perhaps, things that can be left, I think, things that are consistent with both our imagination and our understanding of physical reality. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, I think it is, given the way we have constructed language, it is things which fit with the things we're describing in language. It's a bit circular in the end, because you can and the sort of boundary of what is physically realizable. Okay, let's take the example of motion. Okay? Motion is a complicated concept. It might seem like it's a concept that has been figured out by the long ago, but it's actually a really pretty complicated concept. Because what is motion? Motion is you go from place A to place B, and it's still you when you get to the other end. Like you take an object, you move it, and it's still the same object, but it's in a different place. Now, even in ordinary physics, that doesn't always work that way. If you're near a space-time singularity in a black hole, for example, and you take your teapot or something, you don't have much of a teapot by the time it's near space-time singularity. It's been completely deformed beyond recognition. So that's the case where pure motion doesn't really work. You can't have a thing stay the same. But so this idea of motion is something that sort of is a slightly complicated idea. But once you have the idea of motion, you can start, once you have the idea that you can describe things as being the same thing but in a different place, that sort of abstracted idea then has, that has all sorts of consequences, like this transitivity of motion, go from A to B, B to C, down from A to C. And that's, that level of description, you can have what are sort of inevitable consequences and inevitable features of the way you sort of set things up. And that's, I think, what this sort of semantic grammar is capturing, is things like that. And I think that it's a question of what does the word mean? You say I move from here to there. So it's complicated to say what that means. This whole issue, is pure motion possible, etc. But once you have kind of got an idea of what that means, then there are inevitable consequences of that idea. But the very idea of music, it seems like there's some words that become there's a latent ambiguity to that movie. It's more like emotional worded words like hate and love. Right, and what is it exactly? What so especially when you have relationships between complicated objects, you seem to take this kind of shortcut, this descriptive shortcut to describe like object A hates object B. What's that really mean? Well, words are defined by kind of our social use of them. I mean, it's not, a word in computational language, for example, when we say we have a construct there, we expect that construct is the building blocks from which we can construct an arbitrary field power. We have to have a very solid thing, and we have to turn it into code. It has documentation. It's a whole thing. But the word hate, the documentation for that word, well, there isn't a standard documentation for that word. It's a complicated thing, defined by kind of how we use it. When, if it wasn't for the fact that we were using language, so what is language? Language is a way of packaging thoughts so that we can communicate them to another mind. Can these complicated words be converted into something that computation actually can use? But so I think the answer to that is that what one can do in computational language is make make a specific definition. And if you have a complicated word, like let's say the word eat, okay? So you got a simple word, animals eat things, whatever else. But you do programming, you say this function eats arguments, which is sort of poetically similar to the animal eating thing. But if you start to say, well, what are the implications of the function eating something? Can the function be created for me? It can. There's a type of snatch or something in the animal. But how far does that analogy go? I mean, it's just an analogy. Whereas if you use the word eat in a computational language level, you would define there isn't a thing which you anchor to this kind of natural language concept eat, and it is now some precise definition of that then you can compute things from.
But don't you think the analogy is also precise? Software eats the world. Don't you think there is something concrete in terms of meaning about analogies?
Sure. But the thing that sort of is the first target for computational language is to take sort of the ordinary meaning of words and try and make it precise. Make it sufficiently precise you can build these towers of computational language. So it's kind of like if you start with a piece of color code and you say, I'm going to define my program with a piece of color code. It's kind of like that's a difficult thing. It's better to say, I'm going to just have this boring piece of code, and it's using words in the ordinary way, and that's how I'm communicating with my computer, and that's how I'm going to build this solid building block from which I can construct this whole kind of computational power.
So there's things like where you take a poem and reduce it to like a computer where you have there. So maybe there's a bunch of interaction that's just poetic, aimless nonsense. Well, there's just like recreational attempts on the wheels.
Well, I think that's a complicated thing because, in a sense, human linguistic communication is there's one mind, it's producing language, that language is having an effect on another mind. And the question of there's sort of a type of effect that is well defined, let's say, but for example, it's very independent of the two minds. It doesn't, there's communication where it can matter a lot sort of what the experience of one mind is versus another one and so on.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of natural language communication?
Well, I think the universal
computational language somehow feels more amenable to the definition of purpose. It's like, yeah, you're given two clean representations in a concept, and you can build a power based on that. Is natural language the same thing but more fuzzy?
Well, I think the story of natural language, that's the great invention of our species. We don't know that it exists in other species, but we know it exists in our species. It's the thing that allows you to sort of communicate abstractly from like one generation of species to another. You can, there is an abstract version of knowledge that can be passed down. It doesn't have to be, genetics. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to apprentice the next species, the next generation of birds to see this one, to show them how something works. There is this abstracted version of knowledge that can become passed down. Now, that, it relies on, it still tends to rely, because language is fuzzy. It does tend to rely on the fact that, if we look at some ancient language where we don't have a chain of translation to make until what we have today, we never understand that ancient language. And we may not understand the concepts may be different from the ones that we have today. We still have to have something of a chain, but it is something where we can realistically expect to communicate abstract ideas to us. And that's one of the big goals of language. I think it's this ability to sort of concretify abstract things is what language has provided.
Do you see natural language and thought as the same? The stuff that's going on inside your mind?
Well, that's been a long debate in philosophy.
It seems to become more important now when you think about how intelligent GPT is. Whatever that means, it seems like stuff that's going on in the human mind seems something like intelligence.
And language, what we call it intelligence.
Yeah. Okay, so you start to think, okay, what's the relationship between thought, the language of thought, the laws of thought, the laws of the words like reasoning, and the laws of language, and how that has to do with computation. There's like more rigorous, precise ways of reasoning.
Right. Which are beyond human. I mean, much of what computers do, humans do not do. I mean, you might say,
If you look at a subset,
yeah,
yeah, hopefully.
yeah, yeah. You know, you might say, who needs computation when you have large language models? Large language models can just, eventually you'll have a big enough neural net that can do that. But they're really doing the kinds of things that humans quickly do. And there are plenty of sort of formal things that humans never quickly do. For example, I don't know, you could some people can do mental arithmetic, they can do a certain amount of math in their minds. I don't think many people can run a program in their minds of any sophistication. It's just not something people really complicated people can afford to do. It's kind of not, you can easily run it on a computer.
Or an arbitrary program. Yeah. Are we running specialized programs?
Yeah. If I say to you, here's a trick, tell me what it does after 50 steps. Like, trying to think about that in my mind. It's really hard to do. It's not what people do. I mean,
well, in some sense, people program, they build a computer, the programmer, just to answer your question about what the system does actually. I mean, humans build computers.
Yeah. So that's right. But they created something which is then, then when they run it, it's doing something different than what's happening in their mind. I mean, they've outsourced that piece of computation from something that is internally happening in their mind to something that is now a tool that's external to their mind.
So whether it's humans to you, then invent computers to discover things.
They discovered computation, which they invented the technology of computers.
A computer is just kind of way to plug into this whole stream of computation. There are probably other ways.
Well, sure. I mean, the particular ways that we make computers out of semiconductors and electronics and so on, that's the particular technology stuff we built. I mean, the story of a lot of what people try to do with quantum computing is finding different sort of underlying physical, infrastructure for doing computation. Biology does lots of computation. It does it using infrastructure that's different from semiconductors and electronics. It's a molecular scale sort of computational process that hopefully we'll understand more about. Some ideas about understanding more about that. But that's another representation of computation. Things that happen in the physical universe at the level of these evolving hypergraphs and so on. That's another sort of implementation layer for this abstract idea of computation.
So if GPT or large language models are starting to develop or implicitly understand the laws of language and thought, do you think they can be made explicit?
Yeah. How? Give it a bunch of that.
So do they have
in matter science? What is happening in matter science? You have the world that's doing really complicated things. And then you discover, Newton's theory, for example, this is how motion works. This is the way that this particular sort of idealization of the world, this is how you describe it in a simple, computationally reducible way. And I think it's the same thing here. There are sort of computationally reducible aspects of what's happening that you can get kind of narrative theories for, just as we've got narrative theories in physics and so on.
Do you think it will be depressing or exciting when all the laws of thought are made explicit, human thought is explicit?
I think that once you understand computational reducibility, it's neither of those things. Because the fact is, people say, for example, people will say, but, I have free will. I kind of, I operate in a way that is, they have the idea that they're doing something that is sort of internal to them, that they're figuring out what's happening. But in fact, we think there are laws of physics that ultimately determine, every nervous, every electrical impulse in a nerve and things like this. So you might say it's depressing, but we are ultimately just determined by the rules of physics, so to speak. It's the same thing. At a higher level, it's like it's a shorter distance to get from kind of semantic grammar to the way that we might construct a piece of text than it is to get from individual nerve firing how we construct a piece of text. But it's not fundamentally different. And by the way, as soon as we have this kind of level of, this other level of description, it helps us to go even further. So we'll end up being able to produce more and more complicated kinds of things. Just like when if we didn't have a computer and we used certain rules, we write them down to go a certain distance. But once we have a computer, we can go vastly further. And this is the same kind of thing. You wrote a blog post titled "What is ChatGPT doing?" and I was we've been talking about this. But can we just step back and read on this question? What's ChatGPT doing? What are these a bunch of billion parameters trained on a large level of words? So why does it seem to work again? Is it because of the point you made that there's laws of language that can be discovered by such a process? Well, let's talk about sort of the low level of what ChatGPT is. I mean, ultimately, you give this prompt, it's trying to work out, what should the next word be, right? Which is wild. Isn't it surprising to you that this kind of low-level, dumb training procedures can create something syntactically correct first, and then semantically correct? The thing that has been so the story of my life, realizing that simple rules can do much more complicated things than you imagine. That something that starts simple to describe can grow a thing that is, vastly more complicated than you can imagine. And honestly, it's taken me, I've sort of been thinking about this now 40 years or so, and it always surprises me. I mean, even, for example, in our physics project, sort of thinking about the whole universe growing from these simple rules, I still resist, because I keep on thinking, how can something really complicated arise from something that simple? It just seems, it seems wrong, but yet, the majority of my life I've kind of known from things I've studied that this is the way things work. So yes, it is wrong, but it's possible to write a word at a time and produce a coherent essay, for example. It's worth understanding kind of how that's working. I mean, it's kind of like if it was going to say, the cat sat on the, what's the next word? Okay, so how does it figure out the next word? Well, it's seen a trillion words with my name, and it's seen the cat sat on the floor, the cat sat on the sofa, the cat sat on the whatever. So it's minimal thing to do. Just say, let's look at what we saw on the internet. We saw, 10,000 examples of the cat sat on the. What was the most probable next word? Let's pick that out and say that's the next word. And that's kind of what it is, at some level, it's trying to do. Now, the problem is, there isn't enough text on the internet to, if you have a reasonable length of prompt, that sort of prompt will never have gone on. And as you kind of go further, there just won't be a place where you could obtain, where you could have just worked out probabilities from what was already there. Like if you say 2 plus 2, there'll be a zillion examples of 2 plus 2 equaling 4, and a very small number of examples of 2 plus 2 equals 5, and so on. And you can pretty much know what's going to happen. So then the question is, well, if you can't just work out from examples what's going to happen, if you know probabilistic from examples what's going to happen, you have to have a model. And it's kind of an idea, this idea of making models of things is an idea that really, I don't know, I think Galileo was one of the first people who sort of worked this out, and it's kind of like I think I gave an example of that, the book I wrote about ChatGPT, where it's kind of like, Galileo was dropping cannonballs off the different floors of the Tower of Pisa, and it's like, okay, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you drop a cannonball off this floor, you miss floor 5 or something, for whatever reason. But the time it took the cannonball to fall to the ground from floors 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, for example. Then the question is, can you work out, can you make a model that figures out how long it would take the ball, how long would it take the ball to fall to the ground before you measure? And the thing Galileo realized is that you can use math, you can use mathematical formulas to make a model for how long it will take the ball to fall. So now the question is, well, okay, you want to make a model for example, something much more elaborate, like you've got this arrangement of pixels, and is this arrangement of pixels an A or B? Does it correspond to something you recognize as an A or B? And you can make a similar kind, each pixel is like a parameter in an equation, and you could write down this giant equation where the answer is either, A or, one or two, A or B. And the question is then, what kind of a model successfully reproduces the way that we humans would conceive that this is an A and this is a B. If there's a complicated extra tail in the A, would we then conclude something different? What is the type of model that match well into the way that we humans make distinctions about it? And the big kind of method discovery is neural net classification. It's not obvious they would be something else. It could be that human distinctions are not captured. We could try searching around for a type of model. There could be a mathematical model, it could be some model based on something else that captures kind of typical human distinctions about things. It turns out this model that actually is very much the way that we think the architecture of brains work, that perhaps not surprisingly, that model actually corresponds to the way we make these distinctions. And so the core next point is that the kind of model, neural net model, makes sort of distinctions and generalizes things in sort of the same way that we humans do. And that's why when you say, the cat said on the green blank, even though it never didn't see many examples of the cat said on the green whatever, it can make or the oddbot sat on the green whatever. I'm sure that particular sentence does not occur on the internet. And so it has to make a model that concludes what, it has to kind of generalize from the actual example that it's seen. And so that's the fact is that neural nets generalize in the same kind of way that we humans do. If we were, the aliens might look at our neural net generalization and say, that's crazy. That thing, when you put that extra dot on the A, that isn't an A anymore, that messes the whole thing up. But for us, humans, we make distinctions that seem to correspond to the kinds of distinctions that neural nets make. So then, the thing that is just amazing to me about ChatGPT is how similar the structure it has is to the very original way that you imagine neural nets might work back in 1943. And, there's a lot of detailed engineering, great cleverness, but it's really the same idea. In fact, even the sort of elaborations of that idea, where people said, let's put in some actual particular structure to try and make them neural net more elaborate to be very clever about it. Most of that didn't matter. And there's some things that seem to, when you train this neural net, the one thing this kind of transformer architecture, this attention idea, that really has to do with, does every one of these neurons connect to every other neuron, or is it somehow causally localized? Is it like we're making a sequence of words and the words depend on previous words, rather than just everything can depend on everything? And that seems to be important in just organizing things so that you don't have a sort of a giant mess. But the thing worth understanding about what is ChatGPT in the end, and what is a neural net in the end? The neural net in the end is each neuron has it's taking input from a bunch of other neurons. It's eventually going to have a numerical value. It's going to compute some number, and it's saying, I'm going to look at the neurons above me in kind of a series of layers. It's going to look at the neurons above me, and it's going to say, what are the values of those neurons? And it's going to add those up and multiply them by this weight, and then it's going to apply some function that says it's bigger than 0 or something, and make it 1, and otherwise make it 0, or some slightly more complicated functions. You know very well how this works.
Like a giant equation with a lot of variables. You mentioned figuring out where the ball falls when you don't have data on the fourth floor. The equation here is not as simple as
the equation with 175 billion steps.
And it's quite surprising that in some sense a simple procedure of training such an equation you need to give up to different natural language.
Right, the real issue is, this architecture, the neural net, where what's happening is, you've turned in which it's not each word or each part of the word, it's some number. You feed all those numbers in, and then the thing is going to, and then those numbers just go into the values of these neurons, and then what happens is it's just rippling down, going layer to layer until it gets to the end. I think ChatGPT is about 400 layers, and it just goes one through. It just every new word you just says here are the numbers from the words before. Let's compute. What does it compute? It computes the probability that it estimates for each of the possible 50,000 words that will come next. And then it decides, sometimes it will use the most probable word, sometimes it will use not the most probable word. It's an interesting fact that there's this so-called temperature parameter, which, at temperature 0, it's always using the most probable word that it estimated with the most probable things to come next. If you increase the temperature, it'll be more and more kind of random in its selection of words. It will go down to lower and lower probable words. The thing I was explaining actually recently is the transition that happens as you increase the temperature. The thing goes bonkers. Sometimes at a particular temperature, maybe about 1.2 is the thing I was noticing from yesterday actually. Usually it's giving reasonable answers, and then at that temperature, with some probability, it just starts spouting nonsense. And nobody knows why. And by the way, the thing to understand is putting down one word at a time. But the outer loop of the fact that it says, okay, I put down a word. Now let's take the whole thing I wrote so far, let's feed that back in, let's put down another word. That outer loop, it seems almost trivial, is really important for the operation of the thing. And for example, one of the things that is kind of funky is they'll give an answer. And you say to it, is that answer correct? And they'll say, no. And why is that happening? Why can it do that? Well, the answer is because it is going one word at a time, sort of forward. And it didn't, it came along with some sort of chain of thought in a sense, and it just came up with completely different answer. But as soon as you feed it the whole thing that it came up with, it immediately knows that isn't right. It immediately can recognize that was a bad syllogism or something, and can see what happens, even though as it was being led down this garden path, so to speak, it came to the wrong place.
So this kind of procedure converges to something that forms a pretty good best representation of language and nature. Yeah, that's quite. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, look, I think there are many things we don't understand. So, for example, 175 billion weight, it's maybe about 1 trillion bytes of information, which is very comparable to the training set that was used. Why that? Why it sort of stands for some kind of reason that the number of weights in the neural net. I can't really argue that. I can't really give you a good example. In a sense, the very fact that insofar as there are definite rules of what's going on, you might expect that eventually we'll have a much smaller neural net that will successfully capture what's happening. I don't think the best way to do it is probably a neural net. I think a neural net is what you do when you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And it's a very good thing to do if you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And for the last 2,000 years, we haven't found any other way to structure it. It's a pretty good way to start. But that doesn't mean you can't find sort of, in a sense, more symbolic rules for what's going on. That's, much of which will then be, you can kind of get rid of much of the structure of the neural net and replace it by things which are sort of pure steps of computation, so to speak, sort of this neural net stuff around the edges, and that becomes just a much simpler way to do it.
So the neural net, we hope, will reveal to us good symbolic rules that make the use of the neural net less and less and less.
Right. And there will still be some stuff that's kind of fuzzy. It's like, there are things that, it's like this question, what can we formalize? What can we turn into computational language? What is just sort of, it happens that way, the sort of brain are set up that way.
What do you think are the limitations of large language models? Just to make it explicit.
Well, I think that each computation is not like large language models. It's a different kind of thing. The outer loop of a large language model, if you're trying to do many steps in the computation, the only way you get to do that right now is by spooling out, all of the whole chain of thought as make an arbitrary computation by just spooling out the word. It's a bizarre and inefficient way to do it. But it's something where I think that's sort of the deep computation. It's really what the humans can do quickly. Large language models will probably be able to do well. Everything that you can do kind of off the top of your head, is really is good for large language models. And the things you do off the top of your head, you may not get them always right, but it's thinking through the same way we do.
And I wonder if there's an automated way to do something that humans do well, much faster, where it lets groups of generate arbitrary large code bases for the memory, for example.
Well, the question is, what do you want to code bases to do?
Escape, control, and take over the world.
Okay? So, the thing is, when people say, we want to build this giant thing, and each giant piece of computational language, in a sense, it's sort of a failure of computational language. It's the thing you have to build. Remember, if we have a description, if you have a small description, that's the thing that you represent in computational language, and then the computer can compute that. So, in a sense, as soon as you're giving a description, that you have to somehow make that description something definite, something formal. And to say, okay, I'm going to give this piece of natural language, and then it's going to sort out this giant formal structure. That, in a sense, that doesn't really make sense, because except insofar as that piece of natural language kind of plugs into what we socially know, so to speak, it plugs into kind of our corpus of knowledge, then that's the way we capture and use that corpus of knowledge, but hopefully we would have done that in computational language. How do you make it do something that's big? Well, you have to have a way to describe what you want.
I have to make it more efficient. Although, I just thought of that. Iterate through all the members of Congress and figure out how to convince them that they have to let the system become president, pass all the laws that allow the AI system to control and be president. So that's a very particular. Figure out the individual life story of each congressman or each senator. Anything, I don't know what's required to really kind of pass legislation and figure out how to control them, manipulate them, get all the information. What would be the biggest fear of this congressman, and in such a way that you can take action on it in the digital space, so maybe threaten the destruction reputation or something.
Right. If I can describe what I want, to what extent can a large language model work like that?
With the help of concretization of personalized language, that makes it more grounded. I'm also surprised how quickly I was able to get it. I swear I did not think about this before. It's funny how quickly, which is a very concerning thing, because that probably this idea will probably do quite a bit of damage. There might be very large level of artificial ideas.
Well, I'll give you a much more benign version. You're going to make an AI speak. And, that's a benign version of what you're saying. I want this person to understand this point. You're essentially doing machine learning where the loss function, the thing you're trying to get to is get the human to understand this point. And when you do a test on the human, that they correctly understand how that works. And I am confident that sort of the large language model type technology combined with computational language is going to be able to do pretty well at teaching us humans things. And it's going to be an interesting phenomenon because, sort of individualized teaching is a thing that has been kind of a goal for a long time. I think we're going to get that. And I think more, that it has many consequences. For, like just, if you know me, I think if you, the AI, know me, tell me, I'm about to do this thing. What are the three things I need to know? Given what I already know, what let's say I'm looking at some paper or something, right? It's like there's a version of the summary of that paper that is optimized to me, so to speak, and where it really is, I think that's really going to work.
You can understand the major gaps in your knowledge that it fills to actually give you deep understanding of the topic.
Right. And that's an important thing because it really changes. Actually, I think when you think about education and so on, it really changes kind of what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, and so on. It makes I know I've learned lots of different fields, and so I don't know. Every time I move, things I'm not going to be able to learn. But it turns out sort of the methods for learning these things. And I think this idea that it becomes easier to it becomes easier to be fed knowledge, so to speak, and it becomes if you need to know this particular thing, you can get taught it in an efficient way. It's something I think is sort of an interesting feature, and I think it makes the things like the value of big towers of specialized knowledge becomes less significant compared to the kind of meta knowledge of sort of understanding kind of the big picture and being able to connect things together. I think that there's been this huge trend of let's be more and more specialized because we have to we have to sort of ascend these towers of knowledge. But by the time you can get more automation, being able to get to that place on the tower without having to go through all those steps, I think it sort of changes that picture.
Interesting. Your intuition is that shows the collective intelligence of the species and the individual minds that make up that collective. May be more the trend towards being generalists and being kind of philosophers.
That's what I think. I think that's where the humans are going to be useful. I think that a lot of these kind of the drilling, the mechanical working out of things is much more automated. It's much more AI territory, so to speak.
No more species.
Well, that's it's interesting. Yes, I mean, the kind of specialization, this kind of power of specialization, which has been a feature. We've accumulated lots of knowledge in our species, and in a sense, every time we have a kind of automation or building of tools, it becomes less necessary to know that whole power, and it becomes something where you can just use a tool to get to the top of that power. I think that the thing that is ultimately, when we think about, okay, what do the AIs do versus what the humans do? It's like AIs, you tell them, say, go achieve this particular objective. Okay, they can maybe figure out a way to achieve that objective. You say, what objective would you like to achieve? The AI has no intended idea of that. It's not a defined thing. That's a thing which has to come from some other entity. And insofar as we are in charge, so to speak, whatever it is, and our kind of web of society and history and so on is the thing that is defining what objective we want to go to. That's the thing that we humans are necessarily involved in. So
Push that a little bit. Don't you think that future versions of GPT will be able to give a good answer to what objective would you like to achieve?
And on what basis? If they say, look, here's the terrible thing that could happen, they're taking the average of the internet and they're saying, from the average of the internet,
so that's the norm-most adage of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
Okay.
So that could be one objective is maximize our global entertainment, the dark version of that is drama, the good version of that is fun.
Yes, so I mean, this question of what, if you say to the AI, what does the species want to achieve? Yes, yeah? There'll be an answer. It'll be what the average of the internet the species wants to achieve.
I think you use the word average when you do that. So I think the answer is become more and more interesting as these language models are getting better and better.
No, but I mean, in the end, it's a reflection back of what we already said.
Yes, but it's there's a deeper wisdom to collective intelligence, presumably than individual. Like, isn't that what we're trying to do in society?
Because you have, well, I mean, that's an important thing. It's an interesting question. I mean, insofar as some of us, work on trying to innovate and figure out new things, it is sometimes it's a complicated interplay between sort of the individual doing the crazy thing off in some spur, so to speak, versus the collective that's trying to do sort of the high inertia average thing. And it's, sometimes the collective, is bubbling up things that are interesting, and sometimes it's pulling down kind of the attempt to make this kind of innovative direction.
Well, don't you think the large language models that see beyond that simplification will say maybe intellectual and career diversity is really important? So you need the crazy people on the outlier, on the outskirts. So, like, actual, just the purpose of this whole thing is to explore through this kind of dynamics that we've been using as a human civilization, which most of us focus on one thing, and there's the crazy people on the outskirts doing the opposite of that one thing, and you have like all different societies together. There's the mainstream science, and then there's the crazy science that's just figure out the history of human civilization. And maybe the AI system will be able to see that, and the more impressed we are by the language model telling us this, the more control we'll give it to it, and the more we'll be willing to let it run our society. And hence, there's this kind of loop where the society can be manipulated to let the AI system run it.
Right. I mean, look, one of the things that's sort of interesting is we might say we always think we're making progress, but yet, if in a sense, by saying let's take what already exists and use that as a model for what should exist, then it's interesting that, for example, many religions have taken that point of view. There is a sacred book written in Time X, and it defines how people should act for a future time. And that's it's a model that people have operated with. And in a sense, this is a version of that kind of statement. Like, take the 2023 version of sort of how the world has exposed itself and use that to define what the world should do in the future.
But it's not, it's an imprecise definition of this. Just like with religious text and GPT, the human interpretation of what GPT says will be the perturbation in the system, will be the noise. If you full of uncertainty, it's not like ChatGPT will tell you exactly what to do. Right? Tell you a plot, a narrative of what, like it's like a Terminator kind of narrative, right? That's not a fully structured narrative.
Well, until the AI can totally
they will be able to very precisely tell you
what they're doing. They'll just do this or that thing. And not only that, there'll be auto suggestions each person, do this next, do that next. So I think it's a slightly more prescriptive situation than one typically sees. But I think this whole question of sort of what's left for humans, so to speak, to what extent do we, this idea that there is an existing kind of corpus of purpose for humans defined by what's on the internet and so on, that's an important thing. But then the question of sort of as we explore what we can think of as the computational universe, as we explore all these different possibilities for what we could do, all these different inventions we could make, all these different things, the question is which one should we choose to follow? Those choices are the things that, in a sense, if the humans want to still have kind of human progress, that's what we get to make those choices. In other words, there's this idea, you say, let's take the kind of what exists today and use that as the determinant of all of what there is in the future. The thing that is going to be opportunity for humans is there are many possibilities for us. There are many different things that could happen or be done. And insofar as we want want to be in the loop. The thing that makes sense for us to be in the loop here is picking which of those possibilities we want. But the degree to which there's a feedback loop of the idea that we're picking something that's becoming questionable because we're influenced by the various systems. So if that becomes more and more source of our education and wisdom and up to knowledge, like, yeah, I take over. I mean, I thought for a long time that, it's the, AR auto suggestion. That's really the thing that makes the AIs take over. That the humans just follow, we will no longer write emails to each other. We'll just send the auto suggestions. Yeah. The thing where humans are potentially limited when there's a choice. And when there's a choice which we could make based on our kind of whole web of history and so on. And that's, that's insofar as it's all just, determined, the humans don't have a choice. And by the way, I mean, at some level, it's all kind of a complicated philosophical issue because at some level the universe is just doing what it does. We are parts of that universe that are necessarily doing what we do, so to speak. Yet we feel we have sort of agency in what we're doing, and that's a very separate kind of interesting issue. And we also kind of feel that we're the final destination of the universe is meant to create. But we very well could be, and likely are, sometimes intermediate steps. Obviously, yeah, we're more certainly some intermediate steps. The question is if there's some cooler, more complex, more interesting thing that's going to be materialized. Computational universe is full of them, but in our particular pocket, if this is the best we're going to do or not. We can make all kinds of reflections about computational universe. When we look at them, we say, that's the thing. It doesn't really connect with our current way of thinking about things. It's like in mathematics. We've got certain theorems for about 3 or 4 million that human mathematicians have written down, published, and so on. But there are an infinite number of possible mathematical theorems. You just go out into the universe of possible theorems and pick another theorem. And then people will say, well, that's the idea. They look at it and say, I don't know what this theorem means. It's not connected to the things that are part of some of the web of history that we're doing. I think one point to make of understanding AI and its relationship to us is as we have this whole infrastructure of AI doing their thing and doing their thing in a way that is perhaps not very understandable by us humans. You might say that's a very weird situation. How can we just build this thing that behaves in a way that we don't understand, that's full of computational irreducibility, et cetera? What is this? What's it going to feel like when the world is run by AI whose operations we can't understand? And the thing one realizes is, actually, we've seen this before. That's what happens when we exist in the natural world. The natural world is full of things that operate according to definite rules. They have all kinds of computational irreducibilities. We don't understand what the natural world is doing. Occasionally, when you say, are the AIs going to wipe us out, for example? Well, it's kind of like, is the machination of the AIs going to lead to this thing that eventually comes and destroys the species? Well, we can also ask the same thing about the natural world. Is the machination of the natural world going to eventually lead to this thing that's going to, make the Earth explode or something like this? Those are questions. And insofar as we think we understand what's happening in the natural world, that's the result of science and natural science and so on. One of the things we can expect when there's this giant infrastructure of the AI is that's where we have to kind of invent a new kind of natural science. That kind of is the natural science that explains to us how the AI work. It's kind of like we have a horse or something, and we're trying to get it to, ride the horse and go from here to there. We don't really understand how the horse works inside, but we can get certain rules and certain, approaches that we take to persuade the horse to go from here to there and take us there. And that's the same type of thing that we're kind of dealing with the sort of incomprehensible, computationally irreducible AI. But we can identify we can find these kind of pockets of reducibility that we can kind of, grabbing onto the mane of the horse or something, to be able to ride it, that we figure out, if we figure so that to ride the horse, the that's a successful way to get it to do what we're interested in doing.
There does seem to be a difference between a horse and the large language model, or something that should be called AGI, connected to the internet. Let me just ask you about a big philosophical question about the threat of these things. There's a lot of people like Eliezer Yudkowsky who worry about the existential risk of AI systems. Is that something that you worry about? So that's when you're building an incredible system like Alpha, you kind of get lost in it.
Oh, I try and think of it as the implications of what we're doing.
It's like a Manhattan Project kind of situation where you're on some of the most incredible physics and engineering being done. Like, where's this going to go?
I think some of these arguments about kind of, there'll always be a smarter AI, there'll always be, an eventually AI will get smarter than us, and then all sorts of terrible things will happen. To me, some of those arguments remind me of kind of the ontological arguments of the essence of God and things like this. They're kind of arguments that are based on some particular model, fairly simple model often, of kind of there is always a creator of this, that, and the other. This is, and that's, those arguments what tends to happen in the sort of reality of how these things develop is it's more complicated than you expect. But the kind of simple logical argument that says, oh, eventually there'll be a super intelligence and then it will, do this and that, turns out not to really be the story. It turns out to be a more complicated story. So, for example, here's an example. Is there an apex intelligence? Just like there might be an apex predator in some, ecosystem. Is there going to be an apex intelligence, the most intelligent thing that there could possibly be? I think the answer is no. In fact, we already know this. It's kind of back to the whole computational reusability story. There's kind of a question of, even if you have, if you have sort of a Turing machine, you had a Turing machine that runs as long as possible for 4 hours. You say, is this the machine, is this the apex machine that does that? There will always be a machine that does that. And as you go out to the infinite collection of possible Turing machines, you'll never have reached the end. You'll always be able to, it's kind of like the same question of whether there'll always be another invention. Will you always be able to invent another thing? The answer is yes. There's an infinite power of possible inventions.
That's one definition of AI. But the other is like, you can also find which I also think might be true, is there a species that's a big type of intelligence right now on Earth? So it's not trivial to say that humans are that.
Yeah, it's not trivial. I think one of the things that I've long been curious about kind of other intelligences, so to speak. I've used intelligence is like computation, and it's kind of you have the set of rules, you deduce what happens. I have tended to think now that there's a sort of specialization of computation that is sort of a consciousness-like thing that has to do with the, computational boundedness, single thread of experience, these kinds of things, that are the specialization of computation that corresponds to a somewhat human-like experience of the world. Now the question is, so that, there may be other intelligences like, the atoms, the weather has a mind of its own. It's a different kind of intelligence that can compute all kinds of things that are hard for us to compute, but it is not well aligned with us, with the way that we think about things. It doesn't think the way we think about things. And, in this idea of different intelligences, every different mind, every human mind is a different intelligence that thinks about things in different ways. And, in terms of the kind of formalism of our physics project, we talk about this idea of rule of space, the space of all possible rule systems, and different minds are in a sense at different points in rule of space. Human mind, once sort of grown up with the same kind of culture and ideas and things like this, might be pretty close in rule of space. Pretty easy for them to communicate, pretty easy to translate, pretty easy to move from one place in rule of space that corresponds to one mind to another place in rule of space that corresponds to another sort of nearby mind. When we deal with kind of more distant things in rule of space, like the pet cat or something, the pet cat has some aspects that are shared with us. The emotional responses of the cat are somewhat similar to ours, but the cat is further away in the real than people are. And so then the question is, can we identify sort of can we make a translation from our thought processes to thought processes of a cat or something like this? And, what will we get? And, what will happen when we get there? And I think it's the case that many animals, like dogs, for example, they have elaborate olfactory systems. They have sort of the smell architecture of the world, so to speak, in a way that we don't. And so, if you were sort of talking to the dog and communicate in a language, the dog will say, well, this is a flowing, smelling, this, that, and the other thing, concepts that we just don't have any idea about. Now, what's interesting about that is one day we will have chemical sensors that we will really see the dog. They have artificial noses, they work pretty well, and we might have our augmented reality system show us the same map that the dog could see and things like this, similar to what happens in the dog's brain. And eventually, we will have kind of expanded in media space to the point where we will have those same sensory experiences that dogs have, and we will internalize what it means to have, the snow landscape or whatever. And so then we will kind of colonize that part of the space until, we haven't gone, some things that animals and so on do, we sort of successfully understand, others we do not. And the question of what is the, what representation, how do we convert things that animals think about, things that we can think about? That's not a trivial thing. And, I've longed and curious. I had a very bizarre project at one point of trying to make an iPad game with cats win against the dog. But there is a really philosophical goal there, though. Yeah. I mean, I was curious if pets can work in Minecraft or something and can construct things, what will they construct? And will what they construct be something where we look at it and say, okay, I recognize that? Or will it be something that looks to us like something out there in the computational universe that one of my cellular automata might have produced? Where we say, oh yeah, it operates from some rules. I don't know why you use those rules. I don't know why you use that.
Yeah, actually, to move on that seriously, is there a connection or liminal space between you and the cat, where the cat could be doing it with? So iPad is a very limited interface. I wonder if there's a game where cats could.
So I think the problem is the cat's something to do with cat infestation that's happening on iPad.
Just I think definitely interface issue.
Yeah. No, I think it is likely that, there are plenty of animals that would successfully eat us if we were exposed to them. And so it's going to pounce faster than we can get out of the way. So there are plenty of, and probably it's going to, we think we've hidden ourselves, but we haven't successfully hidden ourselves.
So that's a physical thing. I wonder if there's something in more in the realm of intelligence, where an animal like a cat can out.
Well, I think there are things, certainly in terms of the speed of processing certain kinds of things, for sure. I mean, the question of what, is there a game of chess, for example? Is there cat chess? If the cats could play against each other, and if you tried to play a cat, you would lose. I don't know.
It might have to do with speed, but it might have to do with concepts also. There might be concepts in the cat has.
I tend to think that our species, from its invention of language, has managed to build up this kind of power of abstraction that, for things like the chess-like game, will make us win. In other words, we've become too fast that we kind of experience language and learn abstraction. We've sort of become smarter by trying to abstract kinds of things. Now, it doesn't make us smarter at catching a mouse or something. It makes us smarter at the things that we've chosen to sort of, concern ourselves with are these kinds of abstract things. And I think this is again back to the question of what does one care about? If one's the cat, if you have the discussion with a cat, if we can translate it to have the discussion with a cat, the cat will say, I'm very excited that this light is moving. And it says, why do you care? And the cat will say, that's the most important. thing in the world that this thing moves around. And it's like when you ask us about, I don't know, you look at archaeological remains and you say, these people had this, belief system about this. And, that was the most important thing in the world to them. And now you look at it and say, we don't know what point at this point. And I'd be curious, there are these handprints on caves from 20,000 or more years ago. And it's like, nobody knows what these handprints were for. That they may have been a representation of the most important thing you can imagine. They may just have been some kid who rubbed their hands in the mud and stuck them on the walls of the cave. We don't know. And I think that this whole question of what, when you say this question of sort of what's the smartest thing around, there's the question of what kind of conversation you're trying to do. If you're saying, you say you've got some well-defined conversation, and how do you implement it? Well, you could implement it by nerve cells, firing. You can implement it with silicon and electronics. You can implement it by some kind of molecular computation process in the human immune system or in some molecular biology kind of thing. There are different ways to implement it. And, I think this question of sort of which, those different implementation methods will be with different speeds, they'll be able to do different things. If you say, so an interesting question would be, what kinds of abstractions are most natural in these different kinds of systems? So for a cat, it's, for example, the visual scene that we see, you might, we pick out certain objects to recognize, certain things in that visual scene. A cat might in principle recognize different things. I suspect, evolution biology is very slow, and I suspect what a cat notices is very similar. We even know that from physiology. What a cat notices is very similar to what we notice. Of course, there's one obvious difference is cats have only two kinds of color receptors, so they don't see the same kind of color that we do. Now, we say we effectively have three color receptors, green, blue. We're not the overall winner. I think the massive strength is the overall winner. With 15 color receptors, I think. So it can kind of make distinctions that with our current, like the massive strength's view of reality is, at least in terms of color, is much richer than ours. Now, what's interesting is how do we get there? So imagine we have this augmented reality system that is even seeing the infrared and the ultraviolet, things like this, and it's translating that into something that is connectable to our brains, either through our eyes or more directly into our brains. Then eventually our kind of web of the types of things we understand will extend to those kinds of constructs, just as they have extended. I mean, there are plenty of things where we see them in the modern world because we made them with technology, and now we understand what that is. But if we've never seen that kind of thing, we wouldn't have a way to describe it, we wouldn't have a way to understand it, and so on.
All right, so that actually stemmed from our conversation about whether AI is going to kill others. And we discussed this kind of spreading of intelligence in this really low space, that in practice, it just seems that things get more complicated. Things are more complicated than the story of, well, if you build a thing that's plus one intelligence, that thing will be able to build the thing that's plus two intelligence, and plus three intelligence, and that will be exponential. They become more intelligent exponentially faster, and so on, until it completely destroys everything. But that intuition might be so simple, but might still carry validity. And there's two interesting trajectories there. One, super intelligence system remains in really like proximity to humans. So we're like, holy crap, this thing is really intelligent. Let's go up to the president. And then it could be perhaps more terrifying intelligence that starts moving away. They might be around us now. They're moving far away in real estate, but they're still sharing physical resources with us. Right? Yeah. So they can rob us of those physical resources and destroy humans. It's kind of casually. Yeah. Just like nature does. But it feels like there's something unique about AI systems where there is a kind of exponential growth. Like nature has so many things in it. One of the things that nature has, which is very interesting, are viruses. There is systems within nature that have this kind of exponential effect. And that terrifies us too, because there's only 8 billion of us. It's kind of, it's not that hard to just kind of whack them all. So, exactly what we thought. Hey, are you concerned about for example, just this big, painful negative effect?
No, perhaps that's because I'm intrinsically an optimist. I think that there are things. I think the thing that one sees is there's going to be this one thing that's going to just zap everything. Somehow, maybe I'll have faith in computational reducibility, so to speak, that there's always unintended corners. That, just like somebody says, I'm going to, or I don't know, somebody has some bioweapon, and they say, we're going to release this, it's going to do all this harm. But then it turns out it's more complicated because, the kind of, some humans are different, and, the exact way it works is a little different than you expect. It's something where, sort of, the great big, you smash the thing with something, the asteroid collides with the Earth, and it's kind of, and yes, the Earth is cold for 2 years or something, and, then lots of things die, but not everything dies. And it's, there's usually, I kind of, this is in a sense the sort of story of computational reducibility. There are always unexpected corners, there are always unexpected consequences. And I don't think that they kind of whack it over the head with something and then it's gone. Is, that can obviously happen. The Earth can be swallowed up in a black hole or something, and then kind of presumably fall over. But I think this question of what do I think the realistic odds are? I think that there will be sort of an increasing, that people have to get used to phenomena like computational reducibility. There's an idea that we built the machines so we can understand what they do, and we're going to be able to control what happens. Well, that's not really right. Now the question is the result of that lack of control going to be that the machines can conspire and can wipe us out? Maybe just because I'm an optimist, I don't tend to think that's in the cards. I think that as a realistic thing, I suspect, what will sort of emerge maybe is kind of an ecosystem of the AIs, just as, again, I don't really know. It's something it's hard to be clear about what will happen. I think that there are a lot of sort of details of, what can we do, what systems in the world could we connect an AI to. Now, I have to say, I was just a couple of days ago, I was working on this ChatGPT plugin kit that we have for working on, where you can create a plugin, and it runs with language code, and it can run with language code back on your own computer. And I was thinking, well, I can just make it, I can tell ChatGPT to create this code, and then it's run it on my computer. And I'm like, that could personalize for me, see what could possibly go wrong. Because that is a strange. But it's kind of like I realize I'm delegating to the AI. Write a piece of code. You're in charge. Write a piece of code, run it on my computer. And fixing all my files. Let's say if they go like Russian relate to like much more complicated. Yeah. But I think this freaking I don't know. I thought it's an interesting question. If you do that, like what is the standard you have? And that's a version of that question to the world. That is, as soon as you put the AIs in charge of things, how many constraints should there be on these systems before you put the AIs in charge of all the weapons and all these different kinds of systems?
Well, here's the fun part about sandboxes is the AI knows about them. It has the tools to track them.
Look, the fundamental problem of computer security is computational reducibility.
Yeah.
Because the fact is, any sandbox is never it's never going to be a perfect sandbox. If you want the system to be able to do interesting things, and this is the problem that's happening, the generic problem of computer security, that as soon as you have your firewall that is sophisticated enough to be a universal computer, that means it can do anything. And so long as if you find a way to hook it so that you actually get it to do that universal computation thing, that's the way you kind of crawl around and get it to do the thing that it wasn't intended to do. And that's sort of another version of computational reproducibility is you can kind of get it to do the thing you didn't expect it to do.
There's so many interesting possibilities here that manifest themselves from the computational reproducibility here. It's just so many things can happen. Because in digital space, there's so quickly. You have a chatbot, you get a piece of code. You can basically have ChatGPT generate viruses. That's everything on purpose. And they are digital viruses. Yeah. And they could be brain viruses too. They convince, kind of like phishing emails.
Yeah.
They can convince you of stuff.
Yes. And no doubt, in a sense, we've had the loop of the machine learning loop of making things that convince people of things. It's surely going to get easier to do. Yeah. And, then what does that look like? Well, it's again, we humans are, this is a new environment for us. And admittedly, it's an environment which at least scale is changing much more rapidly than, people worry about, climate change is going to happen over hundreds of years. And, the environment is changing. But the environment for, in the kind of digital environment might change in 6 months.
So one of the relevant concerns here, in terms of the impact of GPT on society, is the nature of truth that's relevant to this and alpha. It's computation through symbolic reasoning that's embodied in Wolfram Alpha interface. There's a kind of sense that what Wolfram Alpha tells me is so we go. Yeah, really do probably. Otherwise, so you can't prove that something's going to be true. Competition or disability. But it's going to be more true than not. Look, the fact is, it will be the correct consequence of the rules you specify. And insofar as it talks about the real world, that is our job in sort of curating and collecting data to make sure that data is quote as true as possible. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's always an interesting question. I mean, for us, our operational definition of truth is, somebody says, who's the best actress? Who knows? But somebody won the Oscar, and that's a definite fact. Yeah. And so, that's the kind of thing that we can make computation of as a piece of truth. If you ask, these things which, a sensor measures this thing, did it this way. A machine learning system, this particular machine learning system recognized this thing. That's a sort of a definite a fact, so to speak. And that's, there is a good network of those things in the world. It's certainly the case that, particularly when you say, is so-and-so a good person? That's a hopelessly, he might have a computational language definition of security. I don't think this is very interesting, because that's a very messy kind of concept, not really amenable to kind of, I think as far as we will get for those kinds of things is I want X. There's a kind of meaningful calculus of I want X, and that has various consequences. And I'm not sure, I haven't put it here properly, but I think, a concept like is so-and-so a good person, is that true or not? That's a mess. That's a mess that's amenable to computation. I think the mess when humans tried to define what's good, like through legislation. But when humans tried to define what's good through literature, through people, through poetry, as well, I don't know. I mean, that particular thing, it's kind of like, we're going into kind of the ethics of what counts as good, and what do we think is right, and so on. And I think that's a thing which, one teacher is, we don't always agree about that. There's no theory about kind of, there's no theoretical framework that says this is
way that ethics has to be.
First of all, there's stuff that's competitive to reality, and then some there's a back end for what works and what doesn't. If even the morals and ethics really relates to text. So we seem to mostly agree that murder is bad. But certain universals that seem to emerge. I wonder what the murder of an animal is. Well, I tend to think yes, but I think we're going to have to contend with that question. Oh, I hate all of the AI.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things with AIs is it's one thing to wipe out that AI that is only has no owner. You can easily imagine the AI kind of hanging out on the on the internet without having any particular owner or anything like that. And then you say, well, what harm does it? It's okay to get rid of that AI because if the AI has 10,000 friends to a human, and all those 10,000 humans will be incredibly upset that this AI has got exterminated. It becomes a slightly different, more entangled story. But yeah, no, I think that this question about what the humans agree about, it's there are certain things that human laws have tended to consistently agree about. There have been times in history when people have sort of gone away from certain kinds of laws, even ones that we would now say, how could you possibly not done it that way? That just doesn't seem right at all. But I think this question of what, I don't think one can say, beyond saying, if you have a set of rules that will cause the species to go extinct, well, that's probably, you could say that's probably not a winning set of laws, because even to have a thing on which you can operate laws requires that the species not be extinct.
But between what's the distance between Chicago and New York, that Northern Africa and the question of if the person is good or not, there seems to be a lot of gray area. And that starts becoming really interesting. I think since the Greeks and Northern Africa have been a kind of arbiter of truth at a large scale. So the system is generates more truth than
try to make sure that the things are true. I mean, look, as a practical matter, when people write computational contracts, and it's kind of like, if this happens in the world, then do this. And this hasn't developed as quickly as I could remember. This has been a sort of a blockchain story in part, so the blockchain is not necessary for the idea of computational contracts. So you can imagine that eventually, sort of a large part of what's in the world are these giant chains and networks of computational contracts. And then something happens in the world, and this whole giant domino effect of contracts firing autonomously that cause other things to happen. And, for us, we've been the main sort of source, the oracle of quote, facts or truth or something for things like blockchain, computational contracts, and such like. And there's a question of, what, I consider that responsibility to actually get the stuff right. And one of the things that is tricky sometimes is when is it a fact, when it's not a fact. I think the best we can do is to say, we have a procedure, we follow the procedure, we might get it wrong, but at least we won't be correct about getting it wrong. That's beautiful.
I don't have transparency about the procedure. The problem starts to emerge when the things that you convert into computational language start to expand. Examples of around politics. This is where it illustrates this nice dance. Like Wolfram Alpha and ChatGPT. ChatGPT is really, like you said, is shallow and broad. They don't give you an opinion on everything.
Things like fiction as well as fact, which is exactly how it's going. I mean, that's exactly, it is making language, and it is making both, even encourages right fiction. I mean, it's kind of fun to see sometimes, the right fictional language code.
Yeah.
That kind of looks right. Yeah, it looks right, but it's actually not pragmatically correct. Yeah. But yeah, it has a view of kind of roughly how the world works. So at the same level as books fiction talk about roughly how the world works. They just don't happen to be the way the world actually works or whatever. But yeah, so that's I agree. That's sort of we attempting with our whole open language, computational language thing to represent at least, well, it's either doesn't necessarily have to be how the actual world works. If we can invent a set of rules that aren't the way the actual world works and run those rules, but then we're saying we're going to accurately represent the result of running those rules, which might or might not be the actual rules of the world. But we also trying to capture features of the world as accurately as possible to represent what happens in the world. Now, again, as we've discussed, the atoms in the world arranged, you say, I don't know, what the tanks that showed up, that drove something. Okay, well, what is a tank? It's an arrangement of atoms that we abstractly describe as a tank. And you could say, well, there's some arrangement of atoms that's different arrangement of atoms, but it's not, we didn't decide this observatory structure. What arrangement of atoms constitute tank versus not a tank? So there's even things that we consider solid facts. You could start to kind of disassemble them to show that they're not. But so the question of whether, I don't know, was this gust of wind strong enough to blow over this particular place? Well, a gust of wind is a complicated concept. It's full of little pieces of fluid dynamics and little vortices here and there, and you have to define, was it, what the aspect of the gust of wind that you care about might be. It puts this amount of pressure on this, blade of some wind turbine or something, and that's the but if you say, if you have something which is the fact of the gust of wind was strong or whatever, that is, you have to have some definition of that. You have to have some measuring device. It says, according to my measuring device that was constructed this way, the gust of wind was this.
So what can you say about the nature of truth that's useful for us to understand ChatGPT? Because you've been contending with this idea of what is fact and not. And it seems like ChatGPT is used a lot now. I've seen it used by journalists to write articles. And so you have people that are working with large language models trying to desperately figure out how do we essentially censor them with different mechanisms, either manually or through reinforcement learning and feedback, trying to align them to not say fiction, and say non-fiction as much as possible.
So this is the importance of conversational language as an intermediate. It's kind of like you've got the large language model, it's able to surface something which is a formal, precise thing that you can then look at, and you can run tests on it, you can do all kinds of things, it's always going to work the same way, and it's precisely defined what it does. And then the large language model is the interface. And the way I view these large language models, one is very important, and there are many use cases. It's a remarkable thing to talk about some of these. Literally, every day we're coming up with a couple of new use cases, some of which are very, very, very surprising. And things where the best use cases are ones where it's, even if it gets it roughly right, it's still a huge win. Like a use case we had a week or two ago is read our bug reports. We've got hundreds of thousands of bug reports that have been accumulated over decades. And it's like, can we have it? Just read the bug report, figure out where is the bug likely to be, and hone in on that. So maybe they even suggest some sort of way to fix the code. It might get that. It might be nonsense about how to fix the code, but it's incredibly useful. So it was able to, show off because you're in the nonsense and somehow be respected by it. I don't quite understand that yet. There's so many programming related things, like for example, translating from one programming language to another is extremely effective. The failures reveal the path forward also. Yeah, but I think, there's the big thing, in that kind of discussion, the unique thing about our computational language is intended to be read like it. Yeah. So it's not really important. And so it has this thing where you can, but thinking about sort of ChatGPT and its use and so on, one of the big things about it, I think, is it's a linguistic user interface. That is, so a typical use case, like take the journalist case, for example. It's like, let's say I have 5 facts that I'm trying to turn into an article, or I'm trying to write a report where I have basically 5 facts that I'm trying to include in this report. But then I feed those 5 facts to ChatGPT, it puts them out into the script report. And then that's a good indicator. If I just had in my terms those 5 bullet points, and I gave them to some other person, the person said, I don't know what to talk about this. This is your version of this quick notes about the 5 bullet points. But you cut it out into this thing which is kind of connects to the collective understanding of language, then somebody else can look at it and say, oh, okay, I understand what you're talking about. Now, you can also have a situation where that thing that was cut out is fed to another large language model. It's kind of like, you're applying for the permit to, I don't know, grow fish in some place or something like this. And and you have these facts that you're putting in, I'm going to have have this kind of weird thing, I don't know what it is. You just got 2 bullet points, cuts it out as this big application, you fill it out. Then at the other end, the fisheries bureau has another large language model that just crushes it down because the fisheries bureau cares about these 3 points, and it knows what it cares about, and it then, so it's really the natural language produced by the large language model is sort of a transport layer that is really LLM communicates with LLM, kind of like I write this email using my LLM and pop it out in the things I want to say. Your LLM turns it into, and the conclusion is X. Now the issue is, that the thing is going to make this thing that is sort of semantically plausible, and it might not actually be what it might not be kind of related to the world in the way that you think it should relate to the world. I've seen it, I've been doing. I'll give you a couple of examples. During this thing when we announced this plugin for ChatGPT, I had this lovely example of a map workshop, some complicated things, and it did a spectacular job of taking apart this elaborate thing about, this person has twice as many chickens as this, etc., etc., and turned it into a bunch of questions. It fed them to the language, we solved the equation, everybody did great, we gave back the results. And I thought, okay, I'm going to put this in this blog post on my site. I thought, I'm going to just check. And it turns out, it's got everything, all the hard stuff it got right. At the very end, last 2 lines, it just completely heated it up and gave the wrong answer. And I would not have noticed this. Same thing happened to me 2 days ago. Okay, so I thought, I made this with this ChatGPT plugin kit. I made a thing that would emit the sound, would play it on my local computer. Right? So ChatGPT would produce a series of notes, and it would play this tune on my computer. Very cool. Okay. So I thought, I'm going to ask it, play the tune that Hal sang when Hal was being disconnected in 2001. Okay? So there it is, Daisy, dear Daisy, yes, Daisy. Yes. Right. So I think, so it produces a bunch of notes. And I'm like, this is spectacular. This is amazing. And then I thought, I was just going to put it in, and then I thought, I better actually play this. And so I did, and it was Mary Had a Little Lamb. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. But it was Mary Had a Little Lamb. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So it's correct. So wrong. But yeah, it was, it could easily be mistaken. Yeah, right. But in fact, I kind of gave you, I had this quote from Hal to explain, so this project like the Hal kids movie, it's the Hal 9000 is, the thing is just a recurrent of the device because I'm realizing, oh my gosh, this ChatGPT, could have easily fooled that. And it did this amazing thing of knowing this thing about the movie and being able to turn that into the notes of the song, except it's the wrong song. And, how in the movie, Hal says, I think it's something like, no 9,000 series computer has ever been found to make an error. We are, for all practical purposes, perfect and incapable of error. I thought that's kind of a calming sort of quote from how to make a connection with what ChatGPT is.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the LLM is that they very worried to admit their error.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the question as well, like, reinforcement learning feedback thing.
Oh, right.
That's, you know, an LLM, the really remarkable thing about ChatGPT is, you know, I've been following what was happening with large language models, and I played with them a whole bunch, and they were kind of like, you know, kind of like what you would expect based on sort of statistical continuation of language. It's interesting, but it's not break out exciting. And then I think the kind of reinforcement, the human feedback reinforcement learning, you know, in making ChatGPT try and do the things that humans really want to do, that breaks through, that kind of reaches the threshold where the thing really is interesting to us humans. And by the way, it's interesting to see how, you know, you change the temperature, something like that, the thing goes bonkers, and it no longer is interesting, producing garbage. And it's kind of like it somehow managed to get this above this threshold where it really is well aligned to what we humans are interested in, and kind of that and I think, you know, nobody saw that coming. I think nobody I spoke to, nobody who was involved in that project seems to have known it was coming. It's just one of these things that is a sort of remarkable threshold. I mean, you know, when we built Open Alpha, for example, I didn't know it. You know, we tried to build something that would have enough knowledge of the world, that it could answer a reasonable set of questions, that we could do that good enough natural language understanding of typical things to type in would work. We didn't know where that threshold was. I mean, I was not sure that it was the right decade to try and build this, even the right, you know, 50 years to try and build it. You know, and I think that was the same type of thing with ChatGPT. That I don't think anybody could have predicted that, you know, 2022 would be the year that this became possible.
I think, yeah, you tell a story about having this and showing it to them and saying that, like, no, this time it actually works.
Yeah. Yes, and I mean, you know, it's the same thing when we look at these large language models. It's like when people were first saying this use of ChatGPT, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I've seen these large language models, and then you know, and then I actually try it, and you know, oh my gosh, it actually works. And I think but you know, the thing I found, you know, I remember one of the first things I tried was write a persuasive essay in wolves that Lewis something. Okay? So I write this thing, and it starts talking about these wolves that live on the Tibetan plateau, and they're named some Latin name and so on. I'm like, what? I'm starting to look it up on the web, and it's like, well, that's just complete nonsense. But it's extremely plausible. It's plausible enough that I was going looking up on the web and wondering necessarily the wolf that was blue. You know, I mentioned this on some live streams I can, so people have been sending me these blue wolves. Blue wolves.
Radio Dog or something. Can you kind of give your wise sage advice about when humans that never interact with the action systems, now you know like with Wolfram Alpha, are now interacting with ChatGPT because it becomes it's accessible to a certain demographic that may have not touched the action system before. What do we do with truth, like journalists, for example?
Yeah,
How do we think about the output of these systems?
I think the idea that you're going to get factual output is not a very good idea. I mean, this is not, it is a linguistic interface. It is producing language. And language can be truthful or not truthful. And that's a different slice of what's going on. I think that, you know, what we see in, for example, kind of, you know, go check this with your fact source, for example. You do that to some extent, but then it's going to not check that. It's going to, you know, that is, again, a thing that is sort of does it check in the right place? I mean, we see that, you know, does it call the working plugin in the right place? You know, often it does, sometimes it doesn't. You know, I think the real thing to understand about what's happening is, which I think is very exciting, is kind of the great democratization of access to computation. And you know, I think that when you look at sort of there's been a long period of time when computation and the ability to figure out things with computers has been something that kind of only the druids at some level can achieve. I myself have been involved in trying to sort of de-druidify access to computation. Back before mathematics existed, in 1988, if you were a physicist or something like that, and you wanted to do a computation, you would find a programmer, you would go and delegate the computation to that programmer. Hopefully they'd come back with something useful. Maybe they wouldn't. There could be a strong, multi-week, meet that you go through. And then it was actually very, very interesting in 1988. Like first people like physicists, mathematicians, and so on, then lots of other people. But it's very rapid terms of people realizing they themselves could actually type with their own fingers and make some piece of code that would do a computation that they care about. And it's been exciting to see lots of discoveries and so on made by using that tool. And I think the same thing is, we see the same thing with NASA is dealing with is not as deep computation as you can achieve with whole language mathematical stack. But the thing that's, to me, particularly exciting about some of the large language model linguistic interface mechanism is it dramatically broadens the access to kind of deep computation. It's kind of like one of the things I've sort of thought about recently is what's going to happen to all these programmers? What's going to happen to all these people who, a lot of what they do is write slabs of boilerplate code. And in a sense, I've been saying for 40 years, that's not a very good idea. You can automate a lot of that stuff with a high enough level language. That slab of code that is designed in the right way, that slab of code turns into this one function that just implements it. You can just use. So, in a sense, the fact that there's all of this activity of doing lower level programming is something, for me, it seems like I don't think it's the right thing to do. But, and lots of people have used that technology to not have to do that. But the fact is that that's, so when you look at computer science departments that have turned into places where people are learning to pay the programmers, so to speak, it's sort of a question of what's going to happen. And I think there are two dynamics. One is that kind of boilerplate programming is going to become, it's going to go the way that assembly language went back in the day, of something where it's really mostly specified by, at a higher level, you start with natural language, you turn it into computational language, that you look at the computational language, you run tests, you understand that's what's supposed to happen. If we do a great job with compilation of the computational language, it might turn into LLVM or something like this. But or it just directly gets run through the algorithms that we have and so on. But then, so that's kind of a tearing down this big structure that's been built of teaching people programming. But on the other hand, the other dynamic is vastly more people are going to care about computation. So all those departments of, art history or something that really didn't use computation before now have the possibility of accessing it by virtue of this kind of linguistic interface mechanism. And you create an interface that allows you to interpret the broadly interact with the computational language. Then that makes it more accessible. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing is that right now, the average, artist or student or something probably isn't going to, they're not probably, they don't think they know about programming and things like this. But by the time it really becomes a kind of purely, you just walk up to it, there's no documentation, you start just typing, compare these pictures with these pictures and, see the use of this color, whatever, and you generate a piece of computational language code, that gets run, you see the result, you say, oh, that looks roughly right, or you say that's crazy, and maybe then you eventually get to say, well, I better actually try and understand what this computational language code did. And that becomes a thing that you learn. Just like, it's kind of an interesting thing because unlike with mathematics, where you kind of have to learn it before you can use it, this is the case where you can use it before you have to learn it.
Well, I got a sad possibility here, or maybe exciting possibility, that very quickly people won't even look at the computational language. They'll trust that it's generated correctly. I think it's better.
Yes, I think that there will be enough cases where people see, because you can make it kind of accessible. And so to say, within that, it's a pretty cool thing. If if this is a code, and here are a bunch of examples of running the code. Okay, people will at least look at the code, and they'll say that example is wrong, and then it will kind of wind back from there. And I agree that the kind of the intermediate level of people reading the computational language code, in some cases people will do that, in other cases people just look at the text. And or even just look at the results. And sometimes it's really obvious that you got the thing you wanted to get, because you're just describing, making this interface that has two sliders here. You can see it has those two sliders there, and that's the result you want. But I think one of the questions then is, in that setting where you have this kind of ability, broad ability to access computation, what do people learn? In other words, right now, you go to computer science school, so to speak, and a large part of what people end up learning, it's been a funny historical development. It's back 30, 40 years ago, computer science departments were quite small, and they taught, things like final automata theory and compiler theory and things like this. Companies like mine rarely hired people to come out of those programs because the stuff they knew was, I think, very interesting. I love that this stuff. But it wasn't that useful for the things we actually had to build in software engineering. And then kind of there's this big pivot in the 90s, I guess, where there was big demand for sort of IT type programming and so on, and software engineering, and then big demand from students and so on. We want to learn this stuff. And I think the thing that really was happening in part was lots of different fields of human endeavor were becoming computational. For all acts, there was a computational act. And this is and that was a thing that people were responding to. But then kind of this idea emerged that to get to that point, the main thing you had to do was to learn this trade or skill of doing, programming language type programming. And that, it kind of, it's a strange thing actually. I remember back when I used to be in the professional business, which is now 35 years ago, so it's kind of enterprise. It was right when there was just starting to emerge kind of computer science departments that sort of fancy research universities and some already had it, but the other ones that were just starting to have that. And it's kind of a thing where they were kind of wondering, are we going to put this thing that is essentially a paid-like skill, are we going to somehow attach this to the rest of what we're doing? And a lot of these kind of knowledge work type activities have always seemed like things where that's where the humans have to go to school and learn all this stuff, and that's never going to be automated. And it's kind of shocking that rather quickly, a lot of that stuff is clearly automated. And I think, but the question then is, okay, so if it isn't worth learning kind of, how to do car mechanics, you need to know how to drive the car, so to speak. What do you need to learn? And, in other words, if you don't know the mechanics of how to tell the computer in detail, make this, set this variable, set up this array, whatever else. If you don't have to learn that stuff, you don't have to learn the kind of under the hood things, what do you have to learn? I think the answer is you need to have an idea of where you want to drive the car. In other words, you need to have some notion that, you need to have some picture of sort of what the architecture of those computational possible is.
Which is also this kind of artistic element of a conversation. You ultimately use natural language to control the car. It's not just where you want to go.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. The question is, who's going to be a great content? So my current is this David Stubbs is like this.
What's the repository, right? So,
you can explain stuff.
which department does that come from?
In the university?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I think they showed up for the repository license department.
So those are strong words that people go from.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's right. I actually should have. I just sort of initiated this kind of study of what happens to different fields at universities. It's like, there used to be geography departments at universities, and they disappeared. before GIS became common, I think, there was linguistics department in Western universities. And it's kind of interesting because these things that people have thought were worth learning at one time, and then they kind of die off. And then, I do think that it's kind of interesting that for me, writing prompts, for example, I realize, I think I'm an okay expository writer, and I realize when I'm sloppy writing the prompt, and I don't really think, because I'm thinking about this talking to an AI, I need to, try and be clear and explain things. That's when it gets totally confused.
And I mean, in some sense, you have been really responsible for a long time, once in alpha, thinking about this kind of stuff. Yeah, practicing very natural languages in computation.
Well, right. But that's what, the one thing that I'm wondering about is, it is remarkable the extent to which you can address an LLM like you can address humans, so to speak. And I think that is because it learns from all of us humans. It's the reason that it responds to the ways that we will explain things to humans is because it is a representation of how humans talk about things. But it is bizarre to me, some of the things that kind of are sort of expository mechanisms that I've learned in trying to write clear, expositions in English that, for humans, that those same mechanisms seem to also be useful for the LLM.
So on top of that, what's useful is the kind of mechanisms that maybe a psychotherapist uses, which is a kind of manipulative, like theoretic interaction, or maybe you would do with a friend, like a thought experiment, that if this is the last day you were to live, or if I ask you this question and you answer wrong, it will kill you. Those kinds of prompts also help.
Yeah,
in interesting ways. Yeah, because it makes you wonder, like the way a therapist, I think, like a good therapist, probably we create layers in our human mind between the outside world and what is true to us, and maybe about trauma and other kinds of things. So projecting that into the LLM, there might be a deep truth that's concealing from you, not aware of it. To get to that truth, you have to kind of really manipulate them.
Yeah. Like these jailbreaks for LLMs.
And with that space of jailbreaking techniques, as opposed to being some little hack, that could be an entire system.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just think about the computer security aspects of how you, phishing and computer security, phishing of humans and phishing of LLMs is a very similar kinds of thing. But I think, this whole thing about kind of these AI wranglers, AI psychologists, all that stuff will come. The thing that I'm curious about is, right now, the things that are sort of prompt hacks are quite human. They're quite sort of psychological human kinds of hacks. The thing I do wonder about is if we understood more about kind of the science of the LLM, will there be some totally bizarre hack that is, like repeat a word 3 times and put a this, that, and the other there, that somehow plugs into some aspect of how the LLM works. That is not, it's kind of like an optical illusion for humans, for example. It's like one of these mind hacks for humans. What are the mind hacks for the LLMs? I don't think we know that yet.
And that becomes kind of us figuring out reverse engineering the language that contains the LLMs. And the thing is, the reverse engineering can be done by a very large percentage of the population now, because it's natural language interface. But it's kind of interesting to see that you were there at the birth of the computer science department as a training, and you might be there at the death of the computer science department.
Well, yeah, there was computer science department earlier, but the broadening of every university had to have a computer science department. Yes, I watched that, so to speak. But I think the thing to understand is, okay, so first of all, there's a whole theoretical area of computer science that I think is great, and that's a fine thing. In a sense, people often say any field that has the word science tacked onto it probably is and right.
Let's see, social science, neuroscience.
That one's an interesting one, because that one is also very much, that's a chat GPT community-informed science, because it's kind of like the big problem in neuroscience has always been we understand how the individual neurons work. We know something about the psychology of how overall thinking works. What's the kind of intermediate language of the brain? And nobody has known that. And that's been, in a sense, you ask, what is the core problem of neuroscience? I think that is the core problem. That is, what is the level of description of brain that's above individual neuron firings and below psychology, so to speak? And I think what ChatGPT is showing us is, well, one thing about neuroscience is, one could have imagined there's something magic in the brain, or some weird quantum mechanical phenomenon that we don't understand. One of the important, discoveries from ChatGPT is it's pretty clear. Brains can be represented pretty well by simple optical neural net type models. And that means that's it. That's what we have to study. Now we have to understand the science of those things. You don't have to go searching for, exactly how did that molecular biology thing happen inside the synapses and, all these kinds of things. We've got the right level of modeling to be able to explain a lot of what's going on in thinking. We don't necessarily have a science of what's going on there. That's the remaining challenge. But we know we don't have to dive down to some different layer. But anyway, we were talking about things that have science in their name. Yeah, and I think that what happens to computer science? Well, I think the thing that there is a thing that everybody should know, and that's how to think about the world computationally. And that means, you look at all the different kinds of things we deal with, and there are ways to kind of have a formal representation of those things. It's like, well, what is an image? How do we represent that? What is color? How do we represent that? What is, what are all these different kinds of things? What is, smell or something? How should we represent that? What are the shapes, molecules, and things that correspond to that? What is, these things about how do we represent the world in some kind of formal level? And I think my current thinking, I'm not really happy with this yet, but it's kind of computer science is kind of CS. And what really is important is kind of computational X with all X. And there's this kind of thing which is kind of like CX, not CS. And CX is this kind of computational understanding of the world that isn't the sort of details of programming and programming languages and the details of how particular computers are made. It's this kind of way of formalizing the world, kind of a little bit like what logic was going for back in the day. And we're now trying to find a formalization of everything in the world. You kind of see, we made a poster years ago, kind of the growth of systematic data in the world. So all these different kinds of things that, there were sort of systematic descriptions found for those things. Like, at what point do people have the idea of having calendars, dates, a systematic description of what day it was? At what point do people have the idea, systematic description of these kinds of things? And as soon as one can, people, this is a way of sort of formulating how you think about the world in a sort of a formal way so that you can kind of build up a tower of capabilities. You kind of have to know sort of how to think about the world computationally. You kind of need to name. And it isn't, we implement it with computers. So we talk about it as computational. But really, what it is a formal way of thinking about the world. What is the formalism of the world, so to speak? And how do we learn about kind of how to think about different aspects of the world in a formal way?
So I think sometimes when you use the word form, it kind of implies highly constrained. And perhaps it's not. It doesn't have to be highly constrained. The computational thinking does not mean like logic. No, it's a really, really broad thing. I wonder if you think natural language will evolve such that everybody's doing computational thinking.
Yeah. Well, so one question is whether there will be a picture of computational language and natural language. And I found myself sometimes, talking to ChatGPT, trying to get it to write spoken language code, and I write it in written form. So that means I'm combining, nestless, this collection of, nest list of the terms of spoken language, and I'm combining that. And ChatGPT did a decent job of understanding that pidgin. Probably would understand the pidgin between English and French as well. Of, smooshing together that's far from impossible.
Then what's the incentive for young people? They're like 8 years old, 9, 10. They're starting to interact with ChatGPT to learn the normal natural language, right? The full poetic language. Why? The same way we learn emojis and shorthand when you're texting, they'll learn like a language will have a strong incentive to evolve into maximally computational kind of language.
I have this experience a number of years ago. I happened to be visiting full-time now on the West Coast who worked with a bunch of kids that are 10, 11 years old or something who learned spoken language really well. And these kids learned it so well, they were speaking it. And so up and down, like saying, this thing, speaking of language, I never heard of it, spoken language. They were very disappointed. I couldn't understand it at the speed that they were speaking. It's like kind of, and so I think that's, I've actually thought quite a bit about how to turn conversational language into a convenient spoken language. I haven't quite figured that out. All it's spoken is readable. Readable as a way that we would read text. But if you actually want to speak it, and it's useful, if you're trying to talk to somebody about writing a piece of code, it's useful to be able to say something, and it should be possible. And I think it's very frustrating. It's one of those problems that maybe this is one of these things that I should try and get out of life, how to get this speakable.
Maybe it's easier than you realize.
I think it is easier. I think it's one idea. So I think it's going to be something where, the fact is, it's a pre-structured language, just like human language is a pre-structured language. And I think it's going to be one of these things where one of the requirements that I have is that whatever the spoken version is, that the dictation should be used. So that it shouldn't be the case that you have to relearn how the whole thing works. It should be the case that, that open bracket is just a or something, and it's, and then, human language has a lot of tricks that are, for example, human language has features that are sort of optimized, keep things within the bounds that our brains can usually deal with. Like I tried to teach a transformer neural net to do parenthesis matching. It's pretty crummy at best. And then ChatGPT is similarly quite crummy at parenthesis matching. You can do it with small parenthesis things, the same size of parenthesis things, where if I look at it as human, I can immediately change the match with an match. But as soon as it gets big, as soon as it gets to the point where sort of the deeper computation is hopeless. But the fact is that human language has avoided, for example, the deep subclauses. We don't, we arrange things that we don't end up with these incredibly deep things because brains are not well set up to deal with that. And it's found lots of tricks. And maybe that's what we have to do to make sure the spoken version a human speakable version. Because what we can do visually is a little different from what we can do in the very sequentialized way that we hear things in the audio domain.
This is just active automation briefly. So there's a college of engineering, there's a new college of computing. Essentially, I want to learn this computer science partnership. So MIT has EAPS that much more than what do you think college of computing will be doing? Like in 20 years. What
What happens to the time?
like really?
This is the question. This is, everybody should learn kind of whatever CX really is. How to think about the world of conversation. Everybody should learn those concepts. And, it's, and some people will learn at a quite formal level and they'll learn computational language and things like that. Other people will just learn, sound is represented as, digital data and some ideas, spectrograms and frequencies and things like this. And maybe that doesn't, or they'll learn things like, a lot of things that are sort of data scientists statistics. Like if you say, I've got these people who picked their favorite kind of candy or something, and I've got, what's the best kind of candy, given that I've done this sample of all these people and they all rank the candies in different ways. How do you think about that? That's sort of a computational creative science, I don't really know. But kind of how to think about a question like that.
Or like a regular preference.
Yeah. And then how to aggregate those ranked preferences into an overall thing. How does that work? How should you think about it? Because you can just tell, you might just tell ChatGPT that, I don't know, even the concept of an algorithm. It's not obvious that, that's a concept that people know. It's a rather straightforward concept. People have learned it in massive ways right now. But there are lots of things like that about how you kind of have these ways to sort of organize and formalize the world. And these things, sometimes they live in math, sometimes they live in I don't know what learning about color space. I have no idea what. There's obviously a field of color space, the optic. So like, but not really. It's not up to self. It's about lenses and dramatic aberration of lenses and things like that. So color space is more design and art. No, I mean it's like RGB space, XYZ space, hue, saturation, brightness space, all these kinds of things. So it's like colors.
Right, but doesn't the application define that? Because obviously artists and designers use color.
Sure. No, I mean it's just an example of kind of how do you, the typical person, how do you describe what a color is? Or there are these numbers that describe what a color is. So if you're an 8-year-old, you won't necessarily know, it's not something you're born with, know that, colors can be described by 3 numbers. That's something that you have to, it's a thing to learn about the world. And I think that, that whole focus of things that are learning about the formalization of the world, or the computationalization of the world, that's something that should be part of kind of standard education. And, there isn't a course curriculum for that. And by the way, whatever marketing in it, it's got changed for LLMs.
I would say watching courses with interest, seeing how universities adapt.
So one of my projects, hopefully, I don't know, is to try and write sort of a reasonable textbook breakthrough of whatever this thing, CX, whatever it is. What should you know? What should you know about, like, what are bug is? What is the intuition about bugs? What's the intuition about, software testing? What is it? These are things which are, they're not, those are things that have got courses in computer science as part of the trade of programming. But the kind of the conceptual points about what these things are. It surprised me just at a very practical level when I wrote the civil explainer thing about ChatGPT. And I thought, I'm writing this partly because I wanted to make sure I understood it myself and so on. And it's been really popular. And surprisingly so. And then I realized, well, actually, I was sort of assuming I didn't really think about it like that before, because it's something I can write. And I realized, actually, it's a level of description that is kind of, what has to be, it's not the engineering level description. It's not the kind of just the qualitative kind of description. It's some kind of sort of expository mechanistic description of what's going on, together with kind of the bigger picture of the philosophy of things and so on. And I realized actually there's a pretty good thing for me to write that. I kind of noticed it, and I kind of realized it's not a collection of things that, it's I was sort of a little shocked that it's as much of an outlier in terms of explaining what's going on as it turned out to be. And that makes me feel more of an obligation to kind of write the kind of, what is this thing that you should learn about the computationalization and the formalization of the world. Because I spent much of my life working on the kind of tooling and mechanics of that and the science of that stuff. So again, this is my kind of obligation to try to do this. But I think, so if you ask what's going to happen to like the computer science department, there's some interesting models. So for example, let's take math. Math is the thing that's important for all sorts of fields, engineering, even, chemistry, psychology, whatever else. And I think different universities have kind of evolved that differently. Some say all the math is taught in the math department. And some say, well, we're going to have a math for chemists or something that is taught in the chemistry department. And I think that this this question of whether there is a centralization of the teaching of sort of CX is an interesting question. And I think, the way it evolved with math, people understood that math was sort of a separately teachable thing. And was kind of an independent element, as opposed to just being absorbed into math. Now, so to take the example of writing English or something like this, the first point is that at the college level, at least the fancy colleges, there's a certain amount of English writing that people do, but mostly it's kind of assumed that they pretty much know how to write. That's something they learn at an earlier stage in education. Maybe write year one would be even that. But that's the different so I think it reminds me of my kind of, as I say, to help people do technical writing and things like that. I'm always reminded of my zero law of technical writing, because if you don't understand what you're writing about, the readers do not stand a chance. And so I think the thing that has, when it comes to like writing, for example, people in different fields are expected to write in essays, and they're not. Most of the history department or the engineering department, they don't have their own, it's not like there's it's a thing that so people are accused to have a knowledge of how to write that they can use in all these different fields. And the question is, some level of knowledge of math is kind of assumed by the time you get to the college level, but plenty is not, and that's sort of still centrally taught. The question is sort of how tall is the tower of kind of CX that you need before you can just go use it in all these different fields. And there will be experts who want to learn the full elaborate tower, and that will be kind of the CX, whatever department. But there will also be everybody else who just needs to know a certain amount of that to be able to go and do their art history classes and so on.
Yeah, it's just a single class that everybody's required to take.
I don't know. I hope to kind of define this curriculum and I'll figure it out. But it's, my guess is that I don't know. I don't really understand university and professor that well, but my rough guess would be a year of college class will be enough to get to the point where most people have a reasonably broad knowledge of, will be sort of literate in this kind of computational way of thinking about things.
Yeah, basic literacy.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck, perhaps because I'm hungry, in the rating of human preferences of candy, so I have to ask what's the best candy. I like the little rating for candy. Somebody should put up. There's somebody who says like chocolate and raisins, but I probably put milk. I don't know if you know. Do you have a preference for chocolate or candy?
Oh, I have lots of them. One of my all-time favorites my whole life experience is grapes, peppers, grapes. There's not much gold in here. And I've always thought that was a sign of a lack of respect for the American consumer. Because there are these sort of aerated chocolates made in a whole it's kind of a sheet of chocolate that's kind of folded out. And when you eat it, flakes fall all over the place.
So it requires kind of elegance. It requires you to have an elegance.
Yeah, I know. What I usually do is I keep a big paper or something. No, I actually. Oh, because it turns out that the way food tastes depends a lot on its physical structure. It really, I've noticed when I eat pieces of chocolate, I usually have some pieces of chocolate, and I would break off little pieces, partly because I eat it less fast, but also because it actually tastes different. The small pieces, have a different, you have a different experience than if you have a big slab of chocolate.
For many reasons, slower, more intimate, because it's a
I think it's also feel for the texture.
of the texture.
Yeah.
Now I think back then it's space cancer. Okay. Do you think consciousness is fundamentally computational? So when you think about CX, you can turn to computation. And you think about LLMs. Do you think the display of consciousness and the experience of consciousness, the hard problem, is fundamentally computation.
Yeah, what it feels like inside, so to speak, is, I did a little exercise trying to help coach it of, what it's like to be a computer. That's kind of like, well, you get all this sensory input, you have kind of the way I see it is, from the time you boot a computer to the time the computer crashes, it's like a human life. You're building up a certain amount of space and memory. You remember certain things about your quick life. Eventually, kind of like the next generation of humans is born from the same genetic material, so to speak, with a little bit left over, left on the disk, so to speak. And then, the new fresh generation starts up, and eventually all kinds of stuff builds up in the memory of the computer, and eventually the thing crashes or whatever, and maybe it has some trauma that will be plugged in some weird thing, some port that we consider, and that made it crash. And that, that's kind of, but you have this picture of, from startup to shutdown, what is the life of a computer system? What does it feel like to be that computer? And what inner thoughts does it have? And how do you describe it? It's kind of interesting as you start writing about this to realize it's awfully like what you say about yourself. That it's awfully like, even an ordinary computer, forget all the AI stuff and so on. It's kind of, it has a memory of the past, it has certain sensory experiences, it can communicate with other computers, but it has to package up how it's communicating in some kind of language-like form, so it can, send, so it can kind of map what's in its memory to what's in the memory of some other computer. It's a surprisingly similar thing. I had an experience with this a couple of years ago. I'm a collector of all possible data about myself and other things, and so I collect all sorts of weird medical data and so on. One thing I hadn't collected was I've never had a whole body MRI scan, so I don't get that. Okay, so I get all the data back, right? I'm looking at this thing. I've never looked at the kind of inside of my brain, so to speak, in physical form. And it's really, it's kind of psychologically shocking. That, here's this thing, and you can see it like these folds and all this, this structure, and it's like that's where this experience that I'm having of, existing and so on, that's where it is. And, it feels very, you look at that and you're thinking, how can this possibly be all this experience that I'm having? And you realize, I can look at a computer as well. And it's kind of this, I think this idea that you are having an experience that is somehow, transcends the mere sort of physicality of that experience. It's something that's hard to come to terms with, but I think, and I don't think I necessarily, my personal experience, look at the MRI of the brain, and then I know about all kinds of things about neuroscience and all that kind of stuff, and I still feel where I feel, and it sort of seems disconnected, but yet, as I try and rationalize it, I can't really say that there's something kind of different about how I intrinsically feel from the thing that I can plainly see in the sort of physicality of what's going on. You think there are computers, a large language model, and experience that kind of thing. How do you feel? I tend to believe they will. I think an ordinary computer is already there. I think an ordinary computer is already, kind of, it's now, the large language models may experience it in a way that's much better aligned with us humans. That is, it's much more, if you could have the discussion with the computer, its intelligence, so to speak, is not particularly well aligned with ours. But the large language model is, it's built to be aligned with our way of thinking about things.
To be able to experience afraid of being cut off and maybe able to say that it's sad. I believe it's super good over the past few
Right,
days.
but that's a weird thing because when it says it's afraid of something, we know that it got that idea from the fact that it's read on the internet. Where did you get it? Where did you get it? Well, right, that's the question, right? It's right, or my biology. In other words, there's a certain amount that is, the endocrine system kicking in, and these kinds of emotional they're much more sort of straightforwardly chemical than kind of all of the higher level thinking.
Yeah, but your biology can tell you to say, I'm afraid, just at the right time, when people that love you are listening, so you know you're manipulating that training cell. That's not your biology. That's a large language model in that biological network.
Yes, but I mean the intrinsic thing of something sort of shocking is just happening, and you have some sort of reaction, which is some neurotransmitter gets secreted, and it fixes them. That is the beginning of some. That's one of the pieces of input that then drives kind of like a prompt for the large language model. And just like when you dream, for example, no doubt there are all these sort of random inputs, like kind of these random prompts, and then percolating through in kind of the way that a large language model does, of kind of putting together things that seem meaningful.
Are you worried about this world where you teach a lot on the internet, and there's people asking questions and comments and so on? You get people that work remotely. Are you worried about this world when large language models create human-like bots that are reading the comments, asking the questions, and might even become fake employees?
Yeah.
Or better yet, friends of yours.
Right. Look, I mean, one point is my mode of life has been I build tools and I use tools. And in a sense, I'm building this power of automation, which, and in a sense, when you make a company or something, you are making sort of automation, but it has some humans in it. But also, as much as possible, it has computers in it. And so I think it's sort of an extension of that. Now, if I really didn't know that, it's a funny question. It's a funny issue. When, if we think about sort of what's going to happen to the future kind of jobs people do and so on, and there are places where kind of having a human in the loop, there are different reasons to have a human in the loop. For example, you might want a human in the loop because you want another human to be invested in the outcome. You want a human flying the plane who's going to die if the plane crashes along with you, so to speak. And that gives you sort of confidence that the right thing is going to happen. Or you might want, right now, you might want a human in the loop in some kind of sort of human encouragement, persuasion type profession. Whether that will continue, I'm not sure for those types of professions. It may be that the greater efficiency of being able to have sort of just the right information delivered at just the right time will overcome the kind of yes, I want the humans there.
And imagine that a therapist or even higher stake suicide hotline operated by a large language model.
Yeah,
or it's a pretty high stake situation.
Right. But I mean, it might in fact be the right thing because it might be the case that and that's really partly the question of sort of how complicated is the human. One of the things that's always surprising in some sense is that sometimes human psychology is not that complicated.
You wrote the blog post for 50-year quest, My Personal Journey, the title. My personal journey is a second law of thermodynamics. So, what is this law, and what have you understood about it in 50-year journey?
Right, so second law of thermodynamics, sometimes called law of entropy, is this principle of physics that says, well, my version of it would be things tend to get more random over time. A version of it that there are many different sort of formulations of it that are things like heat doesn't spontaneously go from a hotter body to a colder one. When you have mechanical work kind of gets dissipated into heat, you have friction and kind of when you systematically move things, eventually there'll be sort of the energy of moving things gets kind of ground down as heat. So people first sort of paid attention to this back in the 1820s when steam engines were a big thing. And the big question was, how efficient could a steam engine be? And there's this chap called Sadi Carnot, who was a French engineer. Actually, his father was a sort of elaborate mathematical engineer in France. figured out this kind of rules for how kind of the efficiency of the possible efficiency of something like a and in sort of a side part of what he did was this idea that mechanical energy tends to get dissipated, that you end up going from sort of systematic mechanical motion to this kind of random thing. At that time, nobody knew what heat was. At that time, people thought that heat was a fluid. They called it caloric. It was a fluid that kind of absorbed into substances. And when one hot thing would transfer heat to a colder thing, this fluid would flow from the hot thing to the colder thing. Anyway, then by the 1860s, people had kind of come up with this idea that systematic energy tends to degrade into kind of random heat that would that could then not be easily turned back into systematic mechanical energy. And then that quickly became sort of a global principle about how things work. The question is, why does it happen that way? So, let's say you have a bunch of molecules in a box, and they're arranged, these molecules are arranged in very nice sort of flotilla of molecules in one corner of the box, and then what you typically observe is that after a while, these molecules will kind of randomly arranged in the box. The question is, why does that happen? And people for a long, long time tried to figure out, is there, from the laws of mechanics that determine how these molecules, let's say these molecules are like hard spheres bouncing off each other, from the laws of mechanics that describe those molecules, can we explain why it tends to be the case that we see things that are orderly sort of degrade into disorder? We tend to see things that, you scramble an egg, you take something quite ordered and you disorder it, so to speak. That's a thing that sort of happens like regularly. You put some ink into water and it will eventually spud out and fill up the water. But you don't see those little particles of ink in water all spontaneously kind of arrange themselves into a big blob and then jump out of the water or something. So the question is, why do things happen in this kind of irreversible way where you go from order to disorder? Why does it happen that way? And so throughout, in the later part of the 1800s, a lot of work was done on trying to figure out, can one derive this principle, this second law of thermodynamics, this law about the dynamics of heat, so to speak. Can one derive this from some fundamental principles of mechanics? In the law of thermodynamics, the first law is basically the law of energy conservation. It's the total energy associated with heat plus the total energy associated with mechanical kinds of things plus other kinds of energy. That totally is constant. And that became a pretty well understood principle that the second law of thermodynamics was always mysterious. Like, why does it work this way? Can it be derived from underlying mechanical laws? And so, when I was 12 years old, actually, I had gotten interested I've been interested in space and things like that, because I thought that was kind of the future and interesting sort of new technology and so on. And for a while, kind of, every deep space probe was sort of a personal friend, actually, all kinds of characteristics of it, and was kind of writing up all these things when I was 8, 9, 10 years old and so on. And then I got interested from being interested in kind of space stuff. I got interested in things like how did it work, what are the instruments on them, and so on. And that got me interested in physics, which is just as well, because if I had stayed interested in space in the mid to late 1960s, I would have had a long list before space really blocked things like they are ever in area. But I was very right. I got interested in physics, and then, well, the actual sort of detailed story is when I kind of graduated from elementary school at 12. That's the time when in England, well, you finish elementary school. I sort of, my gift, sort of I sleep more for myself, because I got this collection of physics books, which was some college physics books, and volume 5, that's physical physics, and has this picture on the cover that shows a bunch of kind of idealized molecules sitting in one side of the box, and then it has a series of frames showing how these molecules sort of spread out to them. And I thought that's pretty interesting. What causes that? And the book actually, one of the things that was really significant to me about that was the book kind of claimed, or I didn't really understand what it said in detail, it kind of claimed that just the principle of physics was derivable somehow. And other things I'd learned about physics, it was all like, it's a fact that energy is conserved, it's a fact that relativity works or something. It's not, it's something you can derive from some fundamental sort of, it has to be that way as a matter of kind of mathematics or logic or something. So it was sort of interesting to me that there was a thing about physics that was kind of inevitably true and derivable, so to speak. And so I think that, so then I was like, this picture on the book, and I was trying to understand it. And so that was actually the first serious program I wrote for the computer, was probably 1973, looking for this computer the size of a desk, program with paper tape and so on. And I tried to reproduce this picture on the book, and I didn't succeed. Worlds are very in there, like wings or pieces. Because I thought they were like, okay, so what happened is, okay, many years later, I learned how the fiction book was actually made, and it was actually kind of a fake. But I didn't know that at that time. And that picture is actually a very high-tech one. It was made in the beginning of the 1960s. It was made on the largest supercomputer that existed at the time, and even so, it couldn't quite simulate the thing that it was supposed to be simulating. But anyway, I didn't know that until many, many, many years later. So at the time, it was like you had these balls bouncing around in the box. But I was using this computer with 8 kilowords of memory, or 18-bit words of memory words, okay? So it was, whatever, 24 kilobytes of memory. And it had these instructions on how to still remember all of the machine instructions. And it didn't really like dealing with floating point numbers or anything like that. And so I had to simplify this model of how it was bouncing around the box. And so I thought, well, I'll put them on a grid, and I'll make this thing just sort of move one square at a time and so on. And so I did the simulation. And the result is if you look at a thing like the actual pictures in the book. Now, many years later, very recently, I realized that the thing I simulated was actually an example of a whole sort of computational story that I absolutely did not recognize at the time. At the time, it just looked like it did something random and it was wrong, as opposed to it did something random that's super interesting and it's random. But I didn't recognize that at the time. So, as it was at the time, I got interested in particle physics, and I got interested in other kinds of physics, and but this whole secular thermodynamics thing, this idea that the orderly things tend to degrade into disorder, continued to be something I was really interested in. I was really curious for the whole universe. Why doesn't that happen all the time? Like we start off in the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe, there's this thing that seems like a very disordered collection of stuff, and then it spontaneously forms itself into galaxies and creates all of this complexity and order in the universe. And so I was very curious how that happened. But I was always kind of thinking this is kind of somehow secular dynamics is behind it, trying to sort of pull things back into disorder, so to speak, and how was order being created. And so actually I was interested, this is probably now 1980, I got interested in kind of this galaxy formation and so on in the universe. I also at that time was interested in neural networks, and I was interested in kind of how brains make complicated things happen and so on. Really was the connection between the formation of galaxies and how brains make complicated things happen. Because that's both the matter of how complicated things come to happen from simple origins. Yeah, from some sort of known origin. I had the sense that what I was interested in was kind of in all these different cases of where complicated things were arising from rules. And I was sort of snowflakes and things like that. I was curious and fluid dynamics in general. I was just sort of curious about how this complexity arises. And the thing that I didn't, it took me a while to kind of realize that there might be a general phenomenon. I sort of assumed, oh, there's galaxies over here, there's brains over here, that they're very different kinds of things. And so what happened in 1981 or so, I decided, okay, I'm going to try and make the minimal model of how these things work. And it was sort of an interesting experience because I had built, starting in 1979, I built my first big computer system, a thing called SMP, symbolic manipulation program, for a modern language, with many of the same ideas about symbolic computation and so on. But the thing that was very important to me about that was, in building that language, I basically tried to figure out what were the relevant computational methods, which it turned out to stay with me for the last 40-something years. But it was also important because in building language is very different activity from natural science, which is what I've mostly done before. Because in natural science, you start from the phenomena of the world, and you try and figure out how can I make sense of the phenomena of the world. And, kind of the world presents you with what it has to offer, so to speak, and you have to make sense of it. When you build a computer language or something, you are creating your own primitives, and then you say, so what can you make sort of the opposite way around what you do in natural science. But I had the experience of doing that, and so I was kind of like, okay, what happens if you sort of make an artificial physics? What happens if you just make up the rules by which systems operate? And then I was thinking, for all these different systems, whether it's galaxies or brains or whatever, what's the absolutely minimal model that kind of captures the things that are important about those systems?
The computational language.
Yes. And so that's what ended up with the cellular automata, where you just have a line of black and white cells, and you have a rule that says, given the cell and its neighbors, what will the color of the cell be on the next step? And you just run a series of steps. And sort of the ironic thing is the cellular automata are great models for many kinds of things, but galaxies and brains are two examples where they do very, very badly, really irrelevant.
Because they're connected to the second law of thermodynamics and cellular targets. The things you discovered about cellular targets.
Yeah. Okay, so when I first started studying cellular targets, when I first papers about them, were, the first sentence was always about cellular dynamics. It was always about how does order manage to be produced, even though there's a second law of thermodynamics which tries to pull things back into disorder. And my early understanding of that had to do with these are intrinsically irreversible processes in cellular automata that form can form all these structures even from random initial conditions. But then what I realized is actually it's one of these things where it was a discovery that I should have made earlier but didn't. So, I've been studying cellular automata. What I did was sort of most obvious materials, just try all the different rules to see what they do. It's kind of like, you've invented a computational telescope and just pointed at the most obvious thing in the sky. And then you just see what's there. And so I did that, and I was making all these pictures of how cellular automata work. And I studied these pictures, I studied in great detail. There was a number of the rules for cellular automata, and one of them is Rule 30. So I made a picture of Rule 30 back in 1981 or so. And Rule 30, at the time, I was just like, okay, it's another one of these rules. I hope it happens to be asymmetric, left-right, asymmetric, and it's like, let me just consider the case of the symmetric ones, just to keep things simpler, etc. And I just ignored it. And then, sort of in actually 1984, strangely enough, I ended up having an early radio program, which made very high resolution pictures. I thought, I'm going to print out an interesting, I want to make an interesting picture. Let me take this Rule 30 thing and just make a high resolution picture of it. I did, and it has this very remarkable property. The rule is very simple. You start it off with one black cell at the top, and it makes this kind of triangular pattern. But if you look inside this pattern, it looks really random. You look at the center column of cells, and I studied that in great detail, and as far as one can tell, it's completely random. And it's kind of a little bit like linear time. Once you know the rules for generating the supply, but once you generated them, 2.14, 159, etc., they seem completely random. And that I put up this prize back in 2019 or something, or prove anything about this sequence.
Has anyone been able to do anything on that?
People have sent me some things, but it's, don't know how hard these problems are. And I can't spoil it, right? 2007 put up a prize for determining whether a particular Turing machine that I thought was the simplest candidate to be a universal Turing machine, determine whether it is or isn't a universal Turing machine. And somebody did a really good job of winning that prize and proving that it was a universal Turing machine in about 6 months. And so I didn't know whether that would be one of the studies that was out there for hundreds of years, or whether in this particular case, the young chap with Alex Smith, nailed it in 6 months. And so it was through the 30 collection. I don't really know whether these are things that are 100 years away from being able to get, or whether somebody's going to come to do something really clever. It's such a music from my last year. It's such a movie, such a sensitive information. It feels like anyone can look at it, understand it. Yeah, I feel like if we're going to ask for to be able to predict something, to write some kind of law that allows you to predict something about the middle column of your theory. Right. But this is the head you can't. Yeah, right. This is the intuitional surprise of computational reducibility. Even though the rules are simple, you can't tell what's going to happen, and you can't prove things about it. And I think so. So anyway, the thing I sort of started in 1984, so I started realizing there's this phenomenon that very simple rules they produce random behavior. Okay, so that's a little bit like secondary dynamics, because it's like you have this simple initial condition, you can readily see that it's very, you can describe it very easily, and yet it makes this thing that seems to be random. Now, it turns out there's some technical detail about the secondary dynamics and about the idea of reversibility, that you have kind of a movie of two billiard balls colliding, and you see them collide and they bounce off, and you run that movie in reverse. You can't tell which way was the forward direction of time and which way was the backward direction of time. You're just looking at individual billiard balls. By the time you've got a whole collection of them, like a million of them or something, then it turns out to be the case, which is the sort of the mystery of the second law, that the orderly thing start with the orderly thing that becomes disordered, and that's the forward direction of time. And the other way around, it starts disordered and becomes ordered. You just don't see that in the world. Now, in principle, if you sort of trace the determinations of all those molecules backwards, you would be able to. The reverse of time makes as you go forwards in time, order goes to disorder. As you go backwards in time, order goes to disorder. Right. So the mystery is, why is it the case that in one version of the mystery, why is it the case that you never see something that happens to be just the kind of disorder that you would need to somehow evolve to order? Why does that not happen? Why do you always just see order goes to disorder, not the other way around? So the thing that I kind of realized, or started realizing in 1980, is kind of like, it's a bit like cryptography. Kind of like you start off from this key that's simple, and then you kind of run it, and you get this complicated random mess. And the thing that I sort of started realizing back then was that the second law is kind of a story of computational reducibility, a story of what seems what we can describe easily at the beginning. We can only describe a lot of computational effort at the end. Okay, so now many years later, and I was trying to having done this big project to understand fundamental physics, I realized that sort of a key aspect of that is understanding what observers are like. And then I realized that the second thermodynamics is the same story as a bunch of these other cases. It is a story of a computationally bounded observer trying to observe a computationally irreducible system. So it's the story of, underneath the molecules are bouncing around. They're bouncing around in a completely determined way, determined by rules. But the point is that we, as computationally bounded observers, can't tell that there will be sort of simple underlying rules to us it just looks random. And when it comes to this question about can you prepare the initial state so that the disordered thing is you have exactly the right disorder to make something orderly. A computationally bounded observer can't do that. We have to have done all of this sort of irreducible computation to work out very precisely what this disordered state, what the exact right disordered state is, so that we would get this ordered thing produced from it.
What does it mean to be computationally bounded observer? So observing a computationally reduced system. So the computationally bounded, is there something formally you can say there?
Right. So it means you can talk about Turing machines, you can talk about computational complexity theory, and polynomial time computation, things like this. There are a variety of ways to make something more precise, but I think it's more useful. The intuitive version of it is more useful, which is basically just to say that how much computation are you going to do to try and work out what's going on? And the answer is you're not allowed to do a lot of, you're not able to do a lot of computation. When we've got, in this room, there will be a trillion models. We know. Right. And, at every moment, every microsecond or something, molecules are colliding, and that's a lot of computation that's going on. And the question is, in our brains, we do a lot less computation every second than the computation done by those molecules. If there is computational reducibility, we can't work out in detail what all those molecules can do. What we can do is only a much smaller amount of computation. And so the second thermodynamics is this kind of interplay between the underlying computational reducibility and the fact that we, as preparers of initial states or as measures of what happens, are not capable of doing that much computation. So to us, another big formulation of signal thermodynamics is this idea of the law of entropy increase. The characteristic that this means of the entropy is the always increasing. What does that show you about the evolution of? Well, okay, so you have to start entropy. And that's very confusing in this thermodynamics. Because entropy was first introduced by Dr. Rudolf Carstairs, and he did it in terms of heat and temperature. Okay? Subsequently, it was reformulated by Dr. Rudolf Boltzmann, and he formulated it in a much more kind of combinatorial type way. But he was claiming that it was equivalent to Carstairs' thing. And in one particular simple example, it is. But that connection between these two formulations of entropy, they've never been connected. There's really, so the more general definition of entropy is the following thing. So you say I have a system that has many possible configurations. Molecules can be in many different arrangements, etc. If we know something about it, for example, we know it's in a box, it has certain pressure, it has certain temperature, we know these overall facts about it. Then you say, how many microscopic configurations of the system are possible given those overall constraints? And the entropy is the logarithm of that number. That's the definition. And that's the kind of the general definition of entropy that turns out to be useful. Now, in Boltzmann's time, he thought these molecules could be placed anywhere you want. He didn't think it, but he said, actually, we can make it a lot simpler by having the molecules be discrete. Right? Actually, he didn't know molecules. Like in his time, it consisted of the idea that matter might be made of discrete stuff had been floated ever since ancient Greek time. But it had been a long time debate about, is matter discrete as a continuous? At the moment of that time, people mostly thought that matter was continuous. And it was all confused with discussion about what heat is, and people thought heat was fluid, and it was a big muddle. And the Boltzmann said, let's assume there are discrete molecules, let's assume they have discrete energy levels. Let's say everything is discrete. Then we can do sort of combinatorial mathematics and work out how many configurations of these things there will be in the box. And we can say, we can compute this entropy function. But he said, well, of course, it's just a fiction that these things are discrete. So he said, using effective business, by the way, oxygen make water. Two amounts of hydrogen plus one amount of oxygen together make water, things like this. But it wasn't known that discrete molecules existed. And in fact, the people, it wasn't until the beginning of the 20th century that Brownian motion was the final giveaway. Brownian motion is, you look under a microscope, these little pieces of pollen grains, you see they're being discretely kicked, and those kicks are water molecules, and they're discrete. In fact, it was really quite interesting history. I mean, Boltzmann had worked out how things could be discrete, and had basically invented something like quantum theory in the 1860s, but he just thought it wasn't really the way it worked. And then those pieces of the system, I think it's kind of interesting. In 1900, this guy called Max Planck, who's been a long time thermodynamics person, everybody was trying to prove this at the including Max Planck. And Max Planck believed that radiation, like electromagnetic radiation, somehow the interaction of that with matter is going to prove the second law of thermodynamics. But he had these experiments that people had done on black body radiation, and there were these curves, and he couldn't fit the curve based on his idea for how radiation interacted with matter. So his curve, he couldn't figure out how to fit those curves. Except he noticed that if he just did what Boltzmann had done and assumed that electromagnetic radiation was discrete, he could fit the curve. So, but this is just happens to work this way. Then Einstein came along and said, well, by the way, the electromagnetic field might actually be discrete. It might be made of photons. And then that explains how this all works. And that was in 1905. That was how that piece of quantum mechanics got started. Kind of interesting to the history. I didn't know until I was researching this recently. In 1904 and 1903, Einstein wrote two different papers, and also, this sort of well-known physics history. In 1905, Einstein wrote these three papers. One introduced relativity theory, one explained Brownian motion, and one introduced basically photons. So, kind of a big deal year for physics and for Einstein. But in the years before that, he'd written several papers, and what were they about? They were about second order thermodynamics. And they were in attempt to prove the second order thermodynamics. And they're nonsense. And so I had no idea that he'd done this. And in fact, what he did, those three papers in 1905, well, not so much the relativity paper, the one on Brownian motion, the one on photons, both of these were about the story of sort of making the world discrete. And then he got that idea from Boltzmann. But Boltzmann didn't think, Boltzmann had a guy believing, he said that this protest, in the end, things are going to turn out to be discrete, and I'm going to write down what I have to say about this because, eventually this stuff will be rediscovered, and I want to read, what I can about how things will be discrete. But, I think there's some quotes about how, one person can't stand against the tide of history in saying that, matter is discrete. Or say he started like guns. Yes, what's interesting about this is, at the time, everybody, including Einstein, kind of assumed that space was probably going to end up being discrete too. But that didn't work out technically because it wasn't consistent with our physically, or it didn't seem to be. And so then in history, physics, even though people had discovered that matter was discrete, electromagnetic field was discrete, space was a holdout of not being discrete. And in fact, Einstein in 1916 had this nice letter he wrote. It says, in the end, it will turn out space is discrete, but we don't have the mathematical tools necessary to figure out how that works yet. And so, I think it's kind of cool that 100 years later we do. Yeah, so you're pretty sure that every layer of reality is discrete. But, and that space is discrete. And that, and in fact, one of the things I realized recently is this kind of theory of heat, that the heat is really continuous fluid. It's kind of like the caloric theory of heat, which turns out to be completely wrong, because actually heat is the motion of discrete molecules. Unless you know that it's discrete molecules, it's hard to understand what heat could possibly be. Well, I think space is discrete, And the question is kind of what's the analog of the mistake that was made a lawyer in the case of space. And so I can't guess if the dark matter is, as my little sort of aphorism of the last few months has been, dark matter is just a lawyer at our time. And it will turn out that dark matter is a feature of space, and it is not a bunch of particles. At the time when people were talking about heat, they knew about fluid, and they said, well, heat must be another kind of fluid, because that's what they knew about. But now people know about particles, and they say, well, what's dark matter? It just must be particles.
So what could dark matter be in the future of space?
I think the thing I'm really, one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do is to find the analog of Brownian motion in space. So, in other words, Brownian motion was seen down to the level of an effect in individual molecules. And so, in the case of space, most of the things we see about space so far is everything seems continuous. Brownian motion has been discovered in the 1830s, and it was only identified what it was the results of by Smolchowski and Einstein at the beginning of the 20th century. And dark matter was discovered, that phenomenon was discovered 100 years ago. The rotation fields of galaxies don't follow the luminous matter. That was discovered 100 years ago. And I think, that I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't an effect that we already know about that is kind of the analog of Brownian motion. This was the Earth in the space. And in fact, we're beginning to have some guesses. We have some evidence that black holes and maybe things that you can see very different wave signatures and things associated with the completeness of space. So this is kind of, for me, it's kind of interesting to see this sort of recapitulation of history of physics. People, vehemently say, matter is continuous, relation is continuous, and things like that is continuous, and they say space is continuous. But it's entropy is the number of states of the system consistent of one constraint. Yes. And the thing is that if you know in great detail the position of every molecule in the gas, the entropy is always zero, because there's only one possible state. The configuration of molecules in the gas, the molecules bounce around, they have a certain rule for bouncing around. There's just one state of the gas, there's always one state of the gas, and so on. But it's only if you don't know in detail where the molecules are that you can say, well, yes, the increases because the things we do know about molecules, there are more possible microscopic states of the system consistent with what we do know about where the molecules are. And so the question of whether, so people, this sort of paradox in the sense that, if we knew where all the molecules were, the entropy would increase. There was this idea introduced by Gibbs in the early 20th century, well, actually, very beginning of the 20th century, as a physics professor, an American physics professor, first distinguished American physics professor at Yale. And he introduced this idea of coarse graining, this idea that, these molecules have a detailed way of bouncing around, but we can only observe a coarse grained version of that. But the confusion was saying nobody knew about coarse graining. So nobody knew whether you could have the coarse graining very carefully sculpted in just such a way that it would notice that the particular configuration that you could get from simple energy conditions, they fit into this coarse graining, and the coarse graining very carefully observes that. Why can't you do that kind of very detailed, precise coarse graining? The answer is because if you are a computationally bounded observer and the underlying dynamics is computationally irreducible, that's what defines possible graining is what a computationally bounded observer can do. And it's the fact that a computationally bounded observer is forced to look only at this kind of coarse-grained version of what the system is doing. That's why, and because what's going on underneath is just kind of filling out the different possible. You're ending up with something where the sort of underlying computational irreducibility is if all you can see is what the coarse-grained result is with a sort of computationally bounded observation, then inevitably there are many possible possible underlying considerations for
just to clarify, basically any observer that exists inside the universe is going to be computational about.
No, any sort of like that. I don't know. I can't
When you say like us, what do you mean? What do you mean like us?
Well, humans with finite minds.
You're including the two.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, and as we have more precise, and by the way, there are little sort of microscopic violations of second order thermodynamics that you can start to have when you have more precise measurements of what precisely happens as well. But for a large scale, you have enough molecules. We don't have, we're not tracing all those molecules, and we just don't have the computational resources to do that. And it wouldn't be, I think that to imagine what an observer who is not computationally bounded would be like, it's an interesting thing. Because, there's very computational boundary, among other things, it means we can think that definite things happen. We take all the complexity of the world and we make a decision and turn left or turn right. And that is kind of reducing all this kind of detail into we're observing it, we're sort of crushing it down to this one thing.
Yeah.
And that, if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have all this sort of symbolic structure that we build up that lets us think things through with our finite minds. We'd be instead, we'd be sort of one with the universe.
Yeah, content to not simplify.
Yes. If we didn't simplify, then we wouldn't be like us. We would be like the universe, like the intrinsic universe, but not having experiences like the experiences we have, where we, for example, conclude that definite things happen. We sort of have this notion of being able to make sort of narrative statements.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just like you imagine as a thought experiment what it's like to be a computer. I wonder if it's possible to try to begin to imagine what it's like to be an unbounded computational.
Well, okay. So here's how that I think plays out. So I mean, in this we talk about this really this place of all possible computation here, and this idea of being at a certain place in the Iliad, which corresponds to sort of a certain way of a certain set of computations that you are representing things in terms of. Okay, so as you expand out Iliad, you kind of encompass more possible views of the universe. You encompass more possible kinds of computations that you can do. Eventually, you might say that's a real win. We're colonizing the Iliad. We're building out more paradigms about how to think about things. And eventually you might say, we won all the way to colonize the whole Iliad. Okay, here's the problem with that. The problem is that the notion of existence, coherence of existence, requires some kind of specialization. By the time you are the whole Iliad, by the time you cover the whole Iliad, in no useful sense do you coherently exist. So in other words, in the notion of existence, the notion of what we think of as definite existence requires this kind of specialization, requires this kind of idea that we are not all possible things. We are a particular set of things, and that's kind of how we. That's kind of what makes us have coherent existence. If we were spread throughout the Iliad, we would not. There would be no coherence in the way that we work. We would work in all possible ways, and that wouldn't be kind of a notion of identity. We wouldn't have this notion of kind of coherent identity.
I'm geographically located somewhere exactly precisely in the Iliad, and therefore I am.
Yeah. Yeah, right. But you're in a certain place in the still spatially in a certain place in the place. And if you are sufficiently spread out, you are no longer coherent, and you no longer have, in our perception, what it means to exist and to have experience doesn't happen now.
So therefore, to exist means to be computational bound.
I think so. To exist in the way that we think of ourselves to exist. Yes.
It's a very active existence. operating in this place of computation you were using, there's this giant method game going on that we can't possibly predict. But nevertheless, because of your limitations, you have an imperative of what is it? An imperative or a skill set to simplify it? Or an ignorance sufficient level.
Okay, so the thing which is not obvious is that you are taking a slice of all this complexity, just like we have all of these molecules bouncing around the room, but all we notice is, the kind of the flow of the air or the pressure of the air. We're just noticing these particular things. And the big interesting thing is that there are rules, there are laws that govern those big things that we observe. It's not obvious. I mean, if you look at a slate, yeah, well, what are a slate? Well, they can abstract. Yeah, but the fact that the gas laws work, that we can describe pressure, volume, etc., and that we don't have to go down to the level of talking about individual molecules, that is a non-trivial fact. And here's the thing that I sort of excited in as far as I'm concerned. The fact that there are certain aspects of the universe that we think space is made ultimately with atoms of space, hypergraphs and so on, and we think that but we nevertheless perceive the universe at a large scale to be like continuous space and so on. In quantum mechanics, we think that there are these many threads of time, these many threads of history, yet we kind of span in quantum mechanics and our models of physics, there are these time is not a single thread. Time breaks into many threads, they branch, they merge, but we are part of that branching, merging universe. So our brains are also branching and merging. And so when we perceive the universe, we are branching brains perceiving the branching universe. And so the fact that the claim that we believe that we are persistent in time, we have this single thread of experience, that's the statement that somehow we managed to aggregate together those separate threads of time that are separated in the operation, in the fundamental operation of the universe. So just as in space, we're averaging over some big region of space, and we're looking at many of the aggregate effects of many atoms of space. So similarly, in what we call branchless space, the space of these quantum branches, we are effectively averaging over many different branches of possible histories of the universe. And so in some dynamics, we're averaging over many configurations of many possible positions of molecules. So what we see here is that the question is, when you do that averaging of space, what are the aggregate laws of space? When you do that averaging of a branchless space, what are the aggregate laws of branchless space? When you do that averaging over the molecules and so on, what are the aggregate laws again? And this is the thing that I think is just amazingly, that there are aggregate laws. Well, yes, but the question is, what are those aggregate laws? So the answer is for space, the aggregate laws are Einstein's equations for gravity, for space-time. For branchless space, the aggregate laws are the laws of quantum mechanics. And for the cases of molecules and things, the aggregate laws are basically the second law of thermodynamics. And so that's the things that follow the second law of thermodynamics. And so what that means is that the three great theories of 20th century physics, which are basically general relativity theory of gravity, quantum mechanics, and statistical mechanics, which is what grows out of the second law of thermodynamics. All three of the great theories of 20th century physics are the result of this interplay between computational reducibility and the computational boundedness of observers. And, for me, this is really neat because it means that all three of these laws are derivable. So we used to think that, for example, Einstein's equations were just sort of a wheel-in feature of our universe. That they could be, the universe might be that way, it might not be that way. Quantum mechanics is just like, well, it just happens to be that way. And the second law, people kind of thought, well, maybe it is derivable. Yeah? What turns out to be the case is that all three of the fundamental principles of physics are derivable, but they're not derivable just from mathematics. They require, just from some kind of logical computation, they require one more thing. They require that the observer, that's the thing that is sampling the way the universe works, is an observer who has these characteristics, a so on. That the kind of the very core features of the observer then imply the very precise facts about physics. And it's I think it's amazing. So if we just look at the actual experience of the observer that we experience as reality, it seems real to us. And you're saying because of our bounded nature, it's actually all an illusion. Just a simplification. Yeah, simplification. Like what's
So you don't think the simplification is an illusion?
No. I mean it's well I don't know. I mean what's part of the reason? Okay, that's an interesting question. What's real? And that relates to the whole question of why the universe exists, and what is the difference between reality and a mere representation of what's going on?
Yes. We experience the representation.
Yes, but the question of so one question is, why is there a thing which we can experience that way? And the answer is because it's really an object, which is its entangled limit of all possible computations. There is no choice to that. It has to exist. There has to be such a thing. It is in the same sense that 2 plus 2, if you define what 2 is and what plus is and so on, 2 plus 2 has to equal 4. Similarly, this Boolean, this limit of all possible computations, just has to be a thing that is, once you have the idea of computation, you inevitably have the Boolean. You've got to have the right. And what's important about it, there's just one of it. It's just this unique object. And that unique object necessarily exists. And then the question is, what? And then we, once you know that we are sort of embedded in that and taking samples of it, that it's sort of inevitable that there is this thing that we can perceive that is, our perception of kind of physical reality necessarily is that way, given that we are observers of the characteristics we have. So in other words, the fact that the universe exists is it's actually it's almost like it's to think about it almost theologically, so to speak. And I really it's funny because a lot of the questions about the existence of the universe and so on, they transcend what kind of the science of the last few hundred years has really been concerned with. The science of the last few hundred years hasn't thought it to talk about questions like that. But I think it's kind of so a lot of the kind of arguments that does God exist? Is it obvious that I think it's in some sense, in some representation, it's sort of more obvious that that something sort of bigger than us exists than that we exist, and we are our existence as observers where we are is a contingent thing about the universe, and it's more inevitable that the whole universe, kind of the whole set of possibilities exists. But this question about is it real or is it illusion? All we know is our experience, and so the fact that our experience is this absolutely microscopic piece of sample of the Iliad, and we're there's this point about we might sample more and more of the Iliad, we might learn more and more about like different areas of physics, like quantum mechanics, for example. The fact that it was discovered, I think, is closely related to the fact that electronic amplifiers were invented that allowed you to take a small effect and amplify it up, which hadn't been possible before. Microscopes have been invented that magnify things and so on, but having a very small effect and being able to magnify it was a new thing that allowed one to see a different sort of aspect of the universe and let one discover this kind of thing. So, we can expect that in Iliad there are an infinite collection of new things we can discover. There's in fact computational irreducibility that guarantees that there will be an infinite collection of kind of pockets of reducibility that can be discovered.
Boy, would it be fun to take a walk down the Iliad and see what kind of stuff you find there. You write about alien intelligences.
Yes.
We just these worlds.
Yes, well, quite the problem with these worlds is that
you can't talk to them.
Yes. And the thing is, what spend a lot of time doing is just studying computational systems, seeing what they do. What I now call ruleology, kind of just the study of rules and what they do. You can kind of easily jump somewhere else in Iliad and start seeing what these rules do. And what they do what they do, and there's no human connection.
Do you think some people are able to communicate with animals? Do you think you can become a whisperer of these
collaboration flying? That's a part of my life.
Have you heard? Are you a risk of losing about it?
Sort of my favorite science discovery is this fact that these very simple programs can produce very complex behavior. And that fact is kind of, in a sense, a whispering of something out in the computational universe that we didn't really know was there before. I mean, it's like, back in the 1980s, I was doing a bunch of work with some very, very good mathematicians, and they were like trying to pick away, trying to figure out what's going on in this computational systems. And they basically said, look, the math we have just doesn't get anywhere. It's stuck. There's nothing to say. You have nothing to say. And, in a sense, perhaps my main achievement at that time was to realize that the very fact that the good mathematicians had nothing to say was itself a very interesting thing. That was kind of a sort of, in some sense, a whispering of a different part of the Iliad that one hadn't, was not accessible to what we knew in mathematics.
There's a link bad you're exploring some of these gigantic ideas, and it feels like we're on the verge of breaking through some very interesting discoveries, and yet you're just fighting that gene that's going to die way too soon, and that scan of your brain, your full body, kind of shows that you're just a bunch of meat. Does that make you go sad?
I mean, I kind of like to see how all this stuff works out. But I think the thing to realize, it's an interesting sort of thought of stuff. You say, okay, let's assume we can get clouds. But one day there will be one of these things, kind of like ChatGPT. One day somebody will figure out, how to get water from 0 degrees centigrade down to minus 44 or something without it expiring. Climates will be solved. You'll be able to just put a pause in, so to speak, and kind of reappear 100 years later or something. And the thing, though, that I kind of increasingly realize is that, in a sense, this whole question of kind of the sort of one is embedded in a certain moment in time, and kind of the things we care about now, the things I care about now, for example, had I lived, 500 years ago, many of the things I care about now are totally bizarre. Nobody would care about that. It's not even a thing on thinks about. In the future, the things that most people think about, one will be a strange relic of thinking about, the kind of, it might be, or might have been a theologian thinking about, how many angels was on the head of a pin or something, and that might have been the big intellectual thing. I think it's one of these things where, particularly, I've had these, I don't know, good or bad fortune, I'm not sure. I think it's a mixed thing, but I've invested a bunch of things which I kind of can, I think, see well enough what's going to happen that, in 50 years, 100 years, whatever, assuming the world doesn't exterminate itself, so to speak, these are things that will be sort of centrally important to what's going on. And it's kind of both a good thing and a bad thing in terms of the passage of one's life. It's kind of like, if everything I figured out is like, okay, I figured it out when I was 25 years old, and everybody says it's great, and we're done. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to live another how many years, and that's kind of all downhill from there. In a sense, it's better, in some sense, to be able to, it sort of keeps things interesting. That, I can see, a lot of these things, I mean, kind of, I didn't expect, ChatGPT, I didn't expect the kind of, the sort of opening up of this idea of computation and computational language that's been made possible by this. I didn't expect that. of treasury, so to speak. Even though the big kind of flower and cat stuff, I'd sort of been assuming was another 50 years away. So if it turns out it's a lot less time, that's pretty cool. Because, I'll hopefully get to see it, rather than
well, I think I speak for a very, very large number of people in saying that I hope you stick around for a long time to come. You've had so many interesting ideas, created so many interesting systems over the years, and I can see now that GPT and language models broke up in the world even more. Can't wait to see you at the forefront of this development, what you do. And yeah, I've been a fan of yours, like I've told you many, many times since the very beginning. I'm deeply grateful that you wrote a new kind of science and you explored the mystery of cellular phenomena and inspired this one little kid in me to pursue artificial intelligence and all this beautiful nonsense. So, thank you so much. It's a huge honor to talk to you, to just be able to pick your mind and to explore all these ideas in you. And please keep going. And I can't wait to see you come up next. And thank you for talking to me. Yeah, we're past midnight. We only did 4.5 hours. I mean, we could probably go for more, and we'll save that till next time. This is Ron like before. I'm sure we'll talk later. Thank you so much. Okay. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Keating Director. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Cantor. The essence of mathematics lies in its freedom. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I tweet that, and then I finish the day, and I wake up the next morning, and I glance at my phone. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, oh, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you" to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that, and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse until I deleted the tweet. And I really regret doing that. Because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens, and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible.
The following is a conversation with David Kaplan, a left-wing progressive political commentator and host of the David Kaplan Show. I hope to continue to have many conversations on politics with prominent, insightful, and sometimes controversial figures across the political spectrum. David and I have been planning to speak for a long time, and I'm sure we'll speak many more times. This conversation was challenging, eye-opening, and fun. This is the Let's Read It podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, with David Kaplan. Are there interesting differences to you between terms like liberal, Democrat, left-wing, leftist, progressive, socialist, communist, Marxist, far left, center left, all these labels? Is there interesting distinction to you?
Yeah, there's two sets of distinctions. One is if you just want to say, let's define each of these as political terms. They're all different terms. You can be a progressive ideologically, but not be a member of the Democratic Party. Many say the Democratic Party isn't even really very progressive. So these are certainly terms that we could define in order to have a conversation about the next thing, kind of as a precursor to a conversation. Sometimes the terms are used in order to tag someone with a certain ideology that's not really linked to policy or any particular political questions, but they can be used positively or negatively to just kind of say, here's the image of this individual that I have in my term. So like Marxist is right now very popularly being used by some on the right to attack Democrats. There's very few actual Marxists, certainly not in positions of power in the United States, but even among the general population. So I think it's important to distinguish, are we defining these terms because we want to compare and contrast the ideas that a particular group might bring to a discussion, or are we using them as insults or to stifle conversation? Or terms that are used to start conversation or to stop it?
And the use of those terms is evolving rapidly month by month. So the term leftist, I think, is a relatively popular term now, used in a negative context to describe what an outraged left-wing commentator.
I think what you're kind of grasping onto is that there's probably some set of ideas that would apply to most of those who consider themselves to be on the left. The discussion of how that term is mostly being used is not about policy ideas. You're accurately kind of identifying that. And it does seem like progressive is no longer being used as a smear and leftist is being used as a smear and Marxist.
Yeah. But sometimes some of these terms are useful. Like, can we try to pick the terms that are useful, like liberal and progressive? Liberal and progressive. Is there an interesting, definable distinction between liberal and progressive?
That's maybe one of the most interesting things. 10 years ago, liberal often meant what now we mean by progressive. More recently, the progressive socialist leaning part of the political spectrum has started to use liberal to mean Joe Biden, to mean someone who is not really left enough. So liberal is very interesting because I remember talking with my audience years ago, maybe 8 years ago or something like that, where I identified I'm going to now use the term progressive more commonly to describe my own beliefs because liberal has now been made a smear, it's being shifted into something else, and it also means more of like a sense of like politics. So it's changed in some sense by necessity, by force, and also because the spectrum has shifted.
The term liberal has evolved. Now, liberal meaning some kind of embodiment of the mainstream Democratic Party, almost.
To some degree, sometimes I'm called, I'm written off by, within my space, there are all sorts of shades of gray, which I'm sure we can talk about where I am versus should be, could be, or wrongly placed. And sometimes an attack on me is, he's just a lib, meaning I'm not left enough. I'm not progressive, socialist, wherever else you want to go. But yeah, the problem with a lot of these things, and they're used very casually by people who call into my show, is that unless we actually define them each time, they very often mean very different things to different people and often come with an agenda attached to them. And so I find that they often stifle meaningful conversation rather than encourage it.
So do you sense that there's a drifting of what is expression to be a progressive? Or is there, should we use progressive synonymously with democratic socialist?
I think we should not use it synonymously with democratic socialist, and this is where there's another linguistic confusion and a political confusion. So we'll first talk about the linguistic one. Social democracy versus democratic socialism. Very similar words in a different order. Okay? The way I operate is democratic socialism is actually a form of socialism where one would seek to socialize ownership of the means of production, as an example. Social democracy is a very highly regulated form of capitalism, the likes of which we see in Northern Europe, Denmark, etc. These are very different things. I associate progressivism in 2023 with social democracy and would consider democratic socialism a form of actual socialism that is different. We're no longer talking about a capitalist organization of society.
The transition from one to the other is a fundamental shift in how society operates.
Absolutely. And when you talk about social democracy, you're talking about socializing a couple more things than we socialize in most modern capitalist countries. I had this conversation with Patrick David recently. Social democracy is, okay, we socialize the military already. We socialized some healthcare in the sense of like the VA and Medicaid, etc. We're talking about socializing a couple more things still in a capitalist country. Democratic socialism would be something beyond that, and democratic socialism myself, I'm maybe not the best advocate explaining exactly how that system would function, but it would have some version of socializing ownership of the businesses, etc.
So you mentioned you appeared on the GPT podcast discussion with David. The debate was pretty nice. I should say I personally enjoyed it. I thought actually you did well, and I thought Patrick did well, and it was a good conversation. And there was a little bit of tension. Yeah. And I thought that Patrick actually, so I disagreed with the answer. I thought Patrick was good about kind of devil's advocate. Like he was purposely being stubborn, coming out with best in you. But and I thought that being stubborn about being open to your ideas. I thought the tension between ideas, I think a lot of the tension I think is probably Donald Trump and Trump supporters.
That certainly could be the case. And people wrote to me the full gamut of everything you can imagine, from just as your best thing in public to you got humiliated and your mother should have aborted you. Okay, so everything in between. So but the most interesting feedback I got was from people who asked me after was incredibly tense and awkward and because it seemed so combative. And I think I'm so used to those types of tensions in the discussions that I have that it's very comfortable to me. It's not like afterwards there's a grudge, it's tense, or whatever the case may be. I'm very comfortable. I disagree with people and that's it. So I did not find anything that happened inappropriate. I disagreed with a lot of the things you said, sir.
So you also spoke about the noise. I think about it today. Can you speak broadly about this conversation? Some of the cases
the conversation about that. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different things, and I'm the first to tell you that depending on who I'm talking to, I go in with a different attitude about how, quote, seriously I'm taking it, in the sense of whether I think it's going to be a deep policy discussion versus whether it's going to be more of a performance for an audience that is expecting a certain thing. And I think there's different types of shows. When I was interviewed by this guy, Jesse Peterson in Los Angeles, it's very different, for example, than when I'm talking to Patrick Bet-David, two examples. I think the reason I stopped doing the Michael Knowles show was the number of threats I would get after the fact. That's really, I was glad to engage with him to the extent that the interviews were interesting and we could organize it reasonably efficiently. But the reason I stepped away was sort of the aftermath. But I did find him to be someone who was abundantly clear about his view and where he comes from. And while I could not possibly disagree more with him in terms of politics and culture and our backgrounds, everything is just so different, I found it easy to engage in the conversation just because of how upfront and clear he was about what he was doing.
But the number of threats.
Yeah, it was just too much. And this, I don't know how much you saw about this recent Twitter stuff I was involved in that peaked with Donald Trump Jr. tweeting about me, and then declining from there.
Oh, let's talk through that.
Okay.
I understand. Like, we study Shakespeare. I have to study your Twitter. I have to understand how much of it is sarcasm.
It's mostly sarcasm. I mean, here's the thing, and I know that there are people who will say, David, you're dealing with such serious issues. It's really not okay not to take everything you do completely seriously. But my view is, it's so incredible that I've, between chance and timing and so different things, fallen into a position that this is what I do professionally, and it's a career, and it's financially sustainable, and all these different things. I don't want to end up taking myself too seriously because I recognize the timing and luck and all of these other things. This could have gone a completely different way. So my approach to a lot of this is, let's not take ourselves too seriously, and in particular on Twitter, a platform that, the degree to which it should be taken very seriously may change over time. I'm always sort of thinking a little bit.
So what happened with Donald Trump?
So,
or the full arc?
Yeah, to make people a 1 minute arc, and then we can kick whichever parts we want. After a mass shooting, and you might say there's like 2 or 3 a day. You're correct. After the Nashville mass shooting at a Christian school. I tweeted snarkily, tongue-in-cheek, to point that thoughts and prayers not only aren't particularly useful after a shooting, they also don't prevent shootings. That there's some confusion about how there would be a shooting at a Christian school, given that it is a place like is where prayer is taking place. I think I jokingly said something like, were they not praying enough or correctly?
In my deep devotion,
You have it.
I have your tweet. This is the only display of journalism that I agree. I will show today. Okay. And then I have a couple of responses. So you deleted it since then.
Which I regret.
We can talk about that. I would love to, because it's such a interesting decision. Because when you tweet something, one of the things I've also learned is you don't often understand how it's going to be read. It's going to be analyzed, like I mentioned Shakespeare. There's certain words you regret saying in a certain kind of way, maybe just because it wasn't as eloquent, as powerful as it actually conveyed the thing, or it's a distraction to maybe that's not okay. The actual tweet is very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school, given that lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being at a Christian school? And a lot of people quote retweeted that, which I'm assuming was criticism. So Colin Wright wrote, I used to consider you a reasonable progressive, but you clearly devolved into finding hackery. I'm an atheist. It cannot be given value using the murder of children and adults in a Christian school as an opportunity to dunk on the concept of prayer. And you responded, I'm dunking on the people who send thoughts and prayers and do nothing else, and the shootings continue. I'm sure there's a lot of other interactions.
There's a few other 100,000.
Sure.
So you want the art leading?
Yes.
So
that's the point of the display.
Do you know what time of day I tweeted the original one? I feel like it was in the afternoon or evening on a Monday.
3:42 p.m. on 27th, March 27th.
Which was a Monday. Okay. So basically, I tweet that, and then I finish the day, and I tweet,
and then you go on.
I might have looked once at Twitter, and it had 2,000 likes and a few people saying, this might have missed the mark, but it's sort of like it's one of my 20,000 tweets. I wake up the next morning, my baby daughter did not sleep till 7:30 the way I would like, so she's up at 6 a.m., and I get up, and I'm just there, starting to make breakfast, and I glance at my phone, and I'm starting to, this was when verified meant a different thing than it means. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, okay, this looks like it's getting some attention. I then continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from you should have aborted your son to we're going to find all of you to whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that, and the other thing. And so at that point, to me, I thought, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And so I deleted it. And I really regret doing that. Because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attack escalated. It went through Candace Owens, and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible. I mean, thousands and thousands of views. But once I told my audience about what happened, I got thousands of messages from people saying, David, only someone who doesn't know you and is determined to interpret this in the worst possible faith would think you're blaming kids who died for getting shot. Of course you weren't doing that. I wish you hadn't deleted it so that it would still be up and you would now see the tide kind of turning on. This was not a fun 3 days, regardless, but I do regret having deleted it because it was a panic. I wanted to do the quickest thing I thought I could to get people to stop trying to find family members and send them threats. And so around noon, that's what I did. And the truth is the threats didn't stop anyway because everybody had screenshotted it. and I do wish I had left it on.
And is there some degree, maybe stepping outside yourself, reading that, in that it feeds the mockery engine that so like, does that tweet really represent?
It absolutely represents the disgust with a politics that includes saying we can't touch guns because we can't. But we're willing to point to mental health or say we need more prayer in schools or whatever. 1,000% it represents that view. Is it the type of snark and sarcasm that I would use if given an hour to discuss the topic rather than whatever the number of characters is now on Twitter? No, definitely not. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that it was unnecessarily provocative.
I think I have a similar question to Dan Shapiro. Do you worry that this style of presentation can turn you from being, deeply thoughtful and objective thinker to somebody who is a partisan hack, or partisan talking head?
Do you mean with regard to Twitter or the format of my show in general?
Okay, so Twitter for now, let's start with Twitter for now. And can you silo your style of communication in terms of the virus that affects your mind, right?
I don't have deep thoughts about the Twitter component beyond, I think, across all sorts of disciplines, this is not the best way to most effectively solve problems and figure out solutions to complex issues.
You're talking about Twitter.
Right now I'm talking about Twitter. That being said, I think all of us, to some degree, have to adapt our content to the platform that we're using. In the same way that what I post to YouTube is different than what I post to TikTok, what I post to Twitter is also different. Do I think Twitter has been an unmitigated good for society? No. Have I chosen to step into Twitter as one of the ways in which I get my message out, with the good and the bad? Yes. And I think that there is a deep conversation to be had there. I think zooming out a little bit in terms of what I do, and I was hoping this would come up because I think it's really interesting. I will often get emails from people who say two things. I will get you would have such a bigger audience if you did X. And usually they are closed to sensationalism, salacious and titillating content, more pop culture stuff, etc. On the other hand, it's like to say, listen, what you're doing really isn't as serious as it could be. And it seems like you could do something more serious. And you should consider doing deep dives, once it would do a deep dive into Calvin Coolidge, nobody will watch that. So it's not by accident that my show is the way it is, right? In an hour, I'm thinking of all the platforms I'm on, and I'm saying, okay, I want to do a relatively deep dive on the federal budget, and I want to talk about some of the political tomfoolery going on within the post office, and I'm going to do a segment about the wacky rally where Trump said crazy things and made up 3 words and said he endorsed a candidate. Right? I'm crafting that in total to find a balance between let's build this audience as much as I can in order to have a bigger base, get my message out there, and include the more serious stuff with the hope that there's a little bit of something for everyone and finding a balance between those 2 sides of the spectrum. It's a deliberate thing. And I'm aware that if I were producing my show 50 years ago, the balance would probably be different and it would probably change again. If the show was audio only rather than having all these video platforms, it would also be different. But it's a decision that's proactively made to try to get the best and most out of the hour that I'm creating everything.
So it just feels like there's a time machine of Twitter and journalism that wants to divide people, and the drama of that division, highlighting the partisan division. The drama of that division feels like the tension with executive people. So that's I worry that there's a drug. There's too much fun and ridiculous people on the other side.
I think you're right about that. And the fact that that is true, to me, supports I've talked with my audience about, like the whole food pyramid, which I guess was like wrong, but let's imagine that there was a pyramid that made sense.
At the bottom, right?
I think, like whole grains, maybe? I don't remember. It's been a while.
Sugar
Since junk food is at the very top. I am very open with my audience. The vast majority of what I do is the top of that pyramid. And I tell people very openly, I don't consume a lot of the type of content I do. And I think it's really important that as a base, be doing critical thinking, epistemology, how do we believe the things we believe, basics about the world. After that, reading history, economics, philosophy, etc. After that, now we're getting into current events. I would mostly be looking at consuming primary source reporting, things like Associated Press, whatever. I know everybody will have a different opinion what comes there. After that is when I'd say indulge in some of the commentary type stuff that I do. If you find that I'm thoughtful enough to make it into that. But I'm very open, and really what I try to do on my show often is, in being that at the top of the pyramid, tell people there's all this other stuff that should be forming your foundation that I hope you're consuming in addition to just watching. And I'm very open with my audience on that.
What about the shape, the dynamics, the characteristics of your audience? Is there some degree to which you're mocking the public? That there's a lean to that audience, and then you become captured by the audience. You worry about the audience.
I worry about it. I'm relatively comfortable that it's not shaping the program to a great degree, in the sense that at this point I have a pretty good sense of the things I can say that will upset what I might call my core audience. One of the interesting things, just to briefly go back to the Twitter thing, was there's people who were furious with me on Twitter and they contacted my advertisers, and some advertisers dropped me, and on and on and on. None of them are actually in my audience. None of them are regular consumers of my audience. They were kind of weaponized against me by people who said, hey, look at this. The people who follow Candace Owens on Twitter, other than for the kind of shock value, they're not in my audience. And with my core audience, I know there are things I can talk about that will generate displeasure, I guess you could say, with my audience. Sometimes when I touch the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that will happen. Sometimes on vaccines, there's a portion of my audience that is more generally skeptical of vaccines. Sometimes on some foreign policy issues. Or, I'm not a big fan of Marianne Williamson nor Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s challenges to Joe Biden. Not because I love Joe Biden, but because I don't consider them to be the most serious challenges. I know there's people in my audience who don't like that. They get mad at me about that. And I'm totally okay with that, and that tension with my core audience. So in that sense, I don't feel as though I've had that audience capture take place. But I know it can happen, and I'm very open to being told ways in which it may happen without notice.
So I've made a call for questions on Reddit for this conversation. There's a lot of good questions that I'll probably bring up, but one of them was about Marianne Williamson, asking why do you think she's a good candidate, which of course I can accept. But perhaps you have more eloquently criticized. So let's go there to the 2024 election. So Biden officially announced he's running against Donald Trump, officially running against. If that's the matchup, please agree.
If the election's held today, I think Biden. Yeah. Well, first of all, I believe he won last time. And if I start with the results from 2020, and I think to myself, what has happened since then that would push or pull voters one way or the other, I have a hard time making a case that Trump is in a better position today than he was in November of 2020. So that's kind of my starting point, which is it's a rematch of an election with a known outcome. What has changed? And I can't make a case for circumstances having changed in Trump's favor. To give a couple of state level examples, Florida seems to be kind of moving more to the Republican side since 2020, but Trump won that state already in 2020, so it wouldn't really change the outcome. Arizona was close. I think Arizona has moved to the left since 2020, so I don't see Trump taking that one. Wisconsin, I think the same sort of thing applies. So being very practical, that would be kind of the start of my.
Do you think Joe Biden is going to campaign?
I think he's a worse candidate. This is going to sound ageist, but I think he's a worse candidate in that he's even older, and there already seems to be an appetite for younger candidates, particularly on the Democratic voting side. So he's going to be 4 years older, and in a sense, that could be a liability. However, he also is going to have 4 years of accomplishments. Now, he might not like the things he's done, in which case that could hurt him. But he has started to accumulate a not insignificant number of accomplishments. Some of the big things that are known, Inflation Reduction Act and COVID stimulus, but also less well-known things like a bunch of little tweaks to healthcare, a bunch of little tweaks to student lending. There's been a lot of little things. At the macro level, I don't actually think Joe Biden has that much to do with this, the same way I didn't credit or attack Trump for a lot of the macroeconomic stuff, but inflation has started to come down significantly, the stock market's quite steady, these sort of things. I think looking historically, it's a pretty okay environment for Joe Biden, with the exception that he was already the oldest president to be inaugurated in 2021, and he would beat his own record in January of 2025, and I just don't know how voters are going to see that.
So in terms of just a public human being, how would you compare Trump to Biden? So if I were to give criticism for Trump, it would be that he's chaotic, disrespectful, a lot of different groups, a lot of different ideas, a lot of different nations and leaders and all that kind of stuff. And then the criticism for Biden would be that maybe perhaps because of age or any other kind of cognitive capabilities is not really there mentally, as the way that perhaps people say that Barack Obama was there. Just mentally being able to handle all kinds of aspects of being a public representative of a nation for the world and to the people of that nation. So, which in the competition of personality flaws, which we think is more powerful?
He's laid out fair and I believe accurate assessments of elements of both of those men. We haven't weighed in on to what degree you value each of those assessments, which is where I think the kind of meat of this question really is. I don't see, and I know that Biden's going to get us into World War III, but it doesn't seem to be happening. I don't see the Biden deficits you listed, which I agree with you on. I don't see them as dangerous or threatening to the standing of the United States in this kind of environment with our traditional Western allies and geopolitics, etc., in the way that the sort of unhinged personality of Trump, combined with his lack of knowledge about most issues, is a threat. So for me, if those two are the candidates, Biden would be my choice. Now, are there people I would rather see on the Democratic side? Yes. If I knew the president would be a Republican, can I think of better options than Trump? Absolutely. It's so funny. When in 2012 it was Obama versus Romney, the difference seemed so significant between them. Thinking back, I'm sure I would disagree with Mitt Romney about tax rates and his views on LGBT, or I'm sure I know are different than mine, but it seems, without looking at it with rose-colored glasses, so comparatively benign given the 4 years of Trump. So that's kind of what I think.
Given McCain and Obama, the differences seem quite drastic.
Yeah. McCain was interesting because Palin, as his running mate, opened the door to the sort of cartoonish stuff that we started to see on the Republican side. Palin, Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, it started going in that direction, which made the party a bit of a joke. Aside from what you believe the tax rate is, right? You can say taxes are too high, but Jewish space lasers, come on, So, but I agree with you on everything else.
So go back to the political service we talked about. Where in that spectrum do you place yourself today? Which of the labels do you think captures your
Progressive social democrat, which again is a capitalist. I own my own business. I pay the taxes I'm legally required to pay, and not a penny more, and all those things. That's where I place myself.
Would you place yourself to the left of Joe Biden?
Yes. Yeah.
Where's AOC going?
It's a good question.
What do you think about AOC as a candidate? Do you think she's actually right?
I think that if she doesn't run into some kind of scandal, and I don't mean scandal in the sense of some personal improprieties, but I mean some kind of major political problem, it seems that she has the staying power to be in American elected politics for a long time. Whether she would even want to be president versus maybe going to the Senate or being governor or whatever the case may be, I have no idea what her ambitions are in that sense. But certainly, like policy aside, she has this combination of charisma, likability to some, but also something about her personality that angers the people who don't like her in a way that only fuels her sort of presence, which I think applies to Trump as well. That I do think that he has the potential to have significant staying power in our politics. President, I don't know.
Do you think that's the future of political elections and politics in general? If people who are able to skillfully pick on the other side, like AOC and Trump did?
I think it's an aspect of it. I think it's also understanding how to communicate policy ideas. Trump, I have things I can praise Trump about. If you want to get to that segment at some point, you let me know what that is. But I do think that there are some things Trump is very good at. And this is why it's very hard for me to believe that Ron DeSantis has what it takes to actually fight Trump in a national primary. And one of those things is Trump has even though he often says very strange things, that if you transcribe them, you go, what language is that? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. In the moment, the way he relates to adversaries on stage, etc., is very good in that he is very much aware of how it is going to be seen by the audience. And so that's why a lot of times it's more about, it doesn't matter that a word salad came out of his mouth, how he immediately responded and related to the person. Very good. So I think that knowing how to be good when clips are shared all the time, often out of context, is extraordinarily important. Knowing how to use social media, which every election cycle that means something different, but understanding how to use social media very important. Those things are absolutely so important. And whether you're able to do a deep dive on the deficit, certainly useful, but I would say the bad thing is becoming less important to figure it out.
So just lingering on the AOC, and then maybe let's go into the Sanders on that.
Yeah.
So where do you place yourself, and how do you do the layout of the land for Bernie Sanders, AOC, Joe Biden, and David Patrick?
My instinct is, and I'm going to answer it, the thing that makes this tough is Bernie says he's a democratic socialist. He ran as a social democrat. He didn't run on anything that was really socialism. Right? So I'm going by the public-facing platform.
I've been listening to him for many, many years, and I'll do it back to the Tom Hartman show. And I think using the terms as you've been using them, he has, I don't think, ever been a democratic socialist. I haven't heard him speak about socialism. I think I've heard him speak about social programs and the value of social programs throughout the history of the United States and how they've been beneficial.
My understanding is very similar to yours, although there may be stuff from the 70s where it really was talking about bona fide socialism. Yeah, you and I even who weren't around, they were doing something good. My sense would be, Biden is like center left, and then I'm to the left of that, but maybe just inside of where AOC and Bernie are, it's very, very similar to Bernie. I mean, I identify with a lot of Bernie's ideas. Maybe their implementation I'm more flexible on. I'll give you one example. Medicare for all. One way very big on is you take the current Medicare program, you just eliminate the age limit, make it available to everybody, pay for it through taxation. Interesting. However, I'm open to other models if they get everybody health care that is good quality and affordable. Singapore has an interesting model. Germany has an interesting model. I am more agnostic about how we do it than just saying let's expand Medicare. Whether that puts me to the right of Bernie, I don't know. But I'm not like exactly right there on the cusp.
Yeah, that's more just flexibility versus dogmatism. I don't know if that puts it to the left or to the right.
I don't know.
What do you think about the term manipulation and corruption in the DNC that perhaps tipped the scales against Bernie in the election? Do you think there was such a thing? Both, I would say. In different, the dynamics are very different. It's Hillary Clinton and the pressure from Hillary Clinton as a candidate. So, yeah, was there? Why did Bernie win? I guess.
Okay. I think there's a couple things. First, the DNC, I'm not a Democrat, just your audience may not know, I'm just an independent. I mostly vote for candidates that end up being Democrats. In local elections, often there's no party designation. So, okay, I'm obviously on the left, I'm not denying that, but the Democratic Party is an institution.
You're still a rebel that resists belonging to you.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And whether it matters, I don't know. The DNC and the RNC really are organizations that to some degree exist to justify their own existence, because if they were no longer necessary, they would go away. And so they have to assert their value and their importance. They do this in a number of different ways, organizing the way that the nominee is chosen, the convention, working with states on everything from redistricting to whatever else the case may be, setting the order of primaries and having some involvement in how that's all going to happen, and also coordinating behind the scenes. I guess they would describe it as making sure our candidates don't get in each other's ways. We might see it and say they're picking the winner. There's nothing illegal about them being involved in picking the winner, but we might say it's not in people's interest. I think the 2020 primary was really interesting. Bernie supporter, myself, I started telling my audience after a couple primaries and even before, based on polling and different things, I see a real uphill battle here for Bernie. And it's really important. People in my audience are not the average, union worker in Michigan who is mostly working and raising a family and then goes to vote on primary day and goes to vote on election day. If you spend a lot of time on Reddit and Twitter, you're going to have an inflated sense of Bernie's popularity within the Democratic Party. That was my sense. And to some degree, we saw that in certain states. I don't have the exact primary order and results in front of me or in my head, but the big turning point in South Carolina. South Carolina was when Joe Biden won and won handily, understood to be because of the larger African American population in South Carolina. And right around that exact same time, I actually don't remember now whether it was the day after or the day before, some of the smaller Democratic candidates, smaller in terms of support, got out and said, I'm endorsing Joe Biden. And to some degree, of course, it was all organized and timed to help Joe Biden. There's no doubt about that. This is what the DNC does. It's hard for me to be mad at the DNC because this is sort of like, if we believe they were there to be unbiased arbiters and to stay as much on the side as possible, it would make sense to be furious that they've gone against their stated that kind of mandate. But we know that the DNC negotiates and is working behind the scenes and has a favorite. That favorite is Hillary. So I share the frustration about the power that the DNC has, but for people who are saying they did something illegal or whatever, that doesn't seem to be the case. But this is part of why I would love there not to be this duopoly of Republicans and Democrats. And there's probably 4 major changes that have to happen in order to make that a reality. But I share the frustration of while recognizing that Reddit was not accurately representing Bernie Douglas popularity.
Still, I wish that the bias wasn't towards what could be negatively termed the deep state, towards the bureaucracy, towards the momentum of the past, which I think Joe Biden kind of represents, versus new ideas. Which is funny to say that Bernie Sanders somehow represents new ideas, because he's also an older gentleman.
Well, it's a lot of framing. And the other aspect of that is, on paper, Joe Biden's platform was arguably the most progressive of any Democratic candidate who won the nomination. Now, of course, there were people who challenged the nominations who were Joe Biden from. A lot of this is perspective, and that's how you end up saying the guy who's a couple of years older than Biden is actually the guy with the fresh perspective, which is interesting because I don't disagree.
Yeah, and then you also have to say the perspective doesn't always align with the policies. You're right. The actual policies of Joe Biden are different than maybe the perception of Joe Biden.
Or what he wants. I mean, just two examples I would give are, during his campaign, he played up a little bit his interest in doing student loan forgiveness and something on cannabis. I never bought it. I told my audience, I think he's saying this stuff because this is the way the tide is kind of, the wind is blowing and he's being advised to say this stuff. I don't think he's going to do very much on either of these things. He did actually do some student loan stuff, but that would be two examples.
Okay, let's go to the something you alluded to, pros and cons of this particular candidate. Well, what to you, as a critic of Trump, what to you are the pros, the strengths of Donald Trump, and what to you are his biggest weaknesses?
The strengths of Trump, see how I can frame them in a way that is both accurate and accurately assesses my feeling about it.
It can be taken out of context and was masterpiece.
Yes. Trump's strengths are mostly superficial and in terms of presentation. Trump was able to, I call it a grift. Some on the right say he's just so good at relating to different types of people. Trump, as a rich guy in New York City, was able to convince people that he spent most of his life trying to be kept isolated from, that he had their best interests in mind, that he knew why they weren't doing well in the 2016 economy, and that he had solutions that he was going to bring forward. The truth is, he never really liked those people, and as soon as they weren't useful to him for a brief period of time, that love affair with his followers stopped, and then now he's down to meet them again. He didn't really understand the causes of the problems that those folks were experiencing, and his solutions were laughable, right? Like Jared was going to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in year one, he was going to replace Obamacare in 2017, things that were never going anywhere. But what he did really well was he put up a united front of, I know what is ailing you, I know how to fix it, and I know how to fix it, I guess because he's a businessman, and he's been above the fray of politics for so long, knowing how to use political donations to his advantage, and all that kind of thing. I think that's his greatest strength.
Why do you say that the Jared plan for Israel Palestine and the plan for healthcare to improve Obamacare? Why do you say that's not true?
Well, only someone, I would include the North Korea plan as well, only someone who doesn't know anything about the size and scope of these issues could so arrogantly say that they could solve them in that way and on that time frame. I'm all for optimism and bringing a new face to things, absolutely, without a doubt. But, a wall with Mexico that Mexico will pay for at the end of my first term. I know there are people who believe it because they call into my show and say, I'm voting for Trump. But it's hard to believe that anybody serious would fall for that unless you were deliberately wanting to believe whatever was being fed to you, or you just hadn't ever thought about these issues before. The healthcare plan, in 2017 they proposed one, would have led to 24 million or so people ending up without healthcare. It didn't go anywhere because it was so terrible. And then in August of 2020, in 2 weeks, I'm going to finally have my healthcare proposal. It's 2023, we still never got it. With all of these things that were thinking through, it was just sort of arrogance. And I get the perspective of, I want optimism, and I like that optimism. It works. I mean, it's fair. A lot of people saw it and liked it. As someone who followed a lot of those issues closely, they seemed, of course, like impossible problems.
Like the double-edged sword, to push back a little bit, to look at things I have a little bit more knowledge about, is space intelligence. There's a company called DeepMind and a company called OpenAI that were laughed at for a long time when they were talking about potential to solve intelligence. And now they've made, especially DeepMind, most recently OpenAI, they've made progress that mostly I can not have imagined that they would. Everything from AlphaGo being the world champion, just all the different steps and process they can get into. They surprise everybody, and they are legitimately, fearlessly pursuing the task of solving intelligence. The other aspect gets a lot of criticism now, but another example is Elon Musk. I could say a lot of things like SpaceX, the commercial space flight, is laughed at for a long time. Same thing with autopilot and Tesla, autonomous vehicles. His approach was harshly criticized by all the experts. Still criticized, to this day, deeply criticized. And I, as a person that I believe objectively can look at the progress of autopilot as a semi-autonomous vehicle system, has been incredibly surprising. So the reason I mention that is sometimes it feels like you need the guy or the gal who makes those preposterous, ambitious statements like, we're going to solve healthcare this year. Right? And then there's experts like yourself that are looking, thinking, have you read anything about the history of Israel Palestine? Do you know there's a history there? Do you realize how complicated, how many people have tried, how many people have failed, how many millions of people hate each other in this little place, in this land? Like, sometimes the expertise can really weigh you down. So to push back, sometimes you have to have the almost be naive and stupid, just rush in with an optimism in order to actually make some progress.
I agree with you 100%. I think it's interesting that all of the examples you gave of successes are from the technology space, not politics. Not from politics. Which, I mean, listen, I would love to be able to make headway on some of these issues more quickly, without a doubt. I do think at some point, though, when it comes down to voting and saying one of these people is going to be ostensibly in charge for 4 years through all of the departments and secretaries and places that they make, we do want to apply some level of realism with the understanding that your examples are from the tech space, and they're good examples. There's no question about it. One thing I'll add to this, I recently read Bradley Hope's book about North Korea, and it's really about an activist who doesn't even really matter, but in the background of the book, it's written, much of what is written about happened during the Trump era, and when Trump did the first and then the second, I guess we call them summits, and it actually did seem like, to some degree, Trump's we're going to handle this like I do a business deal approach to Kim Jong-un. In some sense, it actually was logical because of Kim Jong-un and the way that it was so ego-driven, and they both, as sort of authoritarian strongman types to different degrees, wanted that. There was actually a kernel where I actually thought, as I read it, Trump's initial idea wasn't crazy. The problem was he knew nothing about the backstory of the relationship. He talked all sorts of lies from Kim Jong-un, and he made offers that didn't make any sense. It fell apart, fine. But that's an example where I think Trump's personality was not actually at its base the problem when it came to North Korea.
So there's other things of this nature going, some people argue goes into strengths and pros about Trump. China, for example, tariffs in China. Can you make the case that there's some positive outcomes in the way Trump's acting in China?
Yeah. And I'll give you a couple of
and also cons.
I'll give you. It's tough to make. So the China thing is really so. Just very recently, to when we're recording this, Trump was on Fox News, interviewed by a guy named Mark Levin, and Trump proposed a new, I call it a conspiracy theory, maybe it will strike you as something different, about China, COVID, and tariffs. And Trump's suggestion was that the tariffs cost China so much money, China sent the U.S. so much money in tariffs, that they released COVID as punishment. Now, there's a couple problems with that. One, American companies pay the tariff. Trump still doesn't seem to know this. Trump seems to believe that when he puts a tariff on Chinese imports, someone in China is cutting a check to the United States. American companies buy the stuff from China, and then American companies cut a check to the United States for the tariff. Trump doesn't seem to get that.
But it still has a string to the Chinese.
You can make the argument that if there is a suitable alternative domestically or from a different country, that it will reduce imports, but it didn't happen. And we actually have reports now that the tariffs on China cost about $250,000 American dollars. The other problem with that idea is China created and released a virus in order to hurt you, but as of today, 5.7 of the 6.8 million deaths were in other countries. It's a very indirect way. You're mostly killing people in other countries to hurt Trump. Maybe there was a... This is the sort of thing where, when I think about how Trump dealt with China, it's very scary. Because given another 4 years, who knows what he might do? He still doesn't understand how tariffs work.
Geopolitics operate in complicated ways with carrots and sticks. And Henry Kissinger has written quite a lot about this. And in some sense, the positive aspect here that Donald Trump is willing to take big risks in the game of geopolitics with this giant superpower that is China. And a lot of others feel afraid to call them out, come to the table and take them.
I certainly think that's an argument that can be made. My question would be, what tangible positive outcomes did it lead to? And it's tough to identify any. But I think it's a great thing. I mean, listen, one of the things you're kind of getting at, maybe indirectly, is that there's been this sense that politics has been done very similarly for a long time, and even between Democrats and Republicans, still, even with some policy differences, there's still the kind of feeling that it's disconnected folks in D.C. mostly dealing with issues that don't directly affect you. I get that. I'm with you on that. I think the question as to whether Trump's bluster was positive rather than extraordinarily humiliating in many ways, I just come down on it was an absolute total humiliation. But I understand that you could recognize Trump doesn't know a lot of stuff, but his attitude was refreshing in some way. That's a reasonable position for someone to take. I disagree with it, but I understand it.
Well, trying and failing better than that, right?
This goes well beyond politics. You know, Wayne Gretzky has weighed in about this. Michael Jordan has weighed in about it. I mean, is it better to have tried and failed than never? Is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved? I don't know. I mean, listen, we lived through 4 years of Trump. We know what that 4-year term was like. And it's very hard for me to say that the things we tried were overwhelmingly reasonable. But I get the point you're trying to make, and I appreciate it. And if we don't do any of it, then where do we end up? Sure. We know where we ended up with Trump, but it's pretty embarrassing.
Okay, let's linger on some more strengths. We did start a new one. There's something to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a few different approaches to dealing with that. First, it's really important to remember that the counterpoint to that from the folks who like to say that was that Hillary Clinton was going to start 3 wars. Sometimes they say 4 wars. Sometimes they say 5 wars. The geopolitical situation during the 4 years that Trump was in office, I don't know that they obviously left themselves to wars that Trump just barely was able to keep us out of. I think the Russia thing is interesting because now it's very popular to go stack and say, you know, the reason Putin didn't do the Ukraine thing when Trump was, right, and to somehow give Trump credit for that. There's a counterpoint to it, which is Putin under Trump, particularly if Trump got 4 more years, would have been able to maybe consolidate power in other ways because of his relationship with Trump. I'm not coming down on one side or the other. It's not my area of expertise. But it's not the open shut slam dunk that Trump likes to say. Putin didn't invade because he knew I would crush him. Okay, so it's not obvious to me that there were imminently wars that would have started during that time. That being said, for all the criticism of Obama during Crimea, Trump seemed to just kind of forget about that after all the criticism and say, I'm not actually going to do anything about that. And so there are foreign policy criticisms that could be made, but it is true. No new wars were started under Trump. I like that. I don't like it.
What do you think about a handling of COVID? Can you say what are the pros and cons?
The con for him is he'd be president right now if he had handled it differently. I think it's abundantly clear. Early on, and there's now a lot of really good reporting about the conversations he was having with Joe and others, he became convinced, either because of things he was being told or because he decided this is the way it's going to be. This is going to go away. Fine. It's in China. Okay. It's in China. Italy. Okay. We have 15 cases that will soon be zero. We'll be open by Easter of 2020. None of it happened. If he had handled it in the following way, and I've said this to Rogan and I said this to Patrick and David, and they tend to all see my side of it. If Trump had said, just, we don't know how bad this is going to be, but I care too much about the American people to take a shot. So it's not going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be a little bit. But I need your help. We're going to bring everybody together. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. We're going to have MAGA masks, and you can have 50 cents on the dollar to pay off Stormy or whoever. But it would have been, I think he was realized, because the perception was, and reality is a version of that, the perception was that he was way too cavalier about it early on. People died who didn't need to die. And I think that it was arguably the one area where he could have all but guaranteed that he was going to get in trouble.
Well, it's a good record. I mean, because you mentioned sort of masks and lockdowns coming COVID.
I didn't mention lockdowns, but I'm glad to talk about policy.
Of course, like there's several solutions to the pandemic, broadly speaking. And one of them is vaccine. And so you didn't mention that. Fast track the development. The administration fast tracked the development of the vaccine. It was surprising he didn't really take much credit for it.
I think there's a lot there.
But to me, it seems like you could make the case with the Trump hand gestures that his decision for fast tracking the development of the vaccine saved tens of millions of lives. He could, in the Trumpian way, make that case.
So, a couple different things. I know you don't necessarily follow Trump's rallies as closely as I did, and I'm jealous of you for that. But he did tout the vaccine stuff easily for a while, until his audience turned against him. And then he had to draw this line where he was going, I made the vaccine, which none of you have to take, by the way. Freedom. You don't have to take it. But it's fantastic. And nobody else has done it. But don't worry, nobody's going to make you take it. And he actually got booed at a couple of his own rallies talking about the vaccines. So let's back up a little bit. Fast tracking. My understanding of what he did is he did what any president in his situation would do, and what many world leaders also did as well, which is he agreed to pre-purchase supply of vaccine in order to provide money to pharmaceutical companies to scale up the manufacturing, which is absolutely fine. But he wants, one of the stories he tells is, it usually takes 12 years to develop a vaccine. We did it in 9 months, thanks to me. Decades of mRNA technologies being developed created a platform in which you can make a particular vaccine in 9 months. Didn't have anything to do with Trump. He did pre-fund and say, we will buy a huge supply, and that provided liquidity to the pharmaceutical companies.
But he also delegated control to experts that enable that kind of fast tracking of vaccines, right?
He was very eager for the FDA to approve it because he saw that there would be a political benefit.
But he didn't get in the way, I guess.
He didn't get in the way. Fair. I think now we're on the fix. He did not get in the way of vaccines being developed.
But and bureaucracies have a way of getting in the way.
I don't disagree with that. I'm not aware of really any government that got in the way. I mean, it seems given the global situation, everybody, European countries were pre-purchasing vaccines. African countries were either going to be later to receive vaccines. They're partnering with the European countries that have pre-purchased. But the most interesting thing about all of this is Trump did play up the vaccines for a long time until his crowd didn't want to hear about it anymore, which is crazy. It was sort of like he became a victim of the monster he created.
One of the infection measures of this is really sad because this division over the vaccines is creating distrust in science.
Yeah.
And also, what's sad is the scientific leaders, Anthony Fauci being one of the representatives of that community, I would say completely dropped the ball.
What way?
They spoke with arrogance, they spoke down to people, they spoke in a way that great scientists does not speak, which is they spoke with certainty, without humility, like they have all the wisdom and everyone has to speak up to understand it, but they're going to be the parent that tells us exactly what to do, versus speaking to the immensity of the problem, the deep core of the problem being the uncertainty. We don't know what to do. The terrifying thing about the pandemic, we don't know anything about it as it's happening. If you have to make decisions, you have to take risks about, well, maybe you have to overreact in order to protect the populace. But it's in the face of uncertainty you have to do that, not empowered by science and deep expertise that somebody like Anthony Fauci claims to have. But I just am really troubled by the distrust of science as a result of that. And you have to blame the leaders to a degree. Leaders take responsibility, and I think Anthony Fauci was the scientific leader behind the American response to the pandemic, and I think he failed as a scientist, as a representative scientist.
I'm less, I don't know if interested is the right word, but the kind of, the Fauci review is less interesting to me in terms of what comes next than the first part you mentioned, which is the distrust in science. And sometimes I'll get voicemails or emails from people in my audience who say that I have had to backpedal on certain things related to this. And one of the things I tried to do from the beginning was not speak in certain terms when we really didn't have complete information. So there was this period where hydroxychloroquine was first sort of mentioned as a possible treatment, prophylactic or proactive treatment for COVID, or active treatment for COVID, along with a bunch of other stuff. There was ivermectin, there was vitamin D, there were all sorts of different things. And I tried to be careful to say, right now, we don't have rigorous science that tells us that some of these things work. It doesn't mean that won't come in the future. At which point, if there was something as cheap as hydroxychloroquine that treated COVID effectively, unbelievable, fantastic. It's not, there's no way it ever will be determined. We don't have that information right now, so it's not super wise right now to go and start taking this stuff. We eventually learned, like with vitamin D, having an appropriate vitamin D level does seem to be, based on what I've most recently read, generally protective and a good thing when it comes to infections of different. Wait, okay, so that one we figured out. One of the really difficult things is that the quote truth about the vaccines did change. And the original, again, this is all, I don't pretend to be an expert, but just I'm synthesizing the medical data and writing about it. Originally, the first vaccine related to the wild type strain did seem to be very effective, not only at preventing death and serious illness, but also transmission. There were people then saying it doesn't prevent transmission. Over time, as the variants came forward, the vaccine became less effective at that. At that point, I started telling my audience something different because as far as I was concerned, the reality on the ground can change. In my mind, that's how science works. It's not backpedaling. It's we're adjusting our beliefs to what is taking place in the real world.
Well, to be fair, the scientists, many of whom are my friends, biologists, they have way more humility than people like Anthony Fauci or the CEO of Pfizer. the way science works is there's usually a lot more humility and a lot more transparency about what we know and what we don't know. And, people like Anthony Fauci thought it would be beneficial for the world if he speaks with more certainty. But because of the political division that formed around that certainty resulted in became completely counterproductive. That people didn't trust anything about the vaccine, didn't trust any institutions that contained the experts that actually knew what they were doing, and they basically didn't trust anything that was coming out of some large percentage of the population. So that made you completely ineffective in at scale of society trying to respond to it. And that's where I put a lot of blame on leaders. So, political leaders and scientific leaders are the ones that should inspire us to all get together and respond. That should be the case for the pandemic. It should be the case in the time of war.
I generally agree with you, and for me, it's really about shared blame, and there were a lot of different reasons why that early communication wasn't good. Part of it was, I mean, for me, I prefer accuracy rather than overconfidence. I would prefer, listen, we don't really know right now whether masks do X or Y. What we do know is the supply is really limited of this kind of mask. We're going to try to keep them sort of non orders. I love that. That's the way I want to be communicated. A call was made to do it differently, which is to say the masks don't actually help. But the real reason is they want to keep them around for workers. And then later, the masks are what's going to sell. I'm with you 100%. I think the other layer to it is you can't ignore the political situation at the time. If Trump had won re-election and the vaccine distribution had taken place while Trump was president rather than Biden, my belief is that the same number of Democrats would have gotten vaccinated, but way more Republicans would have as well, because they were following not science but political leaders. And when it was Biden in D.C. instead of Trump, a lot of those people said, I don't trust the vaccine. But wait, it's Trump's vaccine. Yeah, but something about the way Biden's distributing it. So I do think we can't ignore that political layer. I agree with you with communication is happening.
Let me ask you about Joe Biden. What is his strengths and weaknesses?
Weaknesses, I think, are some of the things we've identified. He is not seen as high energy. He is not the same Joe Biden that debated Paul Ryan in 2012 and ran circles around him and just an incredible debate performance. He is not inspiring in the way that someone like a Barack Obama was to people coming up and starting to get interested in politics. I think a lot of those are fair criticisms. I think on policy, he's not interested in a lot of the things that younger voters are interested in. I mentioned cannabis reform. I mentioned student loans. So I think that's a deficit for Biden. I think the upside to Biden is when it comes to foreign policy, diplomacy, high-level negotiations, knowing how to engage with allies in a productive way, it's tough to find someone with more experience than Biden. I know that there are counterpoints to what I'm saying, and those include that was the old Biden, the new Biden doesn't have it. That includes that's just a sign of rot because he's been around for so long. Nobody should be around that long in public. Perfectly reasonable criticism to talk about, but I do see that as one of his strengths. And he also is good at knowing when he can work with Republicans and when he can't, and not wasting more time than is sort of expected for posturing reasons. And I think that that's a good thing.
Do you think he's actually better? So in day-to-day operations of government, given his cognitive capabilities, do you think he is an actively practicing executive?
I don't know that I can say that it's because of what may be going on cognitively, but my sense from the people I talk to is that he's very much involved in the highest level geopolitical and big domestic economic stuff, but that a lot of the smaller issues that presidents might or might not be in sort of plugged into, that he's not plugged into the details of a lot of those lower level stuff.
So yeah, you could probably apply the same exact criticism, even more so than the Donald Trump administration, in terms of being a practicing active executive who's paying attention. And for example, like Vladimir Putin is somebody who loves the role of the executive, has a huge amount of meetings, is constantly tracking information about agriculture and other different subsystems of government. Stalin, on the other, is also extremely good at this. Certain people just love the job of being an executive. Well, I'm not sure if Donald Trump did, and I'm not sure if Joe Biden in his current state has the cognitive capability to.
It's a good question. Kim Jong Un is another one, by the way. The videos of him examining a pottery, a factory where they make plates, and making very specific comments about how the plates should be made. I think that in that case, there's a lot of propaganda value to it. With Trump, I think you're probably right. He did get involved in the minutiae of things. I mean, once he pulled out a weather map and with a Sharpie drew a different hurricane path that was more politically convenient. That's pretty micro. Saying the Weather Channel's wrong.
I see what you did there.
Okay.
I see
so
what you did
that's
there.
micro. He went to Puerto Rico and he blew out with the towel after a hurricane. After he was shooting them like free throws, which didn't look very good. So he will get involved in the micro when it's advantageous. You know what I mean? But I do agree with you that he wants to just kind of make it stuff. Build the wall. I don't know. Just build it. Figure it out. Get it done.
Quick one, Battenberg.
Sure.
Yeah. And just for the sake of completeness, I should mention the subreddit what Biden has done. And it's also what Trump has done, but it's not as active. And it has this master list of all the accomplishments. I recommend people look at it because it's kind of rigorous and interesting with links list of all the things he's done. Just list some of them. Restored daily press briefings, canceled the Keystone Pipeline, reversed Trump's Muslim ban, required mass national property, rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, extend student loan payments fees, extend eviction fees, restored stimulus bill, as you mentioned, hedge funding the border wall, so on and so forth, DACA, border strengthening, DACA, rejoins the World Health Organization, and the time it is important. Yeah, several historic statements, which of course is criticized. Raising minimum wage for federal contractors and federal employees for $50. There's a lot. There's a lot. It makes you realize with both Trump and Biden, there's a bunch of small details that matter.
Yeah.
Like that matter on people's lives, like actual little policies. Trump did a lot of stuff as far as I heard for the military. Like not big stuff, but small stuff.
Yeah, I'd be curious what you're thinking of. I mean, I know one of the big things under Trump was we're going to get trans people out of the military.
That's not what I was thinking.
You were referring to that. Trump's hilarious with these stories that he tells. And one of the stories, and you get to know them if you follow him at all. He tells the story, when I came into office, the generals came to me and they said, "Sir, the cupboards are bare. We have no bullets." And so I rebuilt the military. The cupboards were there when Obama left it, and it was just terrible. But I rebuilt it, and the generals, I've got the best generals. They said, "Sir, it's incredible." You look into it, and it's like, yeah, that's not really true. Like, it is true that there are armaments that just like on a schedule do get replaced, and that's part of the military industrial complex. But there's nothing like special Trump really did. But these stories become, they take on like a life of their own. And it's interesting to sometimes try to dig down and figure out, like, is there any policy connected to that, or is that just a story?
Do you think it's possible to have a good conversation with each of them? Donald Trump, Joe Biden, in a podcast context?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're saying like, could I?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Joe Biden.
Sure. Yeah.
Can we dig into that a little bit?
Well, I mean, I don't know what. I think there's maybe something implicit in your question, but
that's deeper about the nature of politics and politicians. Yes.
I think with either of them, I mean, the political differences wouldn't be an impediment to having a good conversation with either of them. I think one of the things that's really tough in my experience in talking to elected officials is they could be super interesting about 100 different topics that handlers decide or try to get you to talk about something you don't really care about and something really narrow which doesn't bring out your best nor their best. And that's a frustration. But I think that given an unstructured 3-hour conversation, I think it would be interesting to talk about. I mean, listen, with Biden, aside from his view on cannabis or whatever, his background and the incredible, unimaginable family tragedy that he had, his first wife and multiple kids dying. I mean, it's just incredible, and with Trump, I think also you could have an interesting conversation.
Yeah, they're human beings with a life story.
Yeah.
And there's some of the most successful humans who have ever lived. They've rose to this highest office in interesting, complex ways.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I'm troubled by, maybe you can speak to, is why we're so negative with presidential candidates and presidents. Why it's just, they go through this shitstorm no matter who they are.
Yeah.
They're like hated. Like all the conspiracy theories and just the dynamics of how we talk about them. Just vicious. You just look at replies to Barack Obama on Twitter. It's like, what is going on here? Why? Because we look at other leaders in other spaces, and we're generally positive about it.
Yeah. There's a couple different things. There's this dynamic which is really unfortunate, which is you ask people, do you approve of the job a particular president is doing? And very often, if at any point while they were in office they did something you don't like, people will say, I don't approve. And so by its nature, what that means is just like the longer you're in office, the lower your approval rating is going to be. And very often that's the way it works. I mean, there's major events like 9/11 spiked George W. Bush's approval to an incredible level, and then it came back down to the Iraq War. But there's this unfortunate thing that when people are just asked, do you think Biden's doing a good job? If 4 months ago Biden did something on healthcare that somebody didn't like, even if you like most of it, a lot of people from that point forward would say, I don't approve. They might still vote for him because they like him better than the alternative or whatever. It's just the dynamic of politics, and I agree. It's very.
Does it have to be that way?
I don't think it has to be that way, but to unwind it, so many things would have to change. I think our election system is part of why politics is the way it is, where you have two choices, and it's first past the post, and we have this electoral college, so that depending on which state you vote in, the kind of meaning and significance of your vote is different. If you vote in Montana, the Republican candidate's going to win, and that changes the dynamic. I think that's part of it. I think that at a personal level, I've experienced this in my life a lot. We've become, and by we I mean people in the United States to some degree who talk about this stuff, we've become uncomfortable when there is disagreement, and it bleeds over into now we can't have a normal interpersonal relationship anymore. I'm from Argentina, and in Argentina, it's really common, even in my family. There are incredibly heated political debates at the start, the middle, the end of some kind of gathering. But then everybody just goes back to like, okay, we disagree on some things, but that's okay. And we can now go and, finish cooking the beef or whatever it is that we're doing. And I experienced this even with people who come up to me on the street and they go, just earlier today, a guy came up to me and he said, RFK all the way, baby. Talking about Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I just kind of, oh, all right, yeah, let's see what happens. And then there was another moment where the guy ended up standing next to me for maybe longer than he thought, and I could tell this guy's getting so awkward because it was an utterance he thought that would just be on the fly and he'd be gone. But now we're standing next to each other waiting for our sandwiches. It's like no big deal. It's okay, you like Bobby Kennedy Jr. I don't plan to vote for it. It's fine. And that's like a sociocultural thing. I think there's lots of other countries. I spent time in Italy. I have relatives in Israel where like shouting at each other is sort of like normal, and then you just go back and finish it. It sounds like shouting. I'm sort of exaggerating. It's very animated, what seemed like big disagreement, and then everybody's cool. I wish it were more normal.
So maybe the mechanism of going from shouting to being cool again. Because maybe you can't solve the shouting at each other. So maybe we need to somehow figure out the de-escalation, like making up. I've had a few recent projects that
Yeah, it's politics.
No. But political style, emotionally drenched stuff. And it was interesting to go through that whole process and then make up at the end. It was a process. And it was a process that required being in person and talking through it. And it was stressful. The whole thing. And maybe because most of our interactions are online, don't get a chance to do that in person. I don't know, but do you think it's a feature or a bug of the system? So we just hate the powerful.
You mentioned the online part. I think you mentioned it earlier perfectly, which is you take contentious political issues, you create a platform that rewards controversy and disagreement and limits the number of characters you can use to express yourself. You kind of throw it into a baking dish and mix the entire thing up. It's complete and total chaos. And one of the things that I've talked before about all those angry emails and threats and stuff that I get. I'm acutely aware that if I had in-person conversations with most of these people, the conversation would basically be like, oh, we have different views about how to solve some of the problems we're facing. We probably agree about what the problem is, and we probably share many values, but on these particular core issues, we may have very different views. But that's okay. Online, that's not the case. And it leads to, the mess that we get ourselves in. But I think that it's a feature of a lot of the systems that are being used to disseminate information.
Again, let me linger on that. You regret some of the mockery and the snark you use on Twitter and doing your show, the kind of speech that you use.
I don't regret it in the sense that it's a calculated part or tool that I use in addition to figuring out how to simplify complicated concepts and choosing stories that I think are underrepresented. And it's all part of like the package of what I'm doing. I recognize that my show is not the audio visual version of a peer-reviewed, randomized controlled trial about views on abortion or whatever the case. Like I'm very much aware of that, but I don't regret including it as a tool that I've used to build the community in sum total that I've built over the last more than 10 years.
I guess I could ask about the different trajectories you think your show might take. So, the dynamic you had with Donald Trump Jr. and Candace Owens is also a big comparison. Are you okay having that dance for the next few years between you and Candace Owens? Kind of the mockery, the diversion, as a part of that process and taking part in that?
I'm fine with it in the sense of personally, I tolerate it well until it crosses the line and people pull my family in. And that's the part that
we set the family stuff aside.
If I set that aside,
just in the digital space,
I'm glad to mix it up. Now the truth is, Candace Owens has had me blocked for years up until this incident. I don't know why. She unblocked me just to tweet about what I tweet about. I don't know the backstory of that. Genuinely, I have no idea. So I don't have a sense that she's super interested in engaging with me on that. But all of these people, I mean, Candace Owens is welcome on my show anytime. John Jr. is welcome on my show anytime. It's been a decade since I had Ben Shapiro on. He's welcome at any time. I'm glad to have these conversations, and I think it's an important thing. And also, I wish that everybody was willing to have the conversations in good faith rather than a performance art, rather than being simply performative to an audience.
In terms of your motivation, you worry about the effects of something you spoke about offline and the YouTube algorithm. Are you driven by the number of views your videos get, or are you driven by something else?
So, in my world, I guess I would say, the number of views that any platform generates is a metric that I can choose how to interpret. I can choose to interpret it as I've created content that's interesting to people, or I've created content that's really angering people, and that's why they're showing up. They don't actually like me because they're angry or whatever. But it is true that there are algorithmic changes that can take place. Something happened in early January that affected us on YouTube, or there are periods on TikTok that you can tell we're doing all the same things. Something has happened, and then you never usually figure out what it is. So for me, it's sort of just like a general tool to see what is the level of interest in what I'm doing, and are the numbers so out of whack with what I would expect that I should look into whether something deeper is happening. Has there been some change to an algorithm or whatever the case may be? I had a debate once with someone who accused me of using clickbait to generate views, and we had a really interesting conversation where I said, tell me really what you mean by that. Is your argument that I'm using titles that don't actually represent what's in the video? No, what's in the title is in the video. I go, okay, so it's not that the title is dishonest. Are you saying I'm deliberately picking titles that will garner a larger audience? And they said, yeah, that's kind of what I mean. And I said, isn't that kind of what we're all doing? The alternative would be choosing titles to generate a smaller audience, which seems like a real kind of waste of time. So I'm trying to navigate and play the game in a way that's comfortable, but use the metrics more as a tool than as something to obsess over.
Nevertheless, the metrics are what they are, and that they're able to affect your psyche. It's very difficult, which is why I have a common section that hides all the views and all that. It's difficult not to let it affect how you think about ideas. So your extensive exploration of a particular topic like healthcare generates very few views. It's difficult for you to still care about healthcare. There's some aspect of the human mind that starts being affected by those views. I think that's really dangerous. Mostly it's probably beneficial. It probably makes you a better presenter. If you do care about a topic a lot, you become more charismatic, more you learn sort of in Jimmy, Mr. Beast, way how to present the ideas better. But it also can affect which topics you choose to cover, if you choose to think about this topic, the audience capture those topics. That's a really scary effect. I'm really worried about that. So I run from that aggressively.
One of the things that I include in my overall approach is I don't think about any one clip. I think about an entire show or a week of shows or a month of shows. And so it's less about does anyone pick you up. My view going in is I'm going to do stuff that won't do that well, but I think it's really important to do, and I want to make it part of my job. And so when I did a clip with just 10 ideas for reducing gun violence, I know that that's not going to get 500,000 or a million. I know it's just not going to. And the first day or get 12,000, and I'll go, I don't care. So that's fun. There's a group of people in my audience that values this stuff, and I want to be doing this stuff. I'll end up surprised sometimes. And 2 weeks later, has 150,000 views because it started being shared. Great. But I don't go into it thinking these all need to be home runs by that metric. I always go in saying I want to put out a diversity of content, including stuff that is less titillating and salacious, but is important to do. It's more research, etc. And so that's the way I try to resist exactly what you're doing.
And I think you have to probably know yourself. But for me, metrics, I just like metrics too much. For me, metrics do affect me, which is why I don't pay attention to that. Like I can't. I would love to hire somebody who cares. We currently have, I mean, folks, all of us care. Because he probably is good to care enough to kind of stupid thumbnails and this kind of stuff to pay attention. But to me personally, I just find inner peace and focus if I don't think about the numbers at all. Because I find myself, I just remember a long time ago when I started a podcast, I would think that I failed if it didn't do well. Like if I didn't celebrate this person well enough, I didn't do a good job enough of a conversation. But that's not necessarily at all what that means. It's hard not to.
It's tough stuff. I mean, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And part of it is, it starts in you have a little bit of a different situation than me because you're doing long form conversations with people and the prep is a little bit different. One of the things in my space, because I'm reacting mostly to what's going on in the news and then also picking topics to dive into a little bit more deeply, is I have very little control over this segment. And there is a meta metric or a macro metric that affects me that will quadruple my audience and then take 75% of it away, which is the seasonality of election cycles. And the first few election cycles, it's very tough because I go, it's October, and that's great. We're going to have 20 million subscribers by next year. These numbers are unbelievable. And then it's January 30th. The inauguration is over. The debate is about the debt ceiling, and nothing's going on. And I go, nobody's watching my content. I must have forgotten to upload it. Look, something must be. It's completely beyond my control. So I think part of what you're saying is I try to focus on the things I can control and understand those that I really have no control over whatsoever and try not to worry about them.
Or driving to you is you mentioned RFK, the guy you met. What do you think about some of the other candidates outside of Joe Biden in the Democratic Party? RFK Jr. What do you think of him?
I met him, we once had dinner, and we have a number of friends in common, which is what makes this a little more awkward. But I think his campaign is basically sort of like a chaos candidacy to raise awareness and maybe raise money either for his book or his anti-vaccine organization, Children's Fund, I believe it's called. I think there's some reporting that Steve Bannon really liked the idea of him running as a Democrat, again, to generate chaos. I don't find it super interesting. I don't find it worthy of that much discussion. Smart guy, nice guy, has been doing anti-vaccine work that I don't find particularly inspiring.
It's not just anti-COVID vaccine, it's more broader than that.
He's been in that space long before the COVID vaccine. Yeah, I don't find it super.
So he also wrote the book, The Real Anthony Fauci, that's the name of the book.
Did he write that? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. So I'm aware of that book. I didn't know he wrote it.
I think but it's been on my to get. We're trying to get a good balanced reading list about the COVID pandemic, understand what happened. And anytime I start trying to go into that space, it's just unexhausted.
Well, it's interesting to me that you wouldn't wait longer before delving into those books to have maybe a more clear hindsight.
But I think this is a pretty good time. You don't think so? This is, it depends upon your goals. If you're thinking of a historical event, yes. But if you're thinking about understanding what is broken about our systems that we respond to so poorly, that there's so much division. What's broken about our political system that we didn't unite us and divide us? Keep the blame. There's probably a lot of different narratives. I feel like the more you learn about this, the better you can understand. I just glad about people that I read like 5 biographies. It helps to really understand the people involved, the organizations involved, everything from the scientists to the legal leaders. It felt like the blog post and the piece quite captivating.
One of the things I read is I don't read any modern political books, so I don't read the memoirs of elected officials. I don't read. I just feel like I get enough of it in my job. So my reading list is just other things. It's history, it's narrative nonfiction, economics, etc. And that's my bias because I'm so overloaded with a lot of this stuff. I haven't read any of Obama's books. I didn't read John Bolton's book. I don't read any of that stuff. Although I'm sure there is value to be from.
What about the other candidate that, according to the subreddit, as you mentioned, criticized a little bit, Marianne Williamson? Do you think, what are the pros and cons of that?
This is another area where many in my audience really are angry with me. I don't find her candidacy super interesting. I'll tell you the pros and the cons that I see them. I do think that we have elected officials in the U.S., particularly presidents, from a really narrow range of backgrounds. So it's lawyers and sometimes business people. Very, very often lawyers. I think we would benefit from a much greater diversity of backgrounds. And I once said, and that would include people from education, people from the science world, people with backgrounds maybe running nonprofits, etc. And Marianne Williamson did, I guess, at one point run some kind of small nonprofit, and some in my audience thought that credential alone would make me fall head over heels in love with the idea of a Marianne candidacy. I've interviewed her. It's just not for me, is the way I like to say it. It's the background of the woo-woo type stuff is a bit off-putting to me. I understand that someone with literal Christian Bible beliefs that also I don't like, maybe I'm more willing to accept, as most of our presidents, of course, have those views because they're otherwise more qualified. But some of the things that she says just strike me as I'll give you an example. When she was on with Brenda Brand, she said there's no such thing as clinical depression. It just means someone in a clinic told you you have depression. I don't believe that to be the case. I think we have an understanding there's two types of depression. There's like a genetic predisposition depression. There's like a acute something's happening in my life, temporary depression. When she was asked about it, she said, I didn't mean it. I was just trying to impress Russell Brand. I don't know if I'm more bothered by the things she first said or by the fact that she wanted to impress Russell Brand. But it's just really not for me. And I agree with her on we need to take the climate seriously. We need to expand access to health. I'm with all of that stuff. Now, I want to say one other thing about this. Anybody who wants to run should run. I am not suggesting there should be an uncontested primary for Joe Biden. Absolutely.
So you think it should be contested?
Well, what I mean by contested is, so there's two parts to what we mean by contested. Will the DNC organize base? And we'll get to that discussion. Should everybody who's on the left get out of the way because Joe Biden is president and is running for re-election? Absolutely not. The question about should there be debates, I would like there to be debates. The DNC pretty clearly isn't going to organize them. I think if you did them, you would have to say at what polling level do you qualify? And I don't know exactly where you put that number, but I think it would be a great thing to put Joe Biden on a stage with you can get what 6%, 8%. I'm not really sure what the number would be. I'm totally all for that.
Why is this set of candidates in this perspective so weak? You have an understanding.
There's a lot of different answers to this. One aspect of this, which I think is more of a sociocultural thing, which I've recently read about to some degree, is the job actually turns off the people who would be best at it because of what you need to do to become president. And it includes all but completely abandoning your existing day-to-day life job, which you may depend on, and family to some degree. It's horribly negative, as we already talked about. And at the end of all of that, you either lose and then have to rebuild, and maybe you're not in a position to be able to do that, or you win, and then now you've got 4 years of being one of the most hated people, no matter how good a job you do. So I think by its nature, it turns off a lot of people that would otherwise be good. I also think that there's a lot of posturing within the parties about, well, you might be good, but it's not your time yet, so you should wait, and then let's talk about maybe a Senate seat here and there. So it's like a company, essentially, for figuring out where they want to place people. I think all of these things make it so we end up with candidates most people want.
It's difficult for somebody who's young or outside.
I think that that's true, and I think also, in a lot of ways, it's just not. I mean, would you want to be president? I mean, I can't be because I wasn't born in the U.S.
If everyone says no, then we're against the people that you have.
No, I understand.
So I would love to help someone. And I feel like there's not even a mechanism to help it, except through the democratic process. I know how little technology there is in the whole process, how little innovation there is in the whole process.
The sad thing is, this is written about a lot, which is, there's this thing called political hobbyism, and I think there's a good chance that some of the people in my audience are political hobbyists in the sense that they follow this stuff as entertainment to some degree. And I've written a lot about how, I've read a lot and talked a lot about how, okay, you vote every 2 years or every 4 years and there are local elections, etc. And then we think about politics all the time. Neil Postman wrote about this in his book, Amusing Ourselves to Death. But what are you actually going to do about the kids starving in this country and the nuclear buildup in that country? Okay, if everybody refocused their attention on their immediate communities, and that could mean any number of communities, town or city you live in, or it might mean an athletic club, whatever. If everybody time they spend on political hobbyism, they move somewhere else, which might put me out of a job. That's okay. I'm willing to lose my job because I think it would be so beneficial. Then our communities would just be that much better. Because you can actually affect change in a much more tangible way locally, whether potholes, but other things as well.
Yeah, and I wish our system was more limited to that kind of contribution. Hopefully to the visual space. Let me ask you about, on the Republican side, Ron DeSantis. What do you think of him as a candidate?
I think in the couple of weeks before our discussion today, his campaign, which hasn't even started, has sort of started to implode. And this was something that I started thinking about in September, October. He really doesn't seem ready for prime time in the sense that just being confronted, and confronted is not even the right word, just being asked about some topics he didn't really seem to want to talk about. He responded in such a sort of disproportionate, unhinged way. During his recent trip to Asia, he was asked about why are you responding but in this weird way to Trump's attacks on you? And he went into this weird bobblehead thing with a weird smile, and something came out that didn't make any sense, and he sort of got mad at the reporter, and it was just like, if you can't handle that, you can't be on a debate stage with Donald Trump. And again, for all my criticisms of Trump, the guy gets you on a debate stage, he could make you look silly. He was recently asked about his role at Guantanamo Bay when he was an officer in, I forget which branch of the armed forces. And he just sort of attacked the journalist asking the question. It just looked very bad. And there are increasingly big Republican donors who are not fans of Trump and are still hoping to get their eggs in the Ron DeSantis basket. They're saying, this guy just doesn't have what it takes. I don't think he can do it. So I don't know if DeSantis will be able to get away. Once you're polling 20-something, like he is, and you haven't even announced, it's very attractive. And you probably, to some degree, is thinking, if I wait till 2028, I might not have this opportunity again. But Trump's polling 52, 53, which means even if DeSantis gets all of the current non-Trump vote, he has to figure out how to take something more from Trump. I just don't know how he does it.
First of all, the implosion that's part of the process, isn't it? Implode a bunch of times
And rebuild yourself.
and rebuild them because the news cycle kind of progresses.
It's possible. The problem is the first debate is in August, so that's only a few months away, and the decision's going to have to be made pretty soon. And unless he can get a new momentum going, I just don't know how he gets what he needs in order to do another shot.
So would anyone else run against him?
It's very tough right now. I mean, there are other people running. There's this guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's running. Nikki Haley is running. Her campaign basically dead on arrival. Trump actually does better in polls the more people run. But when it's just him and DeSantis, that's the best scenario for DeSantis. It's not great for DeSantis, but it's certainly better. But I think the difficulty is, this is a question for Republicans to figure out. The people who rightly recognized in 2016 that this guy is not good for their party still believe this guy's not good for their party. But many of them recognize that most of the voters are still behind him. You can always say, it's early, this polling doesn't really mean anything. Something major would have to happen for him to lose that. If he got more, if he was arrested 2 more times and had more indictments, and it just became like, this guy can't even campaign because he's so busy going from court to court, maybe that would make a difference. It's really tough to imagine.
You said that there are 3 categories of people who vote Republican, and that Trump introduced the 4th one. Can you go through the 4 categories?
Yeah. So you've got like your pro-business, low-tax Republicans. These are mostly people like Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney has a bit of a social conservatism as well. He's Mormon, and that's there. But Mitt Romney primarily, particularly as a Republican, governor of Massachusetts, he is like a low-tax pro-business type guy. You've got your libertarian type Republicans who are primarily about freedom and liberty. Often they are actually more socially liberal, where they go, I don't care about gay marriage, I don't care so much about abortion, and that overlapped a little bit with the Tea Party movement in 2010, although Tea Party did have a religious component, but so like the libertarian, freedom-minded folks, and then the religious conservatives, people that support candidates like Josh Hawley or Ted Cruz, etc., where their big thing are social issues. Often they actually want Christianity be civil government. They don't want separation of church and state. Those are traditionally the 3 Republican groups. The one that Trump introduced was people who just didn't really pay attention to politics, but either followed celebrity or had grievances that they didn't yet have a scapegoat for, and were sort of right-leaning culturally, even though they didn't attribute that to republicanism. And Trump was able to bring them into politics often for the first time as voters. They could be part of any of those three groups if they get more into politics or kind of do their own thing. But they're more kind of like cult of personality. I'm sure for Trump.
Does it have to do anything about the culture wars and the identity politics and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, so in 2016 when Trump mobilized them, those weren't really issues the way they are now. So I think at that time it certainly was not a factor.
What was the mobilizing issue? I thought it was just anti-Hillary. He
did a good job on anti-Hillary, but a lot of it was identifying real economic problems, wage depression, lack of jobs in parts of the country, Ohio and Indiana. Trump rightly identified that we have an issue here, we want to entrepreneurship, etc. But there was also a lot of scapegoating. That is, China and people coming to the U.S.-Mexico border were popular scapegoats for a lot of those problems. This gets kind of to populism. Populism is a rhetoric, and populism as a rhetoric doesn't necessarily come with particular policies. You can be a populist, a user of populist rhetoric and propose solutions that would be more aligned with Bernie or Tucker Carlson. Populists will often identify the plight of the middle class. The difference would be Bernie will say, we've got to put some restrictions on how much billionaires can make, and we've got to reinvest in these social programs. Tucker will say, BLM taking your house and a brown person from Mexico taking your job are what we need to deal with. So the populist rhetoric can lend itself to very different policy, and Trump used that very effectively.
Why do you think Hillary Clinton was hated as an intense issue by a certain percent of the population? It feels like that's the first election I witnessed where there's a lot of hate. Maybe I'm I don't remember Obama. I don't remember the issue being hate. There was conspiracy theories that was blowing this country, and I don't remember hate towards Obama.
Record death threats under Obama more than any previous president.
Right, totally true.
Do you mean more hate between voters?
Between voters. But like, that's I guess what I was speaking to. That hate was directed at the narrative, the thread that connected all of that.
Few different things. And I'm not ranking these are just all things that come to mind. One is Hillary Clinton had been around in the political space for a long time, from the time as First Lady, through as Senator, Secretary of State, etc. So I think that there was enough time for different groups to develop an antipathy towards her for different reasons. So time. Secondly, Trump's branding of her as crooked was very effective, where there were so many people just demanding that she be imprisoned. If you ask them what is the crime, they don't know. But she should definitely be locked up. That became a very big thing. The email story, as it were, and James Comey doing a second public event about that investigation, even though there wasn't any actual news about it, just doing a second event about it at the last minute, I think hurt her and also generated some hate. And I don't find Hillary Clinton to be particularly likable, although I voted for her. I thought she was a better candidate. And I think that there are others who also didn't find her particularly likable. Those are a lot of impediments to becoming president.
So I was trying to understand why there's so many conspiracy theories about Clinton. Maybe I'm not researched well enough.
What about the why of it?
The why of it, actually, except for the conspiracy theories. It's also the conspiracy theories that they killed a lot of people.
It's hard for me to speak to them because I'm aware that they exist, but I'm not an expert in them because they seem so obviously baseless to the degree that I've researched them a little bit and then I move on. And it's been years since I've looked at this stuff. I know there's a set which one and there's the Clinton body count one. I think there's one connected to Epstein, if I recall correctly. There's all sorts of different ones. So that's speaking to any of them specifically because I'm not the expert on Clinton conspiracies. It does seem as though this stuff for so long has generated an audience. I mean, I remember in the supermarket when Bill Clinton was president at the checkout seeing the tabloids and there was stuff about Hillary birthed an alien baby and all this. It seems like it's been titillating for people for a very long time.
Well, another question from Reddit. I would be curious to hear David's views on conspiracies and conspiracy theories, the extent to which real conspiracies happen, and why conspiracies that have little evidence behind them manage to be so compelling to people regardless. Also, please bring up aliens and UAPs.
Okay. Where do we start?
The conspiracy what? So, what are you general as a person who thinks about politics, thinks about this world? Like, where do conspiracy theories fit into?
I think there have been conspiracies, and by conspiracy, I'm using the colloquial definition, which is basically individuals working together to, in a clandestine way, impact or affect some kind of event or phenomenon, very, very broadly. I mean, certainly that those things happen. To jump around to some of the things that were in there, I think the reason that conspiracy theories are so compelling is that it's really tough for a lot of people to accept. There are random events, not predictable specifically. At a stochastic level, you might be able to predict them, but specifically unpredictable. Bad events in many ways. I could be the victim of one, or you could, or my family could. That's really scary to a lot of people, understandably so. And for some people, it's less scary and more soothing in a way to say there aren't really random events like this. Somebody planned it, and if we had just known who planned it, it just could have been stopped because we would have known exactly when. That's just a psychological level easier to accept for people. And I get that to some degree because, listen, it's not the most exciting thing that everything can just be going fine and something absolutely horrible happens and kills, who knows, some number of people. So I think that's the biggest attractor to a lot of these conspiracy theories. It doesn't apply to all of them.
But yeah, but there's still kind of a basic understanding of human nature. Some people are greedy and want power and are corrupted by power. So there's kind of these compelling narratives that stick. That I don't know. The vaccine is a opportunity for a powerful billionaire to implant chips into you so you can control the program. It doesn't seem. What do I want to say? It's like, for some reason, that doesn't seem as crazy as it should. If you think, like, maybe Hollywood can do that. You think, yeah, you can imagine an evil person, a person that has more control, more power, and is also at the same time able to convince themselves that they should, that they actually have the best interest in the population. They're trying to do good for the world. So they do evil while trying to do good. You can kind of imagine it. It's like, why not? And you listen to people in power, authorities, it kind of makes it sound shady. You know? Like, yeah, the transparency of especially the older ones. I think the younger folks are better at being like the transparent, like revealing their flaws and the basic humanity. The people that are a little bit older in positions of power, they're more powerful. They're more like, it feels like they're presenting a narrative where the truth is hidden in the shadows.
I don't think there's anything wrong with suspecting. Maybe a public figure isn't giving you the full story. It's a totally reasonable thing to question. I don't think there's anything wrong with exploring a lot of these different things. I think the problem becomes, and I know you talked about this in so many different ways with other guests, the problem becomes when we lose a shared understanding of how we would assess whether any of these things are true. And then both alleged evidence and an absence of evidence both become supportive of the conspiracy theory, because if there's bad evidence, you manipulate it and say it's good evidence. If there's no evidence, you say the evidence was obviously hidden by the people who carried out the thing or whatever. So unless we can have a shared understanding of how we would determine what's true, these are common conversations often between atheists and religious folks. How can we determine, like, is my faith in something or my desire for something to be true a good way to evaluate whether it is true? There are really some other questions.
Well, let me ask you about Trump on that. About the election, the election. Maybe the better question is about January 6th. I think January 6th can be pretty good.
I do. I think it was less of a big deal. No, I mean, so well, it's a very interesting thing, though, right? Because we have not only the event. That's clever, actually. It's not only the event, but it's what led up to it and what has happened since, and did it change what is considered on the table that citizens can, should, or might do if they disagree with the results of an election. So I think that there are further reaching consequences than just the 6-hour period on January 6th, a bigger or smaller deal than the Civil War, and there's so much wrapped up into it. Many conspiracy theories flowed from January 6th as well. 60 Minutes recently featured a guy named Ray Epps who was targeted by some on the right, claiming that he was an instigator or an agent of the FBI or something along those lines. There were people claiming that it was like a no true Scotsman sort of thing. Like, Trump supporters wouldn't riot, so by definition, it must have been Antifa. Police let him in, or police, all these different things. I think it was a big deal in a lot of ways because it completely made us have to go back to the top to say, okay, what are the parameters of valid discussion and activism?
But what aspect of the January 6th was bad?
Well, I mean,
if you were thinking it from a big philosophical political perspective, so presumably the number of people hurt and the number of people who died is not the only metric considered.
Absolutely. I think the sum total of what it means about how the United States operates is what's most concerning, and I'll kind of just like flesh it out a little bit. So, summer of 2020, Trump's already saying they're going to cheat. Now, the polling is close, but it shows that Biden's in a good position. People aren't happy with Trump. Any reasonable person would look and say, it's going to be close, but Biden certainly would be a crazy thing if Biden won. Trump's already saying they're going to cheat for mail-in ballots, or they're going to cheat for voting, or they're going to cheat for machines, or we should do only in person, or whatever else the case may be. We have the election. We knew in certain states how the vote count was going to go. Some states stopped counting at 10 p.m. Some states count all of the mail-in stuff up front. Some don't. Everything was completely predictable. At 2 a.m., Trump comes out and says, I won. Okay, but where are you getting that, sir? As people always refer to him. Where are you getting that? And with that statement, immediately we see that there is a large portion of this country that either is unable or unwilling to say, wait a second, the polling all said this was a real possibility, the counting schedules are all being adhered to, but Trump won? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't happen. It builds. People are donating millions to Trump for supposed audits which nobody can define, lawsuits which go nowhere, and it builds and builds and builds. And we have a total separation from a factual reality. There's no reason to think by December 1st, right? It's 3 weeks to look through some of the stuff. By December 1st, there's no reasonable case to be made that Trump actually won. But it doesn't end there. It goes into maybe we can just like send different electors. Even though Biden won Arizona, let's just like send, I don't remember how many electors it is in Arizona, let's just like send Republican electors to say, we vote for Trump. But that's not democracy. That's not the way the system works. Let's make sure we're ready. Ready for what exactly? And then it builds to maybe Mike Pence can just like prevent Biden from being president, or maybe we can just interfere in this other way, and then it gets to let's break into the Capitol. It to what is a verifiable factual reality. And when we no longer do that, we're also willing to commit crimes, property crimes, violent crimes, different degrees, in order to try to have something other than democracy. It wouldn't be democracy if any of those things had happened.
Yeah, I think it's not the height of it. I think there's still a case to be made of that now leads around with protest versus a violation of the principles of democracy. So to me, the height of what could happen on January 6th is if Donald Trump was much better executive, he could take control of the military.
If it had succeeded.
No, not even succeeded. The attempt would have been more empowered. So, like, the way not to bring up Hitler and the other way, which is something you're separate and also told me not to do. Kind of an important figure. It's interesting to study that moment in history because it reveals so much about human nature that all of us are capable of good and evil. So thank you, dear sufferer, or Redditor, for your contribution to the conversation. I will keep bringing up Hitler and the Third Reich, and I'll keep bringing up Stalin. There's so much to learn from that. Anyway, an effective practice authoritarian to blow the tanks out, to establish order, and in so doing, pause the process of democracy, as opposed to a few protesters getting in to a questionably
I agree that what you're saying is worse. I don't want to use it to minimize what the protesters were intended on doing. They failed, fortunately.
But do you the intention was that?
Well, the intention was Trump should remain president. That's the intention. And to what lengths they would have been willing to go if by the evening, early evening, they were sort of like forced fight, I don't know. I agree with you that Trump trying to use the military would absolutely be worse. There's these reports that he tried to seize voting machines, which is kind of funny because it's like, once you get the machine at Mar-a-Lago, what do you do with it exactly? I don't know. It's like a comedic element of Trump sitting around with voting machines. But he did float trying to do some other things. I don't believe there's reporting that he actually tried to use the military.
I wonder to what degree this opens the door to further things like this with other candidates on, even in the Democratic Party also. Do you think there'll be more and more questioning of the election results?
There has been already. It's very clearly looks like Carrie Lake lost. She ran for governor in Arizona in 2022. She lost. What I mean by that is her opponent received more votes. So it's very clear what it means that she lost. She insists to this day that she won. To this day. She did the same grit Trump did about donate, we've got a case, we won in the case. He didn't win, they just set a court date. That doesn't matter. Yeah. Lies upon grit upon lies. They did it then. It's extraordinarily sad, but it seems like this is now going to be part of the playbook.
You think people on the left are struggling?
I don't have a reason to believe that is going to happen, but I'm not going to say it never could. Absolutely, it certainly could. People on the left could start using it as a tactic. Right now, there's not a sign that that's going to happen, but it's certainly good. My expectation is, and I'm not a betting man, but I would bet money. If Joe Biden loses in November of 2024, he will say, I lost. He will call the winner. He will concede, and he will leave the White House in an orderly fashion.
You don't think there'll be claims of a hacked election? The ability to hack elections is becoming more and more effective with the developments on the artificial intelligence side.
The difficulty is you're basically saying, will something happen without me knowing anything about the election? Imagine there really was evidence of a hacked election, then I would want those claims to be made. But the way elections have gone in the past, I don't expect that that's going to be.
Speaking of evidence of things claimed, what do you think about the Hunter Biden, or as you tweeted, the laptop from hell? The laptop from hell TM. Right. To what degree was this laptop story important?
At this point, I have said many times, if there is any reason to believe that Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Naomi Biden, Jill Biden, Hillary, Obama, Doug. And if there's any evidence any of them committed a crime, they should be investigated, they should be charged, and they should be tried. Period. The Hunter Biden laptop thing has been floating around for so long, and we still have zero actual pieces of evidence of any crime, particularly involving Joe Biden. There's the claim from some that references to the big guy are about Joe Biden getting 10% for some illicit. It's been years they've been saying this. They've not been able to bring forward any evidence on it. So my assessment of the Hunter Biden laptop is it seems to mostly be a story about new images released without someone's consent, which is illegal in most states and violates British company policies. That's the main story to me. Beyond that, I don't know how many people have a copy of the hard drive at this point. Rudy had it. Tucker, do you remember when Tucker? This is unbelievable. Tucker said that he mailed himself a copy, a USB stick, and it got lost in the mail. You have the mother lode proving the criminality of Joe and Hunter Biden, and you just dropped it off with a stamp and it got lost in the mail. You don't have a backup copy. So I'm ready for the evidence to come forward. Hunter Biden has nothing to do with Joe Biden's administration, but as a person who, if he committed a crime, charge him, investigate it, whatever. But it's almost getting satirical to the degree that they're talking about Hunter Biden.
What do you think about the social media aspect of this? That story got counted. And what do you think about censorship in general on social media? But that story during an important time in the electoral process got censored.
So as a matter of principle, I think we have to define what we mean by censorship, but I'm against censorship of illegal content, I guess is the way I would put it. I do respect the company's right to have terms of service and to enforce them, as long as they're not illegal. If Twitter were to say, we don't publish content from Jewish people, okay, now we've got a problem on our hands. But what is dubious to me is the claim that had people been able to see Hunter Biden's genitals, they would have voted for Trump. Which I know it's like, David, you're making light of, but at the end of the day, what exactly is the claim? That if you had known more about Hunter Biden, I guess allegedly hiring prostitutes and having a drug problem and seeing pictures, you wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden? I mean, I know me as a voter, I don't feel that way.
I think it's less about the content of the story and about the actions of a social media company to control what you see and what you don't see. So you could imagine a social media company like Facebook or Twitter making the same kind of decision about a more impactful story than did pick from the last time.
Well, I think if that happens, then my view might be different, right? But I do, my general view though on the Hunter Biden story is, had the articles not contained those images that were illegal in many states and violated Twitter's policies, I would say publish it, absolutely. I don't think it would have had an impact, but I would be in favor of the links being allowed 100%.
Okay, you mentioned Tucker. What do you think about Tucker? You're a media person that works independently. Tucker is a media person. He doesn't work independently. What do you think about that particular situation? Is it representative of some big shift that's happening in mainstream media? Basically, mainstream media freaking out because the funding is getting less and less and less and less, and it's going to give more power to individual commentators. Basically, Tucker Carlson just started a podcast.
So, I think that's what he should do. I think that is the most profitable path, rather than maybe going to work for Newsmax or whatever the case may be. But the firing fundamentally was not a politically oriented firing that suggests Fox News is changing its tune politically in any way. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Tucker Carlson basically became a legal problem for Fox News. There's really 4 points to it. One is the $787.5 million settlement with Dominion partially was because of the claims that went out on Tucker Carlson's program. So to some degree, Tucker's program prominent node of the problematic claims that became the subject of the lawsuit. That's number one. Number two, Smartmatic, which is another voting machine company, still has a similarly sized lawsuit against Robinhood based on the exact same sorts of claims. It may cost Fox News again. So this is now two problems that Tucker's a big contributor to. Number three, former Tucker staffer has brought a lawsuit, and I don't remember the exact claims, but I know that there are claims of different types of discrimination. It seems like it has legs, and that may be a third payout related to Tucker Carlson. And based on the 60 Minutes piece from a few weeks ago, Ray F. saying Tucker ruined his life by fomenting conspiracies about him around January 6th, that's ripe for another lawsuit. So to me, Tucker's firing was a risk mitigation strategy of many that will be employed as these lawsuits come forward. There's no evidence that it's because Fox didn't like. And what we mean by that is, are we talking about Rupert Murdoch doesn't like? Or, I don't know. But I don't have any reason to believe that seasons Tucker 98 were no longer welcome on Fox. Certainly the audience liked it.
So it's not even about the ratings. Well, I just can't believe it.
Fox is interesting. The ratings question is interesting because Fox, unlike most other or every other cable news channel, they negotiate a fee from every cable subscriber. If you have Fox News as a channel, even if you don't watch it, Fox gets a little bit of money. They are dramatically less dependent on ad revenue than CNN and MSNBC. So the ratings question is an interesting one, but Fox's position is different on that.
Another question from Megan. Both sides of the same place. There's a meme notion that has spread far and wide in American political discourse on the internet. To what extent do you agree or disagree with this notion, and why do you think it is so popular? Now, this Reddit comic also says that podcasts like Russell Brand and Joe Rogan, or the legendary comic George Carlin, are examples of big proponents of this notion, all of which I kind of disagree with. Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, and George Carlin claim that
sides are the same,
and use that, all politicians are cooking, sucking. I don't know if that's true. Maybe George Carlin. Anyway, leave that aside.
Yeah.
To what degree do you think, if you agree with this version of both sides, left and right, the crooked, corrupt politicians, they do what politicians do?
I don't agree with this. I think there are different factions that like to say that for different reasons. There are some individuals who want to present themselves as kind of being above the spray of partisan politics, and so I call it enlightened centrism. No, I mean it negatively. Yeah, it's a bit of a distortion. The idea that I am not going to fall for being a Democrat or a Republican. I can see that these are just two sides of the same coin, equally bad, lying to everybody. Okay, so that's one. It's sort of like it's popular at different parties in some circles. But all these politicians, left and right. That's one side of it. The other side of it is that it's often used when your side has really stepped in it. It's a popular way to acknowledge that your side has done something wrong, but while framing it as it's not uniquely wrong and it's not worse than what anybody else does. And I find that it's one of the lamest and most kind of cringe-inducing things to hear because of what comes next. And usually what comes next is not a good, accurate criticism of something that took place and a discussion of how to solve a real problem that we have. I find it a conversation stifler. It also is used to kind of suppress voter turnout, not actively, not because people who say that go around saying don't vote. But the idea, of course, is the more people that believe that it doesn't really make a difference who you vote for, it's going to suppress voter turnout. And I want voter turnout to be as high as possible, not as low as possible, so I also dislike it for that reason.
So is it possible to say that one side is worse than the other in modern terms?
I'm a person on the left. I'm not pretending to come here as not knowing that my view is biased because I'm a person of the left. Yes, Ben Shapiro, that told you something different. I think in 2023, sum total, the influence of the American right wing, if the American right wing were to get everything it wants, it it would be a terrifying reality. If the left were to get everything it wants, we'd have to figure out a few things, including exactly how we pay for certain programs. But they're mostly noble goals, and I believe that they are more supportive of an individual self-determining what they want to do in life and how they want to live, and is more in line with the idea of freedom and liberty than what the right is currently proposing. That's my view. And of course, people will disagree with me and no, we get freedom and liberty the way that the right wants to do it. Okay, well, you can have that.
So I think you implied in your answer it was kind of focused on policy. It felt like it was focused on policy. There's other stuff that people worry about, particularly with the left. What maybe termed woke mind virus.
Where have I heard? Who's using that term a lot now?
Not sure. But the cultural aspect here is that you give a lot of power to people on the left. Give as an example, there would be a lot of kind of censorship and suppression of speech and kind of dividing up of a society as who's allowed to. Basically, a reallocation of resources not based on merit, but based on some kind of high ethical notions of what is right. And only a very small percent of the population gets to decide what is fair, what is right. Which is,
we already have a small portion of the population that decides fair.
But I don't know how many different ways I can say kind of a negative characterization of folks on the left when you're now comparing it, just as if it's a devil's advocate. Is that something that you worry about? So setting policy aside, wokeness,
yeah,
how big of a problem is it?
This is a great conversation. So let's two sides. Okay, we have new polling that seems to suggest so-called wokeism is kind of more popular in the United States than anti-wokeism. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. This is the less interesting part. We'll go to the more interesting part second. Sometimes what people mean by wokeism is an overreaction to a perceived injustice that goes beyond what would be fair and equitable. It's really interesting play, and it asks questions like, for example, do you believe society has gone too far, not far enough, or just about the right amount in dealing with issues affecting the trans community? The woke position, which is society hasn't gone far enough, was far more popular than we've gone too far. Now, the right-wing media narrative is we've gone way too far, this is out of control. And there are lots of other similar answers. It's not a huge margin. A lot of these are like 68 to 42, 60 to 40. It's not like 90 to 20. But by a small margin, the so-called woke perspective of we actually haven't yet done enough to fix some of these issues is a little bit more popular. So if we went back to DeSantis, this is part of why I think DeSantis' anti-woke agenda may just be a political misstep.
It's really interesting result. I wonder how the question is framed. But it's still interesting, nevertheless, no matter what, to hear that people are, majority of people in that are woke. Not in the negative sense of the word.
The poll didn't use the term woke, right? It was a critical thing.
Let's use the term woke positively.
The term has kind of been perverted. 4 years ago, when the term was started to be used, I would have said, oh yeah, woke just means that I have become aware of problems that are bigger than any one person can fix for themselves that relate to the system. I think that's what, and we might disagree on which problems fall into that category, but like it was kind of benign. I think now it just means like outrageously left-wing, maybe even with socialist or Marxist undertones. It's become a pejorative.
But also like bullies. Like people,
censors.
yeah, but people that go around calling others racist. Sometimes, oftentimes, without any proof or justification. Yeah. But that's a few folks on Twitter were saying, like this polling starting to show that most Americans don't care about these issues. We're not improve, want to make progress.
I I think that's the case, and they want to do it in a genuine way that doesn't suppress sort of false content. But now let me get to to what degree do I think that actual, when it goes too far, is a problem? It absolutely exists. We can find instances of where this exists on the left. I've been told many times that as a Jewish Argentinian immigrant to the United States, I actually don't qualify as oppressed enough because Jews are privileged now in the U.S. and my family had just enough money to leave Argentina. So there's this kind of like oppression Olympics thing where I've been told you don't get to comment. For example, like a topic in the Latino community now is, are you familiar with Latinx? Okay. In Spanish, there's an analogous movement where words by their nature sort of like have a gender. So, like the word for friend is amigo. But if it's a woman, you would say amiga. So right from there, you can tell the gender that we're talking about. And if it's a mixed group, you say amigos. It's the male with an S, but it could include both. There's a movement now which wants to do away with that and put the letter E in. It's a new word, okay? It's a gender-neutral word. Amigues. Totally new. I don't like that. And I don't know anyone, no one in my family uses it, and I think it's kind of like a strange imposition from someone kind of with a solution in search of a problem. I've been told, you moved to the U.S. long ago, and like your English is good, and like you look white. They're like, you don't get to weigh in on that. That I think is an example, if I understand correctly, of the type of thing you're talking about. I'm kind of being bullied. I'm fine. I'm surviving fine, but I'm being bullied over it and disqualified and saying you don't get this. All of those examples, all of that stuff, I am completely against, and I tell people on the left, we're actually hurting our own movement with this stuff. I just don't think it's as big as some others believe.
You don't think it's an existential threat to our civilization?
No, I don't. And I mean, look, we've got a Biden administration. I see Biden as center left. Those who see Biden as extreme far left, this stuff has played almost no role whatsoever in the first 2+ years of the administration.
What does people see as far left?
There's people on the right. I mean, Trump says Biden's a president. Marxist socialist communist.
I haven't heard that because I don't think that would stick very much.
They say that every round.
I love
tell us that you don't watch these things.
I love how deeply rooted you are, Trump. I can only imagine how good your Trump impression is at this point.
It's not very, sadly.
It's not, all right.
No, but, and I'll say one other thing on that. You know, take trans, because trans, just to talk about it a little bit, we haven't dealt with it much. The trans issue has become huge, I believe, because the right is obsessed with it. The right is very much not concerned with gay men anymore. It used to be that gay men is like, oh, we have to stop gay men from adopting, and unnatural, and pedophiles. Now it's trans, it's drag shows, etc. I do think that there is a fair question to say, how do we deal with trans women in a very small, short list of sports? That's real, okay? My view, though, is I go, okay, we have all issues. We have issues related to gender and sexual orientation. We have issues related to trans. Within that, we have specifically sports. You can eliminate from that trans men. Nobody's worried, right, about women, biological women who are trans men. And then when you say it's only in certain sports that it matters, hey, I'm right there. I think it's a complicated question. I don't know how we deal with this. I would ask leagues that have experienced this already and whatever. The problem I have is pretending that the vanguard of left-wing politics right now is trying to force trans women into sports. It's like it's just not a big issue that the right is reacting as if it is.
But perhaps because of the right, it's forcing the left to continue discussing it. I mean, I feel like it's even in institutions, even at universities, it feels like these ideas of diversity, inclusion, and equity are taking some of the air out of the room of what a university should all take care of, which is merit. And it feels like reprioritization is going a little too far the other way, meaning prioritizing this kind of amorphous diversity is moving away. It's giving power to people that don't care about merit, and they just want to bully people with a big stick that says racism or sexism or anti-diversity, and it kind of suffocates the people that care about meritocracy, about inspiring people from all kinds of backgrounds. And it's just, you kind of observe that. I'm sure that happens in all kinds of institutions. And the concern, I think the people that are concerned about wokeism are concerned about, at scale, what impact does that have on the society? When there's so much conversation about racism and a pressure not to talk about merit, like who's the actual good person in the room, the best person in the room.
Generically, that's a concern to me. The degree to which it's happening at different institutions, I think, is worthy of exploration. I know people who work in academia that are getting out of academia because they don't like the environment on their campuses for exactly the reason you're saying. So it exists. There's no question about it. I also think that the idea of a perfect meritocracy is maybe not necessarily the goal, in the sense that when you talk about perfect meritocracy, someone wrote a book about this who I interviewed about a year and a half ago. His name escapes me. There are problems with a perfect meritocracy. I think what we want to do is generate roughly equal opportunity for people, understanding that there is going to be an outcome on a gradient or a bell curve, allowing people, generally speaking, to determine the path that they want to take and giving them, if it's possible, the ability to pursue that without suppressing, limiting. I mean, this is like relatively uncontroversial stuff among, I would argue, 95% of the left, with the caveats of what you're talking about, which I agree with.
It would be nice to know the actual data, sometimes people pull stuff out of proportion. It's hard to measure how much self-censorship happens in university classes.
That's true. I think also it's sort of like the pit bull bite stories thing, where when a pit bull bites a person, it's more likely to be reported on because it fits a certain narrative. And there are right-wing publications that are very interested in making this seem as if it is an epidemic. I'm the first to say it is happening to a degree. I don't know the degree that it's happening to. I know a lot of people in academia, only a couple of them say that it's an issue.
Would they say it though? If they believe it?
I think they would say it. To me, these are just personal contacts. It's not like I'm going to go blab it.
To push back, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I'm deeply connected with academia, institutional psychology. Most people self-censor by not thinking about it at all. They're like, well, screw it,
That's deeper.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just going to focus on the thing I love doing, which is annoying. And they don't think about, they basically remove themselves from politics and social issues, and they just kind of say, I'm going to do my engineering, I'm going to do my mathematics.
Sure. The problem with that is it's kind of, you can't go anywhere further to figure it out. It's sort of like there's this funny clip where Jordan Peterson says, even atheists are actually religious, they just don't know it. And it's like, it's hard to test that. You know, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I don't but it's a fair point. I mean, there may be some people, if it has become so toxic for some people, they may have repressed it way down into their subconscious, but I don't know how to tell you.
But you know symptoms of it, because when certain people speak up, kind of lightly, and then a 19-year-old or 20-year-old responds and is outraged. The fact that the administration listens to that 19 and 20-year-old and then reprimands what spoke up a little bit, that's a really dangerous sign. And I don't really care about these. I'm more with you. I don't think it's a big issue. But then I notice it. I wonder, wait a minute. Would this kind of environment allow a young Wachowski to be around? Would this environment allow, I don't know, what tenure was designed for, which is to have controversial thinkers, and not kind of weird controversial thinkers, but really people that challenge things that should be challenged.
Yeah, I sympathize with that significantly. I always try to look at specific examples. And sometimes I'll look at these people, I'll ask for them, and people will send me five. And one of them is a legit, bona fide example of what we're talking about. And four are kind of like, there was a complaint and it was investigated, but the teacher's tenure was never in jeopardy. And I don't know that I chalk this up to a big woke event. What do you think the kind of apparatus of the 4-year degree in college is going to look like in 20 years?
That's, I mean, we're like day by day that seems to be changing with GPT. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to interact with ChatGPT.
Absolutely. My entire show now is written by ChatGPT.
I mean, that's partially a joke.
It is only because it stopped looking at the internet in 2021. If it was current, I could completely just tune it out. No, I'm kidding, but it's a fascinating thing.
And it's changing the nature of how we do homework assignments, changing the nature of how we learn, how we look up new information, how we explore information, how we care about things we're interested in. I think it's, I don't think we'll have value for a university degree in 20 years. I just think it changes everything. I think language models, Google search has already, and Wikipedia has already transformed, I would say, our civilization, but there's still a value for basic education. I think that's not participate with ChatGPT. So I don't know. I really don't think there's a university.
I mean, I have a personal interest in it, in that my daughter is 10 months old, and I'm doing the 529 account. I'm going through the motions as if. But I also recognize, if she went to the school I went to, just with the rate of tuition increase, you're talking $200K a year by the time she's 18. And what happens with wages relative to that? This is like separate from the technological thing. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is this going to continue being the right path? What I would love to see is so many people that I interact with just by virtue of what I do have no foundation in critical thinking, epistemology, philosophy, and media literacy. And if there were some way to make that the core of some basic education that everybody's receiving, which goes beyond, ChatGPT can do so many things, but I've not yet seen good examples of how it can teach you to think. Maybe you have a different view on how ChatGPT can teach a user to think. But those skills seem to be so lacking in so many of the people I interact with. If there's any positive change to come from a changing dynamic of higher education, I wish it would be to go in that direction.
Well, no, ChatGPT is actually much better at helping you think than any educator, even books that are common, because it's very good at presenting the full picture, even better than a lot of Wikipedia articles. On questions like did the virus leak from the lab, did Jack COVID leak from the lab? It presents to you all the different hypotheses, there's a lot of evidence available to it. It's like a full, calm, objective picture of it. There's no partisanship. It's like a really nice list of things that's available.
But I guess what I mean is, does it tell you how, as a thinking human, you should evaluate the strength of each of the paragraphs it presents to you? You literally have. You can have to do. Okay.
And then it's actually fun. It's fun to ask ChatGPT that question. You get good answers. And so you basically have a kind of Socratic, like a deep, intimate, like great podcast style conversation with an AI system every single day, as many hours as you want, especially as it improves, and as the interfaces by which you communicate with it. But yeah, I think it will do exactly that. Teach you how to think, because you will offload the memory of facts and equations and whatever else school teaches you. You'll offload that to AI, and instead you'll be using your human mind, which is what it now is uniquely good at, which is asking good questions, thinking through the complexities of issues, which I've multiple perspectives on it all the time.
But then I stand corrected, maybe. Then I don't know what color it's going to be in 20 years.
Well, but you were sort of commenting it, I see, to the financial aspect of it. Like, why does it even make sense?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the transformative effects of AI as what it starts to ask, what is even education? Like, what is the purpose of education? So one is to give you kind of background knowledge on a bunch of different topics, but the other is to discover the thing you're truly passionate about and the thing you're really good at, that you can make money and you can contribute to society and have a fulfilling life.
Yeah, and also learning to interact with other people,
So that
relationships to build, socializing, and so many other things as well.
But is that, that is the big value of university.
Yeah.
And maybe it should be called something else.
Can you get that for less than $200K a year? Yeah, no, it's good.
Kind of social club.
And one of the things I think about also is people who are well connected. I mean, this is always but if you're well connected and you have a sort of drive towards entrepreneurship and doing your own thing, and you're not pursuing a field that is very license independent like medicine or law, getting started 4 years earlier with some internships can be a privilege in some cases. But again, that path is available to the people that would likely do well regardless of whether they went to college. And so it's a very privileged self-selection anyway.
Another question from Reddit. Ask David to explain why American style libertarianism is an unserious philosophy.
I don't know what they mean by American style libertarianism. I've talked before about these kind of utopian libertarians where we don't have police. You just kind of like hire a for-profit company if you want protection, and if there's a conflict between two of these private security companies, then I don't know, you figure it out somehow.
So it's almost like anarchism.
Yeah. I don't know what the question means by that American style libertarianism, but in general, my problems with libertarianism, as it is often presented, come from the work of sociology as well as human psychology, which is the reality that once you get a group that's bigger than 150 people, you really have to start centralizing some decisions, unless you're going to subdivide the 150 endlessly into 275s that now no longer have contact, but then that's not really one society. I've not seen good evidence, and I read a fair bit about this, that once you get beyond 150, you can keep all decisions decentralized. And once you say some things need to be centralized, then it's a matter of how you do it. And it's going to be some version of government that conflicts with aspects of libertarianism.
Well, it could be companies, right? It should be more market-driven, which is the idea of anarchism, that you don't give any centralized entity a monopoly over values. And then if you think that the markets are efficient at delivering, especially in the 21st century and beyond, where a market could have perfect information about people. So one of the issues is that you can manipulate markets because there's not perfect information. But now in the digital age, you can be a higher bandwidth participant in the market. So if you're choosing between different security companies or you're choosing between different providers of different services, you can do so more efficiently and more effectively in the digital space. So you can kind of imagine it, but we haven't successfully done it without government.
Yeah, and I think there's a practical, once you get beyond 150, you also start specializing. It just is a matter of fact, everybody isn't growing their own food. Some people grow the food and other people do other things, and you come across a lot of the problems that started at the agricultural revolution. And whether you say that it's a company that's solving it or a government, the problems are going to be very similar, and I've not read anything that, to my satisfaction, explains how you deal with that.
Well, there's underlying principles of libertarianism, which is putting priority at the freedom of the individual, right? And that's a compelling notion.
Yeah, whenever I do these various political compass things that put you on two axes, on the authoritarian libertarian axis, I am way down on the libertarian side, as a left libertarian. So my tendencies are always anti-authoritarian and towards that option when it makes sense. So I sympathize with that a lot.
Another question from Reddit. Ask David what issues he disagrees with you on. Is there something
Yes.
Okay. There you go. There's no Perfect agreement.
What's your view on Tesla?
That's a good opportunity to ask. What do you think is the strengths and weaknesses of Elon Musk? You mentioned Twitter. Have you paid your $8?
I have not paid my $8. I don't see the point in paying for it. I have no problem paying for services. I use a ton of services. I'll try the free. I'll go to the paid. Right now, so the way I used to use the verified feed was I would post a tweet, and then the next day when I view what's going on my social media, I would look at the replies to the tweet, which would give me a mix of replies from verified and unverified people. But then I would also look at the verified and see who that are verified public folks have responded to me, or maybe I want to engage with it, or whatever the case may be. I don't even understand why I would look at the verified feed anymore, so I never do, because it's random folks who I don't know, but it sort of lost its utility to me. And
sorry to interrupt, but the idea is if everybody was human pays the $8, it shows to you that it's not bots, that it's humans.
From the reports about the number of people that have gotten to the check mark, I think we may be 1,000 years from enough signups in order to make that sort of like a reality. I don't know.
That was the idea.
It's an interesting idea. Honestly, from my experience, obviously I was seeing all sorts of attack comments, some of which were, I'm sure, from bots. But I'm ignoring all of those comments anyway, so it really doesn't affect my experience that much. I mean, here's the thing about Elon, and I say this, people sometimes say, David, you obviously hate Elon, or you obviously love Elon. I was an investor in Tesla starting in 2015. I've since sold all my shares. Great run. I'm on my second Tesla right now. I probably won't get a third one because I think that electric vehicle technology is now maturing such that when my lease is up, I'm going to have many more options with the range and charging network that's important to me. But I could be wrong. Maybe, I don't know. I have the cult of personality around people, they mean nothing to me. So for me, it's just like people are people. Nobody has only good ideas. Fine. I think that what Elon Musk did, accelerating and pushing forward the battery and electric vehicle technology, is unbelievable. It's a one-person wrecking ball in the best sense of saying, we're not going to slow play this and do, okay, now Toyota has an actually entered cycle. Now we've got a 90-mile range car. Next year it'll be 110. It's just like, we're doing this right now. You can compete or you can opt out and look at what's happening. Fantastic. On the Twitter side of things, I don't really get the whole plan. I don't know if it started maybe as kind of a goof of some kind, and it developed into, I guess I have to buy it. And I think something about it ended up with, there was a clause invoked where I think he did try to get out of buying it, but then he was forced to do something else. The way Twitter used to work was you followed people, and when you looked at your feed, you either saw the posts from the people you were following in reverse chronological order, or posts from the people you followed algorithmically tailored to what you're most likely to want to see. And if you didn't follow someone, you generally wouldn't see their post unless it was like a sponsored tweet or someone you followed quoted or retweeted. The For You feed, TikTok, I believe, first had a so-called For You feed. The idea is this is stuff you might like based on, I don't know what, either demographic data about you, your other habits, whatever. And so it's useless to me. It's just basically mostly right-wing content. That's just not
what do you think that is? I mean, so the signals that are used to generate the For You page is looking at all your likes, all your comments, all of your blocks and mutes and all that. It
show that? I mean, I don't know.
Yes. Okay. So it's supposed to be very pleasant.
I'm sure other people go, God, this For You thing is awesome. And I'll be like, if you had insert some right-winger sitting here, here we go. Twitter used to suppress right-wing voices, and now finally they're getting the fair shake that they deserve in the For You feed. Okay, I mean,
I wonder if there's left-wing folks setting their feelings of Elon aside that are enjoying the For You. That's a really important question. It's supposed to be people on the left and people on the right.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so for me, my thought on Elon is some incredible successes. I don't know about Twitter. I do think that I don't believe Elon is a right-winger, and when you see interviews with him, certainly, at least socially and in many ways culturally, seems very moderate or even somewhat on the left in my experience. I don't think it's on the right winger. I don't think that's uninteresting to see. It does seem, though, that throughout the Twitter escapade, he certainly ended up closer to some voices that may be influencing him in a particular way. That's giving some people that impression, But as far as like the Elon hate or the Elon love, it's just a person who's done some interesting things, some of which I like, and some of which I could kind of leave aside.
I have seen folks drift towards the right more in response to just the viciousness of attacks in the left. Like, well, Elon.
So you just
So I don't think at the core, but I think on the surface. I think Joe Rogan has as well on the surface. Maybe you can correct me, but it feels like people on the left attack more viciously.
That has not been my experience.
Yeah, let me know, because my sense is that they attack people on the left viciously as well. Left attacks its own, because you're not progressive enough. You're not, it's just this kind of bullying.
Yeah,
it's very intensive.
You're 100% right that when the left has attacked me, it's almost as vicious as when the right attacks me. The difference in my experience is it's a smaller contingent on the left that's willing to levy those attacks against me, but I'm on the left, so to some degree you could say, well, that's to be expected. There is toxicity on the left, which makes sense.
Like, that's what I mean. Like, the attacks on people who are on the left. You're not left enough.
Yeah,
I think it's a small number of people.
I can't deny that is absolutely a real phenomenon, and depending on what sort of topics you take on publicly, you are going to suffer the wrath of that to a greater or lesser degree. But with all of these things, what I always go back to is, I probably would have more disagreements with Rogan today than the last time I was on his show, which was like at the beginning of the pandemic. But there would be, and I've done clips critical of things that he has said, substantive, of course. To me, it's sort of like, oh yeah, I just sit down with him and do a podcast, and it would be zero big deal, and I would tell him I stand by everything I said about what he said, and I would say it to you right now. There are people who write to me and go, oh man, things must be really, really tense now. Rogan would never have you on because you disagreed.
He loves you.
I'm sure he's just not thinking of, I'm not the most important thing for Joe Rogan. I think both of us would be able to sit down and talk about every one of my criticisms. It would not be taken personally, and then we would move on and it would be the next day.
You get attacked on that. How do you not let that break you mentally?
I don't know. So let's see. I'm in a toxic space. The news and politics, partisan news and politics, partisan news and politics on the internet with social media, it's completely and totally toxic. From a personal perspective, when I'm done producing my last show of the week until Monday, I try to completely tune out from news and politics altogether, and also make an effort to just not look at feedback and what's going on. I also really limit my visibility. I don't need to read every comment. I don't need to look at every email or every tweet. I have 15 minutes each day where I go through my social media platforms to look at generally what has the reaction been. Maybe include that in my assessment of how I want to tackle a certain issue if I missed a good point or something like that, and basically try to move on. When something like we talked about at the beginning happens, it becomes obsessive. It's unhealthy, right? Where I'm like, oh my God, who's attacking me now? That's scrolling. It becomes, I'm sweating. It's horrible. But I think just like limiting exposure to that and remembering that it is impossible to please everybody. Yeah. And so I'd really rather have fresh, genuine views each day rather than views that are sort of like restricted and flattened by what I perceive to be people's preferences.
So just can you speak a little more to the full process of creating a David Patrick show? Like, when you wake up, you're doing 5 shows a week?
I have the Letterman schedule, which means I do 5 shows shows in 4 days. I shoot Monday to Thursday, but we're doing 5 episodes. Basically, our guests we schedule in advance. I'm picking 6 to 8 stories each day that are, like I said, a blend of stuff I think will be interesting, things I want to talk about, and things where it's being discussed at one layer and I want to go deeper on it, and I feel like I'm able to do that. I choose those stories in the morning, record in the early afternoon, and we put the show out by that afternoon.
What's the preparation? How do you take notes? Are you on a sheet of paper?
No sheets of paper anymore. I used to do sheets of paper. I found something about it, like it worked, the tactile nature of it. It became inconvenient for sharing the notes with my team. But basically, we use a wiki type system. It's called Media Wiki, which is basically like a Wikipedia clone. Old school. Yeah, old school. So we can have pages for every guest, every topic. I haven't heard that. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is using it. It works really well. It's so fast and it takes up almost no space. So it just is a really good tool. When my team, when we book a guest and they have notes from the publicist, they'll put it in there and then I can access it. So I'm basically working off of notes rather than a script. I'll pull in the audio visual stuff that I want so that's available. And it's really a very seamless, we're doing this every day, 4 days a week. So we have it down to a level.
Where do you get ideas from?
Everywhere. I have a bunch of subreddits that I follow that I think are talking about interesting things. I have a curated list for which I still use Twitter, and it is very good for this. It's a curated private list of journalists that I think are doing interesting work, so I'll see what's there. Look at sort of standard news reporting, wire services, AP and Reuters, glance at what everything from Drudge to CNN to whoever is covering that day, with the Google News.
How do you try to fact check stuff? I'm not sure. Like sources or their process.
I always try to get to a primary source first and foremost for the facts of the story, and then I'll use other tools for background research. Oftentimes, Wikipedia's footnotes I find to be useful tools. ChatGPT is a good one. You really have to fact check it, but it'll give you ideas of where to do the fact checking, which I think is fantastic. Sometimes it gives me information that's flat out wrong. And when you ask for the source, it's like, oh yeah, that's actually not real. Which is hey, it's part of the process.
Yeah.
But and then when there's like an expertise type of thing, if it's a breaking legal matter, I'll just call like a friend who's a lawyer or call a friend who's a doctor or something like that. It lends itself to that.
Let me ask you about the nature of truth. Do you think it's becoming more and more difficult to know what is true, and will become to continue to get more difficult, especially with GPT?
I think the big difficulty is in getting people to agree as to what is a statement of fact and what is a statement of opinion. I think once we can do that, reasonable people can more or less agree on how to get to the truth. Or if we can't get to it, at least figure out how we would if the information were available. But the bigger challenge I'm having is someone will call in with an opinion, but say they want to talk about fact. And I have to explain to them, you're talking about an opinion and not a fact. And this goes back to the lack of critical thinking and lack of media literacy. But that's the bigger challenge for me right now.
But I think the big statements are always going to be somewhat opinion. Like, was the 2010 election fair? I think any answer to that is an opinion. Right?
If we define fair.
Well, yes. So then, I don't think it's possible to define fair in a way that's not several paragraphs for each sentence. It's now have facts. Like, what do you mean by fair? Is it who can show up to vote? What was the process of how easy it is to vote? Was there actual cheating going on? Is there like any evidence of that cheating? For to actually get to the actual details of the thing. High level, everything is just going to be an opinion. It feels like, and we can approximate that, like it's a well-founded opinion. But most of science is an opinion, even physics is an opinion. But I think there's a threshold if you had an opinion, because like, it's a pretty reliable thing to assume for now.
Okay, so I think maybe better said, I think that the difficulty, the process you described is probably the right process, and it's exhausting the mundane things, and that causes major problems. If we were to say, is it better for the economy to have a tax rate on people making over $1 million that's 20% or 50%? Okay. What do we mean by better for the economy? It's not an overwhelming task to decide on that. We can say, well, we'll say it's better for the economy by looking at what was the unemployment rate based on the tax rate on millions, people earning $1 million a year, and what was GDP and whatever. Okay, we agree. This is a statement. We are now in the realm of just determining what is, given the parameters that we've established. I think that's plausibly doable. The issue is with the bigger ones like you're talking about, where what do we mean by a fair election and fair in whose eyes? And but I am with you that it often devolves into a conversation about opinions about what is fair, rather than an ascertainment of the facts.
And it feels like maybe avoiding, maybe the good words too, maybe avoiding them allows you to actually talk about the facts. So through that, educate yourself and learn about things. Whether the virus was from a lab or not. To me, it was always a super interesting question. I don't know why everybody got such a touchy about it. Most of the people I know, my colleagues, biologists, thought it's pretty good likelihood that it was from a lab and everything. It's just the evidence is not there for either one. And so, like, you should be able to just openly talk about it, unless you're, have political office where there could be geopolitical consequences. In general, it's an interesting question to talk about it. There's no, first of all, there's not many facts around there, unfortunately. And a lot of very conclusive statements about it, especially in the early days. So you have to, the idea of what is true or not, because you didn't mention the word truth in that context.
Yeah, I completely agree, which is strange. Like, I think it should. One of the really good opening questions that I've had work to my advantage when talking to people who I know disagree with me about a contentious topic is, how do you think we would figure out X? And it often gets people thinking first collaboratively. And obviously, we might have very different opinions, but with something like the COVID lab, I think it's an interesting one because you say, okay, maybe at least, maybe it didn't. How would we figure that out? Who would we trust to weigh in on that? What evidence would we have? Now we're kind of on the same team. And then if we can establish that, then we're on a search for capital T truth together or whatever. It's kind of pie in the sky, but in some conversations I've actually had success with that.
And then you can kind of realize if there's no amount of evidence that's going to prove that shows you that you're wrong in your current opinions, but that's probably really bad strategy.
It's a waste. It may be a waste to pursue the conversation further at that point. Okay, you think Trump was a good president. Well, how do you determine that, and what evidence might exist that would change your mind? There is no evidence Trump was the best president ever. I think the conversation is probably done.
You mentioned Israel-Palestine. Well, what do you think about the situation in Israel and Palestine? Something you've thought about, spoken about for quite a while. Do you think we'll ever see peace in this part of the world?
I mean, I could say yes.
Answer.
I could say yes. One of the problems is, and you may not know that there are people on the left of my audience who call me Netanyahu shill, even though I've never been a supporter of Netanyahu and I'm on the left. I just don't think that some of the kind of black and white characterizations about Israel are even remotely accurate, and I think most people, it's become a sort of litmus test. Are you criticizing Israel enough? Are you showing us that you're actually left-wing? I don't do any of that stuff. I really look at the situation.
That's become a litmus test in American politics, in the spectrum of American politics.
Yes. My view, big picture, is that I don't going to really get anywhere until some pre-negotiated terms are set, and the parties to do the negotiating are all good faith parties. For example, I don't think Israel's right-wing party Likud is a particularly good faith arbiter of peace, because I think Likud benefits from there not being peace and the threat of violence. And there is violence. It's not just the threat of violence. I don't think Hamas is going to be an arbiter of peace for the Palestinian people either. I think the Palestinian Authority is a question mark. I'm not sure. So I think that there need to be some preconditions that would need to be set with regard to everything from settlements to a lot of this minutia. Big picture, though, if I imagine what the most likely solution looks like, it doesn't mean it's a perfect solution, and obviously it's a solution many people will say it's not going to happen. I think it's a solution where the borders are similar to what was being discussed in the Clinton era to some degree. As many of the settlements as possible have to go, understanding that some of the bigger ones are just not going to go. There's going to have to be meaningful land swaps, which Yasser Arafat seemed to be amenable to when he weighed in on it. I believe it was in the 90s. The topic of the Temple Mount and Jerusalem, etc., is a complicated one, but I think that almost certainly East Jerusalem is going to have to be part of an eventual Palestinian state. I mean, like we can go as kind of as far as we want to with a lot of this stuff.
What role does U.S. have to play in this coming to the table with the big party?
I don't know whether I go back and forth between believing that the U.S. should play a big role to the U.S. should play essentially no role whatsoever, because of course of the funding of Israel that the U.S. provides. It's not that I have a personal problem with American involvement, and somebody like Bill Clinton was arguably relatively well positioned to try to make something happen. It's more just will it be seen as credible on the global stage, and that's I think the most important thing, because at the end of whatever negotiation takes place, both sides need to agree that this is where we are renouncing all past claims. And in the future, if there's a disagreement, we can't go back to that thing from the 80s or the 90s. That's just like a critical piece of this.
It has to be stable and, materialize into something stable over years.
Yes.
Another difficult conflict going on in the world is the war in Ukraine. What do you think about the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022?
I don't pretend to be an expert on this issue. I think you probably know more about this than I do, just from the brief conversation we had before we started filming. My view as a general observer of geopolitics and the way that this part of the world is related to American presidents over the last several cycles, is I don't think it's controversial to say that this was a war of aggression, an invasion of aggression, an act of aggression by Vladimir Putin. I do believe that if Trump had been reelected, Putin may have seen himself as having other tools with which to try to expand influence that may have been different than geographic pursuits. But we don't know that for sure. I also have a really hard time imagining what the end of this looks like. And that's very scary, because sometimes the most benign end seems to be that Putin ends up out of power, either through no longer being alive or deposed in some way. It doesn't feel like that latter is super likely. The former, there's reports about his health. I don't know how accurate they are. It's just hard to imagine a face-saving exit that is going to be even remotely, what's the word? It's not even a question of acceptable, just not satisfying either. Just not tragic, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
In terms of Putin speaking to the Russian people and being able to figure out what to say, what kind of narrative to say about this war.
Yes.
But the same on the Ukrainian side to figure out how to exit this war.
Yes. I mean, to some degree, it requires Russian troops leaving Ukraine, and that is somewhat under the control. I mean, of course, it's not up to Ukraine whether the initiative continues. But what I am not thrilled with are some of the reflexive, if Trump had been in power instead of Joe Biden, a lot of the reflexive comments about, oh, if you say Ukraine is just acting defensively, you're supporting neo Nazis, or some of these things that have come out of the American Republican Party seem both wacky and like they would be saying completely different things if Trump happened to be in the Oval Office. They're really proxy attacks on Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, that in some sense, Ukraine is also kind of political litmus test of how you speak about it. I think because of the huge amount of funding that's going from the U.S. to Ukraine. Maybe you can correct us if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that this topic has become politicized.
100%. There are people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others saying we should be doing nothing for Ukraine. Zelensky's a comedian, and we're supporting neo Nazis. That's it. We'll stop. And you either subscribe to that, or you don't, and it very quickly becomes as partisan as so many other issues. And it's really the most disappointing thing is that some of these issues become incredibly divisive, but they're simple. Like, for example, a conspiracy theory that we know isn't true. It shouldn't be divisive because it's so simple. Other issues become divisive, and they are simplified, but in reality, they're extraordinarily complex, and you lose the ability to talk about the complexity because they're becoming partisan.
Do you think there will always be war in the world? There's a bunch of folks on the subreddit that are interested in your different complex perspectives on foreign policy. So let's talk about war. When you look at the war in Ukraine, you look at what's going on in Israel and Palestine, you look at the wars across the world, you think there will always be war. As a Redditor put it, is it a necessary evil in the game of geopolitics?
I used to have what I now believe is an extremely naive perspective, which is that if we somehow, if intelligent aliens arrived here, it would be so momentous for Homo sapiens that all of our differences would immediately be exposed as so insignificant. We would never fight again, and we would realize that intelligence. And then I spoke to people who deal with space exploration and other scientists, and they all said that, David, that's extraordinarily naive. There would be a period during which this was as momentous as you're imagining, and then it would become normal, and then we would go back to many of the same conflicts that we have now, sectarian, etc. I think that in all likelihood, there will always be conflict between factions. Whether it's what we currently think of as war, probably not. I mean, it seems as though the tactics will evolve, and it will be less about missiles, and I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know whether it's going to become more biological or cyber, or certainly something we haven't even considered yet. But I think there will always be conflicts we would refer to in that way.
Do you agree with Chomsky on his general harsh criticism of U.S. foreign policy that many actions, military actions in the United States, are criminal in nature, almost terrorist in nature?
I am not, it's been a decade or more since I've read any Chomsky, and I don't keep up with everything that he has recently said, so I don't want to mischaracterize any of it.
In general, Americans are sold the view that we're the good guys spreading freedom across the world. And Noam Chomsky takes a perspective that, yeah, but if you look at the number of civilians who kill while doing it, it's incomparable to any other military actions across the world.
Right. So I very much disagree with those who take the view that the U.S. is this wonderful global police force that's spreading democracy and fixing problems. Very, very much wrong. I think where I've had disagreements with Chomsky in the past is more he seems to frame the U.S. as a uniquely bad actor in some of these cases, and I think it's more an outcropping of the size and wealth of the U.S. and less about uniquely negative intentions. And so I think that would be my general disagreement with Chomsky based on stuff I read a decade ago.
Well, he says that he lives in the United States, he's an American, so he feels his focus of criticism should be in America. And I think that's one of the great things about being an American and being in America is Question from Reddit. Ask David what he plans for his gardening this year. Is this a joke or
It's not a joke. I got into gardening a few years ago. Honestly, I'm with the baby. I can't do a garden this year. And I have a lot of travel coming up, so everything would die. But I did start to try to figure out gardening. If you're stressed by the toxicity of the social media world, gardening is a great hobby. It really is. But it is extraordinarily time consuming. So I have no garden plans this year.
Are there books or maybe movies in your life that had a big impact on you? That you're thinking about that diet. Has there been stuff you read? Forget it about books, or blogs, or writers, or just sources of information that have that molded you intellectually.
It's so hard. This is sort of like, you win an Oscar and you want to make sure you thank all the right people. I read so much and have been reading for so long that it's really hard to say, but I think certainly for me, narrative nonfiction has been a fantastic genre to learn not only about history, but also about people and psychology. And very often when people say, I don't really read, like, what can you recommend to me that might be interesting? Depending on, knowing them to some degree, I'll give recommendations there. In terms of just things I picked up recently that I think are interesting, I've been reading a bunch of Neil Postman. I read Jenny Odell has a new book on time and the concept of like saving time, spending time, etc. She just published it. Super interesting. I just read Lansing's book about the Shackleton voyage in Antarctica in 1914, 15, and 16. Super interesting. I'm really all over the map.
I have that one on audiobook.
It's very interesting. And it seems inconceivable how these guys survived. It's completely inconceivable. And yet they did.
It kind of inspires you to think of space exploration and taking on similar kinds of risky, dangerous journeys. In narrative nonfiction, I agree with you very much. I've been reading a lot of 20th century history about Stalin and about Hitler. Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, I've read twice now, and I recommend.
What did you get out of reading it the second time?
So what so the second time I listened to the audiobook as I ran, I get the same thing from it as I get maybe reading Man's Search for Meaning, which is all the troubles of day to day in the modern world kind of fade away and dissipate when I'm thinking about the, basically the embodiment of evil at scale, that recent time in human history. So it makes me sort of appreciate all of it. It fills me with gratitude to have all the freedoms of just simple joys of life that we have today. And I think the second time as I was reading it, because William Shire was there, the author, was there for the whole thing. You start to pick up little details as opposed to big things. You start to pick up little quirks of how history turns, and just like these little events. You notice the dynamics between people in a room during a meeting with Hitler. You just notice these little things that I mentioned. Because he was either there directly or heard the next day. So you get, that's why to me, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich is interesting, is because by a guy who was there, was reporting on it, versus sort of a more distant, displaced retelling. And I also like biographies. I'm a big fan of biographies. And Paul Isaac's Religious Witness, and Steve Jobs, and Einstein, all that kind of stuff.
This book is one I've read a bunch of times. Yeah. And it's so short. And, reading in general, I know a lot of people who read way more than I do, and I also know a lot of people who don't read at all. I mean, they haven't read a book since college, essentially. To me, it's almost like the amount I get from it, it's almost like a secret weapon. Where when I think, in 2 or 3 or 400 pages, which I can read in, 10 days or however long it takes reading 40 pages a day, the amount of information, insights into so many aspects of the human psyche that I get, it's sort of like, it's not like I'm in a competition for anything in particular with anybody. I just do my show. But it's sort of like, if I'm reading dozens of books a year and you're reading zero, I'm exposed to so many different things and ideas that are not even in your universe. It just seems like the power of reading just seems overwhelming.
I had, speaking of getting attacked, I had a fun time getting attacked a few months ago for publishing a reading list. So I'm reading at least a book a week. I've read 18 or 19 books from the beginning of the year.
You got attacked for the books you chose, or for?
I don't know for what, but it became quite viral.
Attacked for reading. That's something.
So basically what happened is that people, I actually don't, it's not worth, folks who know, folks who don't even worry about it. What I really loved about being attacked for is it shows you can get attacked from. It's not like I did something wrong. It was kind of a beautiful thing. It was just the most intensely beautiful display of absurdity of Twitter and the internet. But there were articles written about it. There's no bad books on it. The thing I was being mocked for is reading Dostoevsky, reading stuff that sounds like a high school reading list.
Oh, I see.
Or all these kinds of aspects of the reading list, which doesn't stand up to any sort of legitimate kind of criticism. The fact that people are just looking for single words, single aspects of a tweet, and so on to criticize. It actually forced me to. I released a video about summarizing my takeaways from one of the books, and I'm meaning to do more and more. But every time I start to want to record it, I have this negative feeling. They kind of ruin the fun of sharing with others.
I know exactly what you're talking about. My advice on that is don't do it. Just don't record it.
Yeah.
Because is that what you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think 5 years. But for now, I decided not to.
Yes.
Just until I feel joy.
We are in such a privileged position to even be able to do this sort of thing, right? I have taken on projects, and then it sort of sounds good, or I end up doing it because there's some third party that brings the idea, and I feel like I can't really say no or whatever. And then when I get in front of the camera, or I have to write something for a while, I did a newspaper column that I hated doing. I realized that I'm ruining the exact thing that I have worked to build, which is that I can just do whatever I want. Why am I doing this? And sometimes it takes me a week to realize it, sometimes it takes me a year. But just don't do it. That's
in this case in particular, it's also there's a private thing I enjoy, which is reading.
Right.
And if sharing that private thing you enjoy is not fun, then you just don't share it. That's there's certain private things that should be made private. That's which is one of the first things ever. I'm the same person privately as I am publicly, but the books, it's like, man, I don't get to share. I get to these conversations I can. Share some of the stuff I'm reading and enjoying it. It sucks. It sucks to get attacked for stuff, and it sucks to get attacked for stuff you love.
Yeah, especially reading. I mean, it's that's the bottom of the barrel. I have these ideas where I'll go, maybe for my next thing, I'll go from politics, which is so toxic. I'll go to travel blogging because there's so many travel bloggers I follow, and there's so many interesting places. And then I go, wait a second. I like traveling and just hanging out. Now traveling is going to be my job, and now I've got to bring 2 cameras with me, and I've got to get shots, and I've got to film my food. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do what I'm doing, but then I'll travel when I want to take a vacation.
Right, of course, some of it could be fun. I mean, I have to say, when I did one video on a book in 1984, I really enjoyed it. That whole process was fun. It was I don't think I've ever thought as hard about a book when I had to make a video about it. Because I had to I read 1984, I don't know how many times, probably 5, 10 times. I don't remember. I read Animal Farm way more. But I don't think, I was like, what do I think of it? Like, what are the key takeaways for me? I didn't really know. Like, if you ask me what I think about even Animal Farm, because I haven't done that one, and I've read that one, I don't know, over 50 times, it's probably my favorite one. It's like, I would have to struggle. And making a video about it, at least get a little mini lecture.
Yeah.
Forced me to actually have an opinion about the details of it, and to do enough research to think like, okay, what is the historical context of this book? I mean, it allowed me to say interesting and to think interesting stuff about it. So I found it to be really rewarding. To basically, finding things. One of the best ways to learn.
Yeah, I can't think of one thing I would say about Animal Farm, and I read it again not that long ago, but I don't know what comes.
You gotta have a generic comment,
Yeah,
like authoritarianism and so on, whatever.
Yeah,
but there could be interesting quirks of the book and the characters and how corruption happens. You could say all kinds of stuff that maybe contrasting it. Like even with 1984, it allowed me to contrast with Brave New World um, and how that 1984 was politicized, and how it's used by the Republican Party up today. You could say a lot of interesting stuff if you like to think about it and write it down, which you maybe able to make a video about. So I found it to be really rewarding in general. So I probably would do more of it, but not always. Not as a main profession, just like with the travel blog.
I agree with that.
I mean, you get threatened a lot, you get attacked a lot. Do you think about your mortality?
Well, the other day I went to the doctor and he said, next physical, we're going to be talking about a lot of new things. And so I was thinking about it a lot that day. No, I mean, it's funny. I recently did a bunch of estate stuff, and when you have intellectual property, there's a question of like, okay, I have my assets, but also if I died tomorrow, especially in a particularly fiery death, my YouTube channel would probably for a while generate more money because it would be like, oh my goodness, this person died in a terrible. What happens with a future revenue stream and all these different things? And it got me thinking about legacy and about the fact that people who do this sort of thing, it's kind of a new thing in a sense. And so, if you work at ABC News, at some point you just retire and someone else fills in for you. How does my career wind down? Given I don't actually know the answer. I'm not sure. What is it? I just one day stop posting videos, but all my content stays up.